through this life once. When you get old, all you're gonna have left is your memories. So make them good.
No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
Hello, 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 and welcome to Hustler Casino Live. I am David Tuckman, alongside my good friend and partner in crime, Bart Hansen. And we have a 5, 10, 20 game for you. Some of the usual suspects, a few new faces as well. Pretty excited for poker here at the Hustler Casino, Bart.
Yeah, this is going to be...
And then he lit you up, huh?
Yeah, he comes over and he starts to explain to me, you know, whatever. And I said, respectfully, I said, let me just, what I just told you, I said, let me explain that to you.
LA
You're supposed to be 300 feet behind me. I said, I can't be 300 feet behind you because I'm going faster than you. You're in a slower lane behind the truck. Unless I slam on my brakes, you're 300 feet behind you, there's no way to do it.
Now that's Mike, resident and citizen of Singapore. I think my favorite part of the show so far are the graphic titles for each and every player at Hustler Casino Live.
Okay, so first of all, because you were in that fast lane, it's an extra, like, 375.
Of course, Nick Vertucci, co-owner of the Hustler Casino Live. He and Ryan have been on quite the journey to make this a reality. And, of course, we had our first show just a couple of nights ago. By the way, if you miss any of the shows at all, you can check them out at your leisure. They're always free over on our YouTube channel. Barry Woods, the myth, the legend, angry old man. I think that actually describes him perfectly. Now, I've known Barry a long, long time, and I'm proud to call him a friend. I don't think he calls me a friend, but I'm proud to call him a friend. Patrick, father of 10 children. That can't be true. 10 children? 10 children? I mean, somebody buy this man a condom. 10 children? Who wants 10 children? I mean, I've got 2. Maybe there's a thought of having a little girl, maybe 3, but 10? Ronnie, former horse jockey. He looks like a horse jockey. He's got that look, right? Once again, thanks for joining us here. Hustler Casino Live. David Tuckman, Bart Hansen. We're playing 5, 10, 20 tonight. GT, tech guy from San Fran. That's redundant, right? You can just say you're from San Fran, right? Or you're a tech guy. Either way, we know. Oh, there he is, Israeli Ron. Mr. Queen Deuce himself. He's got it tattooed on his arm.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, Bart, how are you, buddy?
What's going on?
Everybody's favorite Israeli Ron in the house. And then, of course,
They're saying
No,
like
like a China, yeah.
it's Elder.
Well,
Rounding off
She makes
the
no
team here
splash
is
when she goes
Eldar.
in.
We saw him on Tuesday as well. Always brings great bit of action to the game, but I mean, my favorite guy here, without a doubt, is Barry Woods. For sure.
Barry,
For sure it's Barry Woods.
Yeah, Barry might be one of the more aggressive players at this table, actually. I don't know. I'm not familiar with everybody in this lineup, Bart. You know, we know Nick, obviously. We know Julie. You know, Bear Jew and Israeli.
We had our first gold medal ever last Olympics.
But Barry Woods,
Yeah, he beat Michael Phelps.
he was kind of a
Joseph Schooling, he
way
won the
back
butterfly.
early in his career.
It came from, like, he was so much smaller than all the other guys. He's so much
But he went to
smaller.
Australia.
But this time he
made
didn't
friends
make
with a
the
bunch of young poker punks, you know, some professional poker players, and they taught him a few things. And he has, since then, been a very aggressive player. Will bluff, will pick
It
spots.
was weird because they had like 3 of them that tied for
So we see the brown chips
So they're on the lower
out here
platform, but they're
tonight.
still like this
$10 chips. We saw a whole variety of chips last couple times.
Yeah, they had like
On
3
here,
people.
and here we've got brown chips. So I want to say that if there's just brown chips, then it's probably just.
They ended up getting more attention because they were like the biggest team was like the one with Michael Phelps.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Get a raise here from Woods.
Gold medalist from Singapore, so like.
Israeli Ron did not 3-bet the ace-king. Flops top 2. Berju took a flop as well. And this is kind of Woods, you know. I mean, I'm going to raise with my gap-suited connectors. I'm going to put a C-bet out there.
I mean, I did the entire show by myself last night. We probably had 30 times there was ace-king, and maybe 5 times out of the 30, like it was 3-bet. It was unbelievably passive last night. Wow, how about a full house now? KG check.
Yeah, and if you're Barry, you're probably going to shut down now. Not a very good bluff card.
Yeah.
You know, when you bet and get called both spots,
400.
just really difficult for you to get any action. I mean, it's for you to get the folds you want, and that's not going to stop Barry though.
Wow.
Listen.
This is the definition of a 0 equity bet.
Yeah. Now this looks terrible, right? But I'm going to play devil's advocate, Bart, because I want to hear your take. Barry hits a pair of 5s.
Really float with King 10?
Spades get there as well.
That might be actually very, very lucky for Barry here, because maybe once in a great while the other spade now comes down too. So he's just like, well,
float with King 10.
maybe once in a great while Ron's got like a Queen Jack, Queen 10, and he's getting stubborn. Queen Jack of hearts, and now I can beat that, you know?
Okay, I want to play devil's advocate because you're watching this at home. You're thinking to yourself, Woodsy, what are you doing? Right? What are you doing? They both called your flop bet. Why are you betting turn? And part of my thought process is this. He's the raiser.
You call anything of mine. You don't care what you have. You just call. That's on you, dude.
Israeli Ron and Berju did not 3-bet. And maybe Barry's thinking, okay, well, I'm the one here who has full houses. They don't.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, that is absolutely the case. And then the other thing too, that I always maintain, you know, an adjustment that a live player doesn't make is, for some reason, it just doesn't translate with a lot of live players, that when the second ace comes out, someone's less likely to have it, and they'll actually overfold a king. And speaking of the devil here, look at the ace-king diamonds here again. 2 ace-kings in a row.
So the game actually is a 10-20. You were on that part with a $20 big blind ante. So it's not quite. It's actually a pretty big game. I mean, 10-20 is $20 big blind.
Yeah, it's not like as, I would say, extreme as the Tuesday night game where it's 5-5.
Unfortunately, he's part of
It's more of a traditional.
Unfortunately, you're part of this tribe, which I'm embarrassed for.
I mean, let me
It's
ask you this.
$20 big blind ante, so it's 1 big blind, and then you sort of divide by 9. So it's more of a standard type of
I am holding my stuff back, guys.
Right, but let me ask you this.
You have to appreciate that.
I know the $5-5 $50 game on Tuesday night played pretty big,
I think it is.
but
You just wanted to check, right?
in theory,
do a little integrity
this game
check.
play just as big.
Yeah.
Should it play just as big as the 5-5-50?
Yeah.
In theory,
Oh, because the same one, the dead money? Yeah, I mean, it's all going to be about the first race size. Like, it will play smaller if people are only raising to 70, where we saw, say, $200 open on Tuesday. If you remember.
it's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, we literally saw $250 opens in a $5-5 $50 game, and here we've seen a $60 open, a $70 open.
When you're done
Barry
with your
queen suited. It's a pretty hand.
when you're done with your glass, the ball is with it.
Oh yeah, he told me.
And he's going to like this flop.
Those are good, bro.
Top pair. 2 diamonds out there.
Really? The flop return for it.
Berju's going to take one off here. As Bart mentioned, the brown chips are 10, white chips are 100, green chips are 1,000. Once again, Bart Hansen, David Tucker here for Hustler Casino Live. We'll be here for the next 5 or so hours.
King, ace queen, 3, 4 times. None of them had hits, so maybe that's what he's got.
So Barry still has the best of it here.
It takes you out there.
Mike was a pretty, I want to say a pretty optimistic overcall.
Again, the same reason I checked the ace, so then maybe a bit.
Barry with the cagey check. He's never folding. Oh, wow, that's a huge bet. Look at Bear Drew's bet here.
Yeah.
1,500. I
I'm
mean,
just
this is
looking, wondering why you
over
limping.
bet. You check the turn. I mean, there are a couple
I was
diamonds
just
out
thinking
there,
that.
but I mean, there's definitely straight draws. Occasionally,
was
you're
just taking a minute.
concerned about Queen
I was just
Jack.
taking a few seconds
This is a huge
to analyze
bet
that, you know.
here by Bear Drew. And he's going to check raise. Wow. He's going to check raise and basically he's going to put Bear Drew in essence all in. And I guess maybe that was a function of sort of the small stack sizes here, because obviously if you were deep, you would not make that play with King Queen if you're checking the turn.
No, I mean, the way Bear Drew played that hand, I would have expected to see like a 10-9 of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds, where he had a flush draw and he picked up a big straight draw. That was a really interesting play there from Woods. Woods, by the way, has a little bit more money in front of him than the graphic had indicated, so I'm sure we'll get that sorted out. Once again, thanks for joining us here, Hustler Casino Live. We're here for the next 5 hours. We have more giveaways. We're going to give away some cool Hustler Casino Live merchandise, hat, hoodie, T-shirt. I don't know what it's going to be, but if you want to be eligible to win that merch, just hit the subscribe button and participate in the chat. You don't have to do a lot, but be part of the show. Julie with Queen 9 on the button. She's going to call the raise from Israeli Ron. Mike's going to 3-bet here with Ace-King, and I like this play a lot. I mean, you get a late position open. You get a button call. You got some dead money in there. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but it's interesting because Israeli Ron did not 3-bet just a few moments ago. Here he does. Once again, we're playing 10-20 with a $20 big blind ante. Three players we had on Tuesday night: Nick Vertucci, Eldar, and Israeli Ron. There's a look at Julie, Hollywood producer.
It's like paper. Well, they should use microfiber and not terry. I have a rag, but I'll pick it up. Yeah, those things are a lifesaver for tables.
Yeah, and I'm very, very familiar with Julie. I've probably played with her, like, I don't know, at least a dozen times. And she's pretty comfortable at this level. We actually see her play, like, at larger stakes, too, as well. And speaking of larger stakes, of course, we got our game tomorrow, Dave, which is 5,100 with Antonio Esfandiari, Nick Vertucci, Andy Stacks. It's just going to be unbelievable, off the hook.
Yeah, tomorrow night should be great. That'll be 5 p.m. Pacific time, as is every show here at Hustler Casino Live. Monday through Friday, 5 to 10 p.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow night, as Bart mentioned, Antonio Esfandiari will be here. Raise from Ronnie. Israeli Ron calls.
Well, I mean, we did see Israeli Ron play like the Queen Deuce a bunch on Tuesday. I don't know what the deal is here with the 7 Deuce suited. Sometimes guys will play the 7 Deuce game too, where if you win the hand with 7 Deuce, there's a bounty. I mean, that hasn't been told to us, but pretty loosey-goosey call.
Yeah, if they are playing the 7 Deuce game, we are not aware of that.
Yeah.
We saw him play 6 Deuce on Tuesday
That's
also.
true.
I think maybe he's branching out from Queen Deuce to Deuce anything.
I don't know. He's got some lucky hands. Like, he's a superstitious player.
And as far as I'm concerned, Bart, those make the best poker players. The superstitious ones are the best ones. I think that wholeheartedly.
The other thing that I wonder about here, too, in this game, but we didn't hear word, is that there might be some cap on the buy-in here.
There is. It's a 10K buy-in.
Okay, so
2 to 10K.
Nobody told me that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you that.
Okay, all right.
It's you can buy in anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000, and the blinds are 10, 20. There's a $20 big blind ante, so
Got
it's
it. That makes
$50 in
sense.
dead money,
Yeah.
and you can buy in for 10K. And you see a lot of these players have heaps.
The reason why I said that is because Vertucci is always going to cover the table for the most part.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can only have 500 big blinds in front of you. You know, it's funny. For years, no limit hold'em cash games didn't have ante. Obviously, players who play tournaments, the ante has been part of that game forever. I've noticed the ante coming in more and more, and I'm wondering if that's something that will be a fixture in no limit cash games going forward.
Well, it should be. I mean, I've been saying this for a year. I mean, one of the original kind of literature about no limit was right around 2003. I remember reading Scalancy sort of saying that no limit is a dead game unless the players are playing with invisible antes. Because if they're not playing with invisible antes, there's just not that much to fight. And that's why you see antes in no limit tournaments. That's originally how it's supposed to be played. And that's why you see it in no limit deuce, which is sort of the Cadillac of no limit. Always played with an ante, no limit deuce.
When you compare it to limit hold'em, it's just really funny because like limit hold'em, you know, if you're playing, you're playing 50-100, there's $75 in dead money in there. The small blind's 25, of course. The big blind is 50. That's $75 in dead money, but the equivalent game might be 10-20, and that's not a lot to fight for in theory. Pair sixes are good here. Pot's 480.
I was like, did you buy in like that much that you have some color I haven't seen? Oh my God.
Patrick bets. I don't know if he thought he was bluffing or if he thought he was betting for value there.
I didn't see the blue ones and yellow ones.
Yeah, it's a little bit kind of on the bizarre side of the second pair. Maybe like once in a while you get called by an ace high, though. And that's kind of like a merge. If you can get called by worse, then it's a great bet. And I think what you do from out of position there is you sort of try to suss out if your opponent would ever check back better on the turn. Like if it's a total blank, would they check back like a jack? But occasionally you're going to value yourself against like 9s, 10s, other pairs that are in between, like a 6 and a jack.
I see Tater Tay in the chat says, just finished the DGAF podcast. Solid as usual. Yeah, and DGAF will be commentating here on Hustler Casino Live. He'll be one of our commentators, so you guys can look forward to that. I've had the pleasure, or maybe that's not the right word. It's fun playing with Billy, but he's tough, and I'm looking forward to commentating with him. So that'll be an amazing show. Really looking forward to that one. Patrick's gonna raise it up with Ace King. Bearju limp calls.
Well, there's the king. There is the king.
Yeah, Bearju's got a gut shot. I'm not sure if it's a gut shot he really wants to go after, though. I don't know about you, Bart. For me, maybe heads up it's not as important, but for me, if I'm going for a gut shot, I really want it to be a gut shot to the nuts.
Well, he's in position, so I mean, this is a blind versus a position in position 3-bet. I mean, I probably wouldn't have defended with Jack-9, pre-flop, but there's a lot of things that can happen if you can call. The guy could, have been 3-betting with Ace-5. You can just bet the turn when check 2.
Right. So you're just floating and taking it away possibly on the turn.
I mean, there's more. Usually there's going to be more like Ace-King, Aces, Kings, Queens in somebody's range than just Ace-10. So you have to think about the pre-flop configurations and the entire hand. Thank you guys for joining us. This is our third night. Dave and I did the first night on Tuesday, which was the 5-5-50 ante game. This is a 10-20-20 ante game with the 10K cap. And you can see the white chips are hundreds, the brown chips are 10s. And I think this is going to be a typical Thursday night game. I think they're going to mix it up on Mondays and Wednesdays. Dave have the 5-5 ante game, which very well might play bigger than this game on Tuesdays, this game on Thursdays, and then the big game on Fridays. And we are having the big game tomorrow, 5100, no limit with Antonio Asfandiari and Andy Stacks and Nick Vertucci and some other high stakes players.
Yeah, I think there's and some talk of PLO games here as well on Monday nights.
I think there's going to be a PLO game on Monday night next week, too. Yep.
Multi-headed monster.
Bearju raising it up under the gun +1. You can see the graphics in the bottom left corner of your screen.
Well,
you can see what equity each player has, what their stack is, everything.
These are all fairly reasonable hands. If people joined me last night, there was a lot of loose play. Several people over 40, 50%.
I like seeing that. But you like, as you mentioned, though, passive play.
Yeah.
Post flop. Patrick gets a 9 on the turn, so he's got trip 9s.
Yeah, everybody checked through. I was a little surprised that Barry checked in the cutoff after the pre-flop razor checked.
Yeah,
usually,
against this many players,
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan.
Who's it to me? Oh, I'm sorry.
He just has the best hand there so often, right? And the board is wet enough. Why wouldn't you bet it? I think he's going to get himself in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, and Barry bets 500, so he overbets the pot. 440 in there. He goes 500. And now Patrick has picked up trip 9s. He's going to raise right away. Let's see if Barry's a believer. Last time he got raised, he was not a believer and ended up check raising. He actually checked it to Barry Jew last time. And here, he's not a believer again. Instead of raising him, though, he does just call. River's a blank. I love myself some Woodsy, but this is a poorly played hand by him. When the preflop razor checks, and you've got a board, and you've got an ace-10 on a board like this with multi-way action, I just feel like betting that just makes a lot of sense. You're just going to get called by so many hands that are worse than yours. And look at this bet here. So after Patrick raises it up to 1,600, he then bets 600. And
600. Nice hand. Thanks. Should have probably not called the 6.
It wasn't for the single. It looked like you wanted to play the hand. So.
No, I didn't. He raised his enemy. I
Guess I could have lost more if I would have bet the flop. And he would have called. And he would have hit it. Oh well.
You lost all the weight? I added 5,000.
Seat 9 added on.
Oh, you look, are you going and coming back?
How much are you playing total? Small blind, please.
9. Maybe a little under.
so button in front of seat number 6. That's our former jockey. There's a look at Bear Jew.
I'm still short.
So Barry Woods wins a big hand and then loses a big hand. Julia picks up a couple of 7s.
I tend to lose my first stack.
Jimmy Bluffett in the chat is our mod. Thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy's been with us for a long time.
It's a good strat. I figure if I'm going to lose the first stack, I might as well lose 5 and then I can pop up 10.
Julie opens this to 100. I feel like that open size is probably a bit closer to optimal. Let me know what you guys think. I feel like 60 is a little bit on the low side when we're looking at a 10-20 plus $20 big blind ante game. So Julie opening it to 100. Barry makes the call. Ace King 4, not exactly the flop you're looking for if you're Julie, but you have the best hand here. And Woods insta-folds. And Julie picks up the pot.
It's the Mondavi. It was the red Mondavi is what he was drinking.
Yeah.
I had the 2 Diet Cokes in the water.
Yeah, I'll bring them.
Robert Mondavi.
You need bigger
And can you
trays.
bring 4 cups? Can you bring 4 cups?
Yes, babe.
Do you want to take the password or do you want to?
Sure.
A pass? Yes.
That's fancy. You know what, Patrick? Let me grab a snack.
It's called Path. It's just bottle of water. I get those instead of the
I'm
regular.
pretty sure it should be right.
I like being the banker.
And can you tell one of the gals down there someone
That means I got
bring up
plenty,
some
right?
of the tables?
Yes.
Some of these tables here, yeah, because we can't have them on the table. So. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the coffee.
He wants Robert Mondavi red.
Carlos DeFola asking, what do you think a standard raise size in this game would be, Bart? I mentioned I thought $60 is a little bit on the low side. Like 60 is pretty normal for a 10-20 game, but it's a 10-20 with a $20 big blind ante.
I don't know how I remember it.
Yeah, you didn't even tell me. You had the bloody mirror. I remember it. Oh, maybe I made you pay for that first one.
Probably. That's probably what the hell did he order?
Raise to 60, re-raise to 200.
So 60 to 200.
Yeah, okay,
here.
so opening raise size, Bart, what are we thinking? I mean, with
It's
a
usually-
$20 big blind ante?
I mean, it would be a little bit larger than what would be sort of 3.5x, so maybe 4 to 5x, something like that. These guys are choosing to go 70. There is a little bit of extra dead money out there.
Like,
but it's
Julie
not
just
that
went
much.
100, and I thought that was probably a little bit more. That's 5x.
I don't know. Well, we get a real action, a little bit of an action board here. Ace, queen,
Oh,
king,
without
queen,
a
and
doubt.
king,
I
jack.
mean, top
Wow.
pair,
Yep.
top pair and a gut shot. You've got, open-ended, but Ronnie can obviously make the nuts with the king. And we have what is the nuts. There's an ace.
Wow, slow play, slow play, slow play.
Yep.
And Ron continues here to have the nuts.
Yeah, and we saw Israeli Ron do this with ace-king against Barry Woods. I think that was the right timing for it against that particular player. Here he's going to bet 500 into 640. Mike's going to take one off. He's going to call. And I don't think Ronnie's going to fold just yet now.
Yeah,
Two hearts out there, two spades.
Well, I mean, Ronnie actually had a draw to the nuts, and now, he still has a gut shot. Well, he still is open-ended, but I mean, obviously, any king comes, he just chops with a queen. So his hand got worse, even though he made top pair. And,
He's going to make the call, though.
Front door spades, back door hearts here. Mike makes the call, maybe thinking that Ron's betting some sort of heart draw. Front door spades. Now, no bet on the flop. I'm very, very comfortable putting out a value bet here if I'm Ron because...
well, this is really interesting, though, because Ronnie has a straight. Ronnie has a queen high straight. Israeli Ron has the king high straight.
Has the king high straight.
Now, it's not going to get as ugly if it were, let's say that was the 8 of diamonds, 8 of clubs on the river. Mike raise here?
Is Mike turning his hand here into a bluff?
He is.
Wow, and that's going to get... Is that going to get the other queen out of there?
It is.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
What? He's going to win it?
Was Mike the pre-flop raiser here, Dave, or was it Ron?
Yes, I believe it was Mike.
And he checked back the flop? Wow, that's unbelievable. I called Israeli Ron the folding machine, and now he gets bluffed off the hand. Wow.
So Mike bluffs there. I mean, I like the fact that he's got a king in his hand. I would have liked to see a spade in his hand as well, but...
That is, remember, he got checked around. Ron just bet turn and then bet river. But, I kind of go back to a lot of people will do a fair amount of betting with spades. I mean, it's not impossible for the guy to have the front door, but it's hard, very, very hard for me to fold king, queen there when I beat a queen, too.
Well, I'm also thinking there's a chance you could get raised by just king, queen. Not always, because the front door flush got there.
There could be a chance he's getting raised by a queen. He bet really small at the end. It was like a block bet. I just think that maybe, wow, ooh, what a steam coming out. I wonder if maybe Ron missed the fact that Mike was the pre-flop raiser there. Because it might be slightly different, Dave, if the button was pre-flop raiser and King Jack of clubs was just naturally checking. And we didn't really know anything about the hand on the flop, right? And it got checked around.
Thanks for joining us.
And again,
hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We really appreciate it. That's what drives us. Okay, we do the show. Obviously, it's free for you. You can watch it whenever you want to. There's never going to be a paywall. If you subscribe to Hustler Casino Live on YouTube, you can watch the shows whenever you want to.
People in the live chat saying no way he folded king queen. Look at Ron. He definitely folded king queen.
Oh, he showed it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And to continue on with the sort of the passive pre-flop play, again, Ron is on the button here. He overflats ace queen suited. I mean, I'm just going to be three betting these hands just, left and right here.
Yeah, he has already flatted ace king out of the small blinds, ace queen on the button.
Yep.
And there, king queen bet fold. And generally speaking, I'm in favor of bet folding. I think in that spot, though, I'm bet calling.
Look at it. He's talking to the floor.
Yeah,
he's like, it's just sort of commiserating. He's not complaining about anything. He's just like, I can't believe this fucking guy bluffed me. He cut his mic.
Yeah, mad at himself. Yeah.
Yeah, there, look. He said he's mad at himself.
Yep.
No, I have to do everyone in for time collection.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
and I never thought about that, Bart. If you have a bad beat story or you want to vent, you go find a floor man because they can't leave. Now, please do me a favor and tip him. Okay, Lewis is our floor man here, and he does a great job. So if you come on the show, you get a bad beat, or you just make a bad play and you want to vent, That's okay. Go to Lewis. He'll listen. He's a really good listener. But then just pay him. You know, give him a little tip. Just a tip.
Has it been long enough? No, right?
Julie's got a nice little hand here. Suited gapper with the Jack-9.
Okay, but this pot, the winner will give the $50 tips, okay?
The IRQ code, yeah.
Okay, so they're playing a pot here where the winner is actually going to tip dealer. And I've seen that done before.
It's interesting that we've seen a lot of pre-flop passive play as Mike picks up ace-queen suited behind, and now all of a sudden Julie's going to squeeze with Jack-9 of hearts out of the small blind.
I like this 3-bet from Julie. Do you?
If I was going to play this hand, I'd squeeze it. And,
okay.
you know, Bear Jew has a hand that he probably could have 3-bet some. And now Mike's kind of in an awkward position. I don't really like to do a whole lot of cold calling of 3-bets in between because the initial raiser can 4-bet like Ronnie here. But there are times in certain lineups where a guy's just not going to 4-bet unless he's got aces or kings, so you can get away with it sometimes.
Right.
And
I mean, are you ever folding ace-queen of diamonds in this spot?
I would probably 4-bet it more than fold unless, you know, someone was super, super nitty. Wow, look at this. This is an interesting one here because we've got top pair and then the nut flush draw. And, you know, Julie here has a gutter to a jack as well, 2 overcards and a gutter to a jack. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of sizing she uses in a multi-way pot, 3-bet pot.
Pretty wet board. She bets 420 into 1170. If you're Mike, are you raising right away? He does. He clicks that raise button.
Well, you know, this is always kind of interesting here because, remember, pre-flop, Mike flatted the 3-bet. I wouldn't think that he's going to flat the 3-bet with aces or kings, right? With 2 guys behind
how about
that can
nines?
come. Yeah, but we have a 9 if we're
No,
Julie,
well,
though.
how about 8s? I'm thinking of the range of hands he might have there.
But, you know, I got into an interesting 4-bet pot a few months ago on a different live stream in a similar spot where I thought a guy's hand was skewed towards a draw, and Julie's going to continue, and I think Mike's hand could be skewed towards a draw. This is interesting here as the turn's a 6, so it gets really, you know, very, very dicey here.
I mean, is a 7 relevant? I mean, how often do we see a 7 in either of these players' hands?
It's usually not going to be relevant, obviously, in a 3-bet pot. The question is would a set continue to bet here? You know, I'll go back to that flat call pre-flop. Look at this. Mike just takes a card here behind.
Does not get there.
And he could actually run a delayed bet here, the delayed bluff, where he bluffs river. Wasn't going to be doing a whole lot of betting on the turn because of the one-liner, but he could have a set, didn't bet the turn, and now bet. So this was going to be interesting this way, you know, played out because really all you beat here, you know, obviously if you're Julie, is busted diamonds and maybe like a Jack-10, which you have a jack in your hand.
I could be totally off base here. I don't think I'm checking sets on the turn. And Julie's going to bet here, I guess, for value, maybe a little bit of a blocker. No.
This is pretty.
She's going like full out. She's betting 3,000.
This has got to be a bluff, but it's kind of a bizarre spot to bluff. Because
so she's trying to get 2 pair to fold?
Well, I bought 2 cards. Couldn't hit it. Nice flop.
I mean, I think she's representing a 7 there by betting.
Does she get really 2 pair to fold?
Bizarre. I don't know how much 2 pair is going to be out in there, you know, cold calling the 3-bet in between. And again, it'd have to be like 9-8 that raises the flop. I mean, that would be the only logical 2 pair that could possibly be in there that raises the flop, right? I don't think 5-6 suited is going to raise the flop. Anything's possible. Yeah, you know, sometimes we try to go down the logic train. And
can you hear her?
I know you were involved.
You get it? That's what we did. We know it.
I never got my water, though. She left with the other waters.
Unfortunately, my hearing is terrible, and I read lips. So when people are wearing masks, I just can't hear what they're saying. I'm curious what her thought process was on that hand.
She's, yeah, it's a little bit muffled.
I had one, so that was easy.
I always say that the game is good when the best hand turns their hand into a bluff, or when you're bluffing with the best hand. When people are constantly bluffing with the best hand, you know the game is good.
Yeah.
That's the litmus test?
Well, it's definitely a good game when you see that a lot.
Yeah. No, these games are great. I was talking to a few Vegas poker players who watched the show on Tuesday night, and we're so impressed with the production value, and as you and I have been as well. And they can't wait to fly into LA to play.
Can you beat ace queen of diamonds?
Look like 2 kings.
No. Julie doesn't get that good of hands. Why later? 4 hours, 4 hours.
The bad news is ace queen of diamonds can never call there. So.
Yeah, right?
Probably not going to be profitable in the long run. I'm not calling 3,000. She's ace high. She turns for ace king, and I go, good hand, good hand, good hand. Good bluff late. Your value bluff.
So again, we are playing 10-20 with a $20 big blind ante, which is like sort of the equivalent, you know, if you were playing 8-handed, like a $2.50. It's like a 1/4 the small blind. It's a little bit small. Wow, now Julie here picking up aces, and she's going to raise it up here to 100.
Yeah, not getting the action.
So there's, you know, $50 in dead money out there, which would sort of be the equivalent to what, like, you know, 20-40-ish, and you know the open size sort of represents that. Whereas in the 5-5-50 game, there's only 60, and then we saw raises to 200, 300.
Mr. Handsome, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
The ante game.
That is me in the background. There you go, proof to show that we are on an hour delay.
Right, yeah, obviously it's not magic. We don't have to. We have not multiplied Bart Hansons. Nobody would do that. As much as I love you, Bart, nobody wants to see 2 of you.
No pun.
You know it's reverse psychology, right?
I don't know. You're losing.
But this is we're virtually live on a live delay, as is the case with all poker broadcasts.
Wow, this is, again, this is a result of a lot of pre-flop passive play. Ace-5 of diamonds limp, pocket nines over limp in the cutoff. You gonna over limp pocket nines in the cutoff?
I'm not.
Over 2 limps?
There's a lot of dead money in there. I think I'm gonna raise that. Barry's in there with 7 deuce. He goes, whatever. Maybe I'll hit.
King queen off here in the big blind, and he's the one that's gonna raise it up here.
Yeah, why not?
Yep.
Right? I mean, you got a big hand.
Duh.
Can't fold now, ladies. Can't fold.
No matter what I have.
Maybe somebody on retirement plan has to fold.
And Barry's just like, I have money, I'll call. 7 deuce off. And all of a sudden, it was limped around 5 ways. They all call 200 more, and we've got 6 ways here, 1340.
And you know what? That's the way to play nines. Limp in, call the raise. Now your hand is under-repped, and you've got top set.
Yeah, obviously there's a 2 flush out there, and there's a straight out there, but he does have the best of it. And
yeah, I'll take my chances.
He's gonna bet 500 here. It's not really a whole lot.
I don't think this is gonna get through.
Yeah, I mean Bearju played pretty tight. I don't know if he's gonna even check call here with King 8 to the guy's immediate right. Bearju in +3. What is? Oh, Patrick's gonna call here with King Queen. Wow.
I mean, he's got the Queen of Spades, got some running straight
Bearju
cards.
Overcalls. So gets 2 calls.
Yeah, a dream scenario for. By the way, Barry would have made a straight.
Yeah, not the best card here for set of 9s.
I hear him giggling.
Yeah, I mean, you got to really hate that card.
Yeah, Mike checks it back. Let's see if Patrick. I mean, the problem is, like, what's Patrick repping? Yeah, he's going to check. Bearju's the one who could theoretically bluff at it, but he's got an 8. Probably feels like he has some showdown value.
You know, this might work because Mike might get called here by Bearju when it gets checked through on turn. I mean, I don't think Patrick can do anything, but Bearju might get curious here of busted spades. And he does call very quickly.
A small bet, 800.
Yeah, very, very quickly. So, and that's a nice value bet there by Mike because I don't think anyone's checking a 7 at the end on the river.
Well, not when you check back the turn, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay, did you bring cup? Okay, just bring it. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
These chips will go up and down from seat 2 all day. now you see why I bought insurance. So I can just throw them all over there and then try and get them back. It's a good spot. You guys want to do a bomb pot? Or yeah.
Hi, this is Brad. Hi, this is Andrew, and we want to congratulate Nick and Ryan on the successful launch of Hustler Casino Live.
We also want to announce our partnership with Hustler Casino. We're going to be doing meetup games there regularly.
Stay tuned for all the excitement. Make sure you follow Hustler Casino Live and us on social media for all the info.
Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen.
Okay.
There.
I believe so.
I love Andrew. Love myself some Brad. Two great poker ambassadors. Two guys who need a little bit of sun.
How much do we owe for time?
I mean, I don't know when they filmed that, but it's August. Guys, go outside for a minute.
Well, as I had said last night, I mean, I don't know if they had come right from the bar to cut that, but that was like the most enthusiastic like I've ever seen those two, especially Nimi.
Maybe they just don't like. I mean, they're always enthusiastic when they're around me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure that we're gonna see a lot of them. We're gonna be doing a meetup here at the Hustler.
Yeah, I've worked with both of them. I've done a show called 88 Ride where it's like comedians in cars, except it's me driving the car, so it's not funny. But it's me and poker players driving around Vegas, and I've had both Brad Owen in the car and Andrew Nemi in the car separately.
I wanted to see what he would do.
Pair of kings here for Ronnie in the big blind.
I thought when it came back around with the 210, I was going to go them, but I was like, if I hit. Okay.
This game's getting juicy. Julian there with a king as well. She's got some kicker issues.
Dealer, can you break this from? Where was this? Where was this? Like, you want? Yeah. Is that your hand?
So Mike has on his hat King 8. I don't know the significance of that.
Oh wow, same as the hat. That's what I said. I needed that's your hand. I mean, obviously, right?
But he was just referencing the board and his hat.
Ring and a hat. It's gotta be. I'm married to it.
And I guess that's his favorite hand. King 8. Queen and a jack. The 9 plays. If this goes check, Ronnie will win it.
I'm still trying to figure out how Julie's in there with the King 5. But yeah, you're right. That 9 is going to play. I mean, this is,
there's a bomb pot. That makes more sense.
That makes a lot more
bomb
sense.
Pot. That's why the pot was that was why there was so much money in the pot.
Right.
We didn't hear it or see the beginning of it because we saw the promo.
Right.
But that makes a lot more sense.
Right.
Okay. So it was a bomb pot. There we go. We had a dealer change. We had a great Andrew Nemi, Brad Owen promo. All good. All sorts of good stuff going on. Bart Hansen, David Tuckman here. Bart Hansen, of course, has been doing commentary for the past 16, 17 years. Professional cash game player, one of the most respected cash game players out there. Been crushing everywhere from 510, 1020 for over a decade. And also lead pro and founder of CrushLivePoker.com. Guess you can check it out. Barry's going to raise it up. 8-6 offsuit. Ronnie just calls out of the small blind. And Barry with a gut shot. I can hear you fine. Loud and clear.
Yeah? Thanks, man. Slow.
So Ronnie bets 230 here. Barry's going to give it up. So unconventional way to play the ace-king. Hustler Casino Live. David Tuckman, Bart Hansen here. And you, all you fine, beautiful people. You'll notice Sean Yapel in the chat. He is the general manager here at Hustler. Says here, Hustler excited to team up with Brad, Andrew, Jonathan Vibes, and all the vloggers. Nick's going to raise it up here under the gun +2. Patrick with the 3-bet with ace-3 diamonds.
I think Gerry wanted to win.
Okay. Here, pass that down to Gerry. You mind if I reach over here, Barry? Okay, pass.
Back over to Nick.
Oh, yeah. I'll do it.
And Vertucci makes the call.
Patrick's a little bit of a blow.
Pot is 650.
We could sustain it.
Not a terrible flop for ace 3 of diamonds. Kind of flop that's very unlikely to have hit your opponent's opening raise.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds here. I mean, the thing is that it's, you know, it's going to be a one-liner if a 5 comes, but it'll get it done. I think it might have
Good job.
may have played with Patrick once or twice in the past, but he's not going to be as I'm not going to be as familiar with him. But you know, we already this looks like a, you know, this is going to be an action-packed game, as we can see. Eldar, Julie, Barry Woods. I've been talking about. I'd love to see Corporation Mike come back and battle it out with Barry Woods.
We'll get him down here at some point.
But as I was telling you, and I said like in one of the first hands of the show, we probably had 30 ace kings last night, Dave, and maybe 3 bets, maybe 5 3-bets of the 30 with the ace king. A lot of pre-flop sort of passive play. Obviously, this
Hey,
game
you know
is
what
a
I
little bit
say?
larger.
You want to be a winner in poker. Superstitions and be passive, okay? That's how you become a winner in poker. We've been saying this for years, Bart. Queen 7-5, 2 diamonds out there. GT with a pair of 5s.
I went for the nuts. That was it. I was drawn for the nuts.
Hustler Casino Live, Monday through Friday, 5 to 10 p.m. Pacific Time. All the shows available for free on our YouTube channel. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that thumbs up if you like what you like.
Yeah, Ronnie's going to sort of give it up here. Just took one shot. Now, you're going to see a pretty high reflection of a check here when the middle card pairs anyway. So just because Ronnie checks this card doesn't mean that he doesn't have anything. He happens to not have anything in this hand. But
All right, I mean, if he had Queen Jack, if he had opened in the cutoff with a hand like Queen Jack, he could easily check this.
yeah, absolutely. And you might do a lot. You might actually do a fair amount more checking with a queen as opposed to an overpair there, just because you block the queens and it's more likely your opponent might have a 7. And that's why in position on the turn, you're supposed to actually use somewhat of a small sizing, because you could have floats, you could have value, you could have bluffs.
People asking if Joey Ingram, he says, Joey Ingram on a PLO stream would be fire. I agree. Listen, I don't put anything past Ryan Feldman. When it comes to putting together a game, there is very few on his level.
Oh.
He knows how to organize a good game.
Barry with a couple of ladies.
The ladies love Barry.
Raise it up here to 100.
Yeah, his raise early, his early raise size was 60, but he's adjusted that to 100.
I will hold that against you.
Let's see if Julie decides to 3-bet this.
Well, it's not like there's multiple blinds. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of flat calling all that much in the small blind, but it's better. I mean, I would flat call in the small blind more if there's just 2 blinds instead of like a 4-blind game like last night. But she's 3-bets here.
What do you do if you're Barry now? You got 2 red queens.
I think it's just a call. And by the way, Barry is way deeper than 3,400 here, right?
Yeah, he is.
He's
clearly
got like 8,000 or 7 or 8,000. So
I mean, he's got nearly 8,000 in just white chips.
Yeah. But the interesting thing, though, is that it Bear Jew. Okay, Bear Jew's out of the hand. So if you're heads up, I think this is a very easy call, as this is a very tight configuration for Julie to 3-bet. If you had somebody behind you, Dave, where you opened and, say, Bear Jew called, you might consider 4-betting to drive him out. But here, I like a call. I think Bear Jew was in there, but he just folded anyway, so it's probably pretty close. And obviously, Barry has a very easy continue here. It looks like he's going to raise, and sometimes small sizing will induce this. It seems like Julie's been maybe studying some small types of sizing, and you don't normally need to raise for protection in position. Sometimes you'll see this from out of position with the check raise if you had queens, and she calls here with ace-jack.
King on the turn.
That's not a great card for Barry if you think that your opponent might be continuing with some ace-king to a raise, and it goes check-check.
4 hearts on the river.
And I think that Julie should bluff here. Obviously, we can see the cards, but when he checks behind on the turn,
nope.
I just don't know if you really have any type of showdown value here with ace-jack, the way this one goes down, unless Barry's just airball bluffing.
Okay, let me ask you a different question then. I mean, I think Julie should be bluffing the river. You know, represent the king. Maybe sometimes it's scary to bluff Barry because he doesn't like the fold, and we all know that. But let me ask you this about Barry's hand: when it goes check on the turn, and then she checks the river, should we be betting for value? I mean, can we put her on tens or jacks some of the time?
Sometimes, I mean, a backdoor heart draw did come in, so I
He has the queen of hearts, though.
I think I'd be a little bit more likely to, you know, bet that if you know, if the heart didn't come in. But I'm all for making, you know, thin value bets for sure.
I mean, when she calls the raise on the flop, right? And then she checks turn and checks river. Like, what hands does she have?
Right. And then she kind of snap checked at the end too, so.
You're annoying. I just point out the obvious. If it annoys you, it must be true.
No, what annoys me
You
is
see?
walking.
Okay, look. You see how people play real hands? Just pay attention now.
Thank you.
Nick's going to bet. Nick's going to take it. We continue on. Thanks again for joining us, everybody. Jeff Dime, what's up? Carlos asking about Barry Wood's stack size. Bart just pointed out that it is off by a lot, actually. He's got, like I said, almost 10,000 in whites.
Yep. Those stacks are 20 chip denominations, so the whites are 100, so each one's 2,000. And a stack of brown would be 200, right? Because they're $10 chips. By the way, we're, of course, continuing to give away Hustler Casino Live swag. And towards the end of the show, we will pick a winner.
I love swag.
From the YouTube subscriber list. So if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. That will get you into the contest.
I don't know about you, Bart. I am all about swag. I will literally climb over and topple a 6-year-old child to win one of those T-shirts that come out of the T-shirt guns at the stadiums. I don't care. If it's free T-shirt, I will crush that kid, okay, because I'm getting it.
But you're going out of town.
Well, we got a 3-bet pot here with the ace-king. And we got a cold call here from Barry in between.
This is a really nice lineup. I love the dynamic between these particular players.
Yep, so 3-bet pot 4 ways.
Yeah, not a good flop for black ace-king.
No, I think you just give it up. Barry's got the best of it here with Jack-10.
Jay Bogues is playing.
This would definitely be over-bluffing if you're c-betting here with a black ace-king.
This gets checked through.
That makes sense.
Turn is a 3 of diamonds, so now 3 diamonds out there.
How about a set of 3s for a free card there from Patrick?
And nice little 2-outer.
Yeah, Ryan.
Bearju, by the way, does have a diamond, but it's the 5, so
Noted,
don't know if we'll even see a river card.
Right? Noted.
And this is always interesting because, you know, Barry's going to come out and bet with top pair, and then now you're sitting here with a set of 3s, and he's the initial opener, and he got 3-bet, but of course Barry could have some suited flushes here too, and he's come out and bet big. So I would usually proceed with a call here, and maybe get some value on the river if a brick comes and Barry checks, and we know we have the best hand, and that's what he does. He does call. Obviously, we'd like to see a board pair or a non-diamond and have Barry check. So 3,200, the river's a deuce. Now, when Barry checks, it's a very easy value bet here.
Let me know. Change your mind.
And I'm assuming Barry's going to check here with Jack-10.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced that Barry will check fold.
Is he going to block the river? What is he?
No, he's just going to bet for value.
With Jack-10?
Apparently. I mean, it's not a bluff, is it?
2,100
He bet
here.
2,100.
I mean, with 3s now, I just call. I mean, Patrick is thinking about. I mean, I think that it's a little bit of a show here, but you're just at this point. What has become what would have been a very easy value bet if checked to, now you just call for 2/3 because Barry can have flushes, even though it's a 3-bet pot.
You can have 5-6 too.
Yeah, 5-6 is another hand that comes in here. And another sort of telltale sign of when you know the game is good is when I can see the cards and I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the purpose of the bet is.
This is like old school when you and I used to watch the shows. That we literally would do hours and hours of commentary, and we'd be like, we're watching the hand.
Right.
And I can't. Is he bluffing? Is he value betting?
You gotta think that Barry knows that if he's called, he's no good.
Well, let's look at his reaction.
He knows he's no good if he's called. It has to be.
So he's bluffing.
It has to
Is
be.
he trying to get 2-pair to fold?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that the bluff makes sense in the way that the hand's going down, but I think he is bluffing. When he gets called, we'll see his reaction.
The problem is, what two pair combinations does his opponent have?
No, maybe he's getting like trying to get like queen 10, king 10, ace 10 to fold.
Okay.
They're not bad, right?
I mean, could he get? And the fact of the matter is, he probably does get queen 10 and king 10 to fold.
People in the live chat saying, "What a knit roll." If you know what a knit roll is, it's usually like a strong. I don't think it's a knit roll. I just don't think the guy's gonna fold, so he is taking a little bit of time. But you do point out 5-6 gets there, diamonds get there.
No, that's fine.
I mean, listen,
All right,
he
let's
does
see the
run
reaction.
the call.
Yeah, Julie, have a piece. Have a piece.
I can see his reaction. I don't know.
I still can't tell.
I know.
I still can't tell.
Usually you would say a good call.
I still don't know. He turned his hand over like it might be good. I have no idea.
Oh, that's one for the training.
And they're all making fun of Patrick. Dude, what was that for?
Patrick's not a needler. Or I'm sorry.
I mean, I'll put it this way, though. I actually think it's a hell of a bluff. Because, how often does your opponent have a set there? And if he doesn't have a set, I think he's folding like ace 10 and king 10.
Well, remember, he was the original opener, the guy from under the gun. He got 3-bet. So he's, threes is not a huge part of his range.
Yeah, I'm not putting
he
him
could
on
have flopped the
threes.
set. He could have flopped the set, and it got checked around to the 3-better, but...
Oh, apparently it is serious.
So Israeli Ron's going to raise it up here.
I didn't say anything about this putt. You say you're right. I didn't say shit.
No, Barry's getting a little heated.
You played it perfect, bro.
Julie, you should have seen on Tuesday. I won, but only because I won 2 big pots. I ran really bad. Couldn't hit a
Barry's
flop.
flopped the best of it.
This son of a bitch rode me from the from the second the stream started. Like, you see how he just snapped after a second? If I didn't have, like... I'm not kidding. The average person playing would have just fucking lost their mind.
Barry's
They
going
would have lost
to
their
bet
mind.
here on
I
the
just
turn,
sat
and he's
there
going to take it
said,
down.
And then even after the stream was over, he came over and he goes, "Hey man, it's all good fun, but you played like really bad, right?"
Yeah, there was some good trash talk on Tuesday, and that's, of course, part of what we expect to see on a nightly basis here on Hustler Casino Live.
I think Nick Vertucci directed our audio guys to not reduce his audio or mute him. You can even hear him, right?
I can hear him.
Yeah.
I can hear all these guys. I just couldn't hear
Nick is
Julie because she had a mask on.
Yeah, Nick is especially
Somehow he lost with like a
boisterous, I guess, would you say?
runner 10-8 made it straight.
Raise.
Pocket kings and paid him off. So it was like, I don't know.
Oh, Nick's going to bring it in here for 100.
And Barry's going to 3-bet.
There you go.
Like I said earlier, Barry's an aggressive player.
Yeah, Barry, he's going to 3-bet the right hands and maybe even a little over volume of hands. But you're not going to see him flat with ace-king that way.
But that's fine.
And he hits an ace.
This is interesting because Nick has a flush draw, and obviously he can turn a lot of straightening equity. Wow, he literally snapped him in the pot like his call was in there before.
Ooh, top 2.
Before the bet. Yep, top 2 here for Barry. Did he just down bet? Oh, he bets 500. Okay.
Nick
is
quickly
gonna call.
calls.
Yep.
Nick needs a heart. 8's not going to help him.
I'm checking no matter what comes.
Barry's going to go for it. Obviously, a very easy value bet. The only thing that run out does is somehow if Nick actually had like 9-10 of hearts, which would have been brutal, backs into a straight with a front door heart draw.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
And Barry showed him.
Okay, if I tell the young lady,
Nick folded.
What's the over-under that Barry tells Bryan, I'm never playing on the show if other countries?
Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty solid.
What's the over and under? Yeah.
Is the over/under on how many minutes until he says that? Or
Again, we are going to be going for 5 hours tonight. We're already through the first hour.
why we're saying is, I think the over
10-20 with a $20 big blind ante here. And of course, tomorrow we're going to be playing the big game, 50-100. No limit hold'em. Antonio Esfandiari, Andy Stacks. Nick is going to be in the game. Probably hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table here. As Patrick is the opener here over a few limps with Queen 8 suited.
I'm going to go on a limb. When I say that, I mean I'm not going on a limb at all. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that tomorrow's 5100 game will end up being much, much larger than that.
Yep. Case queen here on the flop, so we get 3 top pairs here, Dave. Queen 10, 6 with a couple spades. Queen jack, queen 5, and queen 8. And Patrick's the pre-flop raiser, so he just sort of bets pretty large multi-way, and he's going to get called by both of the other queens. Now, Mike has the best of it here with queen jack. Third spade here might kill some of the action.
Yeah, Mike has the jack of spades in his hand, so not only does he have the best hand, but he's got the best draw as well.
And the river's a jack.
Didn't need it, but he hits it.
Well, it's interesting, yeah. I was going to say, it doesn't surprise me that queen jack checks here because you're always sort of scared that somebody might have ace king, but Patrick's going to have enough showdown value to check this back, and queen jack will win it. 1740 there for Patrick.
The lady was a tramp. She was all over there. Everybody's hand.
Oh, the lady. The queen lady.
The queen lady. Put herself out there.
Again, I can't wait to get back and fire up Hustler Casino Live on my smart TV. This is the clearest picture. I mean, I know you've done.
I watched it last night. I watched a little bit last night. I was home.
How does it compare to
I was making pizza in my in our brand new pizza oven.
Yeah, you have.
And I was going back and forth between the women's Swiss volleyball team.
I did see some of the volleyball. I saw the U.S. and the Dominican Republic.
The women's Swiss volleyball team is excellent. I mean, they are really top-notch volleyballers. I'm very impressed with the way they play the game. So I was watching them. I was cooking some pizza, and I was watching a little bit of poker last night. Our good friend Aaron Queskin on the show last night. So yeah, it's great. I watched it on a 55-inch screen. I don't have a 67 like you. I'm a little bit, don't have the big one.
Well, how about Barry Woods here? Now, this is, again, a 3-bet pot here. Raised by Barry, 3-bet button. Is really wrong. Calls in between. So, and Ronnie has flopped top pair as the 3-better, but Barry has top 2. And Barry's going to lead into the 3-better. That is something that we've seen all 3 nights, which I would say is somewhat non-standard nowadays.
Do we hate it, though? Because, I mean, I feel like this is actually going to get checked through a lot.
Well, not if the guy has ace-king or king-jack.
I understand that, but what happens when he has queens and jacks?
Yeah, but you're not going to get that much value from that anyways. I would tend to go for a check raise here in a spot like this. Ron is not going to call. He doesn't have a diamond with a gut shot with his ace-queen. So king-jack here against king-10.
7 on the turn. Barry's still in the lead. Pot is 1930. And keep in mind, we just saw, and these players at the table just saw, Barry bluff, overvalue his hand with Jack 10, and you wonder, does Ronnie think Barry's doing that again?
Well, this is obviously a card that changes a little bit here because of the fact that Jack 9 gets there, but Ronnie now picks up the gut shot.
Does not hit the gut shot.
Very easy value bet here for Barry.
I mean, I love the fact that all the draws missed. I mean, the queen-jack draw missed. The diamonds missed. You mentioned the Jack 9 draw hit, but the rest of them missed. And he bets 2,500 into 41.
Half the size of the pot, maybe, something like that. Just over. There's just no way, if I'm Ronnie, I'm ever folding. I would have played the hand the exact same way. If I 3-bet with king-jack and a guy sort of leads, when diamonds bust out.
Right, if you flop a set here or you flop 2 pair, then congratulations.
His hand is the same as ace-king or king-queen because Barry he's not betting king-queen like this, so it really doesn't make any difference. You'd play ace-king the same way.
Yeah, and
a flat and a flat.
I imagine Ronnie will think this through and with missed diamonds and queen-jack missing, he folds.
What?
Yeah, that's a very disciplined fold.
What? Wow. Wow, that is something that I would never have made that fold. Ronnie's better than I am. Again, there's really no difference between ace-king there and having king-jack. What I was going to say about Barry's hand is that the turn is not the biggest blank. Once in a great while, if Barry had, say, bet the flop, and the pre-flop 3-better flats, and he gets like a blank turn, he can actually sometimes check raise the turn because the pre-flop 3-better had a guy behind him, so when he calls, he usually is going to be something strong. But that is, I was definitely not expecting that.
Yeah, they tied like 3 people for silver.
Yeah, he probably had 2 pairs or set.
Yeah, betting. I mean, if you want to take it like an unconventional line, I think betting and then check raising turn would have really been sexy.
I don't think you'd want to do it on a 7 though. Maybe on a deuce.
You're almost over-repping your hand there because the Jack 9 got there.
Yeah, it's not the biggest. It's not the biggest break, and you might have some check throughs. Nut diamonds here, and oh, look at this. Bear Jew's got a combo draw with 7-4 diamonds, and Mike has ace jack of diamonds.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bear Jew, he doesn't know it, but his diamonds are no good. He needs a 5. That's not a diamond.
Gotta play the draw passively. It looked like he wanted to maybe raise.
Yeah. And Mike now with a pair of aces to go along.
And Barry just called with a backdoor with King 10 of hearts.
And he hits
the card. Oh, and he hits the backdoor.
I saw it coming. I could
hearts.
feel it.
And Mike makes ace jack for 2 pair. Barry has backed into the nuts. He didn't have diamonds. I mean, it made sense if he had King 10 of diamonds.
The board is Queen 6-3, 2
Multi-way.
diamonds, and he's in there multi-play King 10 and hits runner nuts. And I don't think Mike. Oh, it's a small enough raise. Mike's always calling this.
But he raises to 1,200. It's kind of bizarre. You'd think he's got King 10 of diamonds. It's the only thing that makes sense, right? Not King 10 of hearts. He's going to get called.
You did float with King 10.
So Barry's on a little bit of a tear now.
He is in fuego. Woodsy is in fuego.
5,000 behind for Iron.
Wow.
I'm adding 2K. Okay, 2,000 behind for Nick.
But he adding 2 of them.
I figured calling the turn if you got the straight draw there. Really? You pick up equity and
put
fold?
you on a queen. You had the ace, but you had nothing also.
I mean, if I were to, if I thought someone was going to win the hand, it was going to be Mike, or there was going to be a big pop between Mike and Eldar. Maybe Eldar hits a straight. I didn't know King 10 with the backdoor was going to be the winner of that hand.
Well, that's what you're going to see here.
Oh, wow.
The unexpected at Hustler Casino Live.
You can't have it both ways like easy like it's true.
I'm talking to somebody other than you.
If you mention my name, it's open game. That's all I'm trying to do.
I know what the caption on this episode's going to be.
Barry versus Dick.
Yeah. The battle.
Raise 200.
So you think?
Jews are at it again.
Oh, wow, look at this. Ron going to 3-bet the ace-9 of hearts here. Not a bad 3-bet. It's just, we've been seeing him flat quite a bit, and I think I heard a 5K buy-in right before this hand too, Dave, in my ear, so.
I am holding my stuff back, guys. You have to appreciate that.
I'm going to c-bet here for 140.
I think it is. You just wanted to check, right? You do a little integrity check. Oh no, I knew you would turn it back. Yeah.
Jack of spades in the turn. See if Israeli Ron continues firing, and he does, and the second bet might get through.
I don't think I did. I did. No.
Well, when you have 7s and then a card comes that, traditionally would give your opponent even additional equity like ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen, sometimes you just let it go, and now I'm definitely calling with 7s. I think that's a very good non-bluff there by Ron. I don't know if he was thinking through it or he just gave up, but I think a lot of people continue to run a bluff that they were planning on running, and without sort of respect for that card, which is top pair. Because if you bet this river as a triple, you're basically saying, I have a 10 or I have a full house. And if you have a 10, would you continue to bet the turn on an overcard? So, if I was Ronnie and somebody bet on the river, I'm calling with 7s for the most part.
Right, if you get there.
And especially that's where I think one of the biggest sort of live tells comes from. I know you're a big live tells guy, but for me, it's bet pacing. If I see the pre-flop raiser just fire the river without any thought on a river like that, it's usually a bluff because they think about a 10, they think about a boat.
Yeah, if you're paying attention to all these things, pacing, sizing, you can pick up a lot of stuff, especially obviously in live poker.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just looking, wondering why.
Let me ask you this, Bart. If the hand, if there's an ace-10 there,
was just taking a minute. I was just taking a few seconds.
If you had ace-10,
that, you know,
and you bet the flop, and the turn is just a random jack, non-suited jack, why wouldn't you value bet again? I know a lot of players do check it back when the overcard comes, but, I mean, the board is 10, 6, 5, 2 diamonds. What about the jacks making me stop value betting?
Well, it was a 3-bet pot. More on that. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second as Ronnie flops a flush draw and he gets checked around. Let's see if he stabs at it here on the turn with his king 9 of hearts.
And he does make a stab, 100.
let me show you what I'm holding.
Oh, this is just a small little pot.
Yeah. In a 3-bet pot, I might bet again, possibly, you know, kind of on the smaller side. But I think telling the whole story, what you'll see when somebody runs a triple barrel is they will continue to bet the river with sort of the same pacing as if the river was just a blank. Like, it's almost like they don't even notice that the 10 comes.
I mean, the river, I 100% agree with you. I just wasn't sure the turn, if I'm slowing down when a random overcard comes off, that doesn't really, you know, make a ton of sense.
Well, Barry's got ace-king now.
I'm out. I had a nice suited ace, but he's got 3 aces.
Raise it up to 100, so seeing a little bit of a higher open size now, which is going to be great because it's going to lead towards bigger pots, right? And now we're going to see multiple callers here. 5, 6 of spades, ace-jack off, pocket 8s.
Yeah, a lot of playable hands here. We're going to see the flop 5 ways.
Like even higher. It's insane.
Okay.
But it was
Jack 8, 7, rainbow.
Honestly, no, you did. Okay. The
Set of 8s here for Bear Jew. Top pair for Mike.
Bottom end of an open-end straight draw with 5, 6 of spades for Ronnie. And Ron
is really
also
Ron
top.
Yeah, ace-jack there. So
like at some point you're like
one of the 2 remaining jacks hits the flop.
Bear Jew's going to slow play it just to call. That's going to bring Mike in here.
With that casting crew, it was like it did nothing for you except make a really
And 5, 6 of spades folds? Well, I mean, I guess the 9 brings a 1-liner to a 10. So, I mean, he has backdoor spades, but he's getting a really good price there. And he would have hit the straight, and he would have had a flush draw. Even if a 9 were to bring a 10 straight, and I'm getting 4, 5 to 1, I think I peel there. It gets checked through. The river's a 10, and Mike is going to win. How does Mike win with Queen Jack on a Jack 8, 7 flop?
The real strategy was to try to limp as much as you could.
Yeah, this is again another spot where we saw it with the king 10 just a couple of hands ago. Out of nowhere, you see a hand win, and look at Bear Jew.
Oh man.
You were literally leaking away if you're usually a raiser, right? You know, or you're. So we just kept playing the regular way, but I knew that.
Anybody speak Hebrew out there?
I do, but I can't repeat what he just said.
Do you really?
Of course.
If you're before the button or on the button, and it came.
Don't you have to learn Hebrew for like a bar mitzvah?
Yeah, but that just means you memorize you memorize 4 paragraphs, then you recite them, so you can get a lot of presents.
In that game to see a flop. That's all I'm saying. I understand. And a lot of people may not agree with that, but that's the truth.
I don't think it's irrational.
Yeah, it just the raises did nothing.
Created bigger pots.
Just had big pots. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Didn't do a lot for you, raising.
Yeah.
Raiser.
Yeah.
If we can hear the players talking, we'll do our best to lay out.
First person calls, call.
Exactly.
That, of course, is Nick Vertucci.
Yeah, it's like the online game.
He and Ryan Feldman kind of birthed this project.
Yeah, that's how it was. Everyone was raising 300 in Tuesday's game, and then you got 3 or 4 callers.
Yeah, Tuesday's game was amazing. Wow, and Julie here is going to play a squeeze here from the cutoff. I like it. She's like the only one that's playing sort of kind of newer school 3-betting, you know, the right types of hands.
How about 4-betting?
Overlaying, yeah, cold 4-bet, wow. Well, the only thing I would say here is that Bear Jew doesn't do a bunch of 3-betting, but it works.
Okay, from a live perspective, this is just a live poker player's view, and I'm wondering if Julie picked up on this. The last hand, Bear Jew flopped a set of 8s and was visibly miffed.
Yeah, a little bit of mini tilt.
The next hand, he 3-bets, and I'm wondering if Julie picked up on that and decided to attack that.
It would not surprise me. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it would not surprise me if Julie might have gotten some professional poker coaching, and I'm not saying that her game was weak before, but some of the things that I see from her, I'm impressed. Some of the post-flop sizing, she seems to be playing probably the best pre-flop.
I'll come out and say it. Julie and I have been working together. We've been working together for the last 9 months. She's a great student. I love it. Okay? I've never had a more intuitive, harder working student than Julie.
Oh, Barry Woods here with a couple Cowboys. Fortunately for him, it wasn't raised in front, limped in front, but he's going to make it 150.
Get out of here, Limper.
Can you bring me 4 white and 1
calls them
green?
jumpers because he didn't know it was called limpers.
Yeah.
He got confused. Somebody was hiding in the weeds.
So JT here is going to limp re-raise. Wow.
GT, yeah.
GT is going to limp re-raise here.
GT.
This is what is this? The first time we've with 9-5 of hearts.
Okay.
Wow, that is crazy. Now, how is Barry going to call here? I mean, what is he going to do? Excuse me. Is he going to just call? Is he going to put in? I mean, limp re-raise. He's going to get it heads up. Wow.
2150.
They are about 450 big blinds deep. So there's a 4-bet from Barry.
But you get to save time. Time saver. Just do the eyes. You're good.
They just got to keep it on.
I mean, GT hasn't played many hands.
What is he? And then just decides to limp re-raise with 9-5 of hearts. It's just kind of bizarre. Yeah, this is the first
Maybe
time
it's
we've
his
seen
hand.
it.
They took a hit Revlon, right?
And lipsticks, yeah, their prices are down.
But that's because he buys such the expensive lipstick.
That is, yeah.
Is he thinking about calling?
He's going to call.
With 9-5 of hearts?
Yeah. Look at him. Hand folding. This is like this is his favorite hand. You can tell.
On my credit cards, I got.
He makes the call.
Oh my God, yeah.
Pot's $4,530. Kings versus 9-5. If Barry loses this hand, he's gonna get very upset. Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Are you kidding? Well, now he probably should win the hand.
Oh my
There's
God.
an ace out there. He's got a gut shot straight flush draw. Are you kidding?
A combo draw here with 9-5 of hearts on ace 6-7 with 2 hearts.
Yes, it is. An open accepting.
I mean, if you're Woods, you've got to be sick, right? Like, are you kidding me?
The only thing that I would say though is that you've got 2 of the kings. A lot of common limp re-raising hands would be like ace king. So if he's betting here, is he representing 3 aces, and would he bet that large, and wouldn't he put in the extra bet? There's a lot of things going on here in this hand if I have 2 kings in terms of the composition of my hand. 3,200. I mean, he's basically committed himself, right? If he has something, if it was just a pure bluff. And it might be one of these things for Barry where if he thinks he has the best hand here, as crazy as it looks, the play might be just an all-in or fold. Because the pot's going to be like 11,000. The guy only has 4,000 left. So it's probably pretty close.
The only rabbit hole I went down was I needed a refresher on what the cis part in front of it.
Because if Barry calls, it looks like he's strong. So it's actually a lot closer. People are like, oh my God, Barry's check raising all in with kings here. But
I think he's putting me all in, and I'm all in.
Oh, there it is.
That's not good.
Well, there you have it. So 9-5 of hearts versus kings.
It's about a flip.
What?
Oh yeah, I mean, any 8, any heart. Yep. Barry doesn't even block hearts.
Yep.
Once is good.
So an 8 or a heart.
They're deciding
how to call. I'm probably behind.
Not behind.
You want, I'm saying.
Do it twice.
Okay.
All right,
they're gonna run it twice.
Yep.
One card I didn't want to see.
Another ace. You got to like that if you're Barry. Oh, an 80 hits
there's
it.
The 8.
And the second time he's open-ended here, does not hit the second one. They're going to chop this up.
Yep.
It's a good hand.
Wait, what?
When that next
Whoa!
And then he said, "Jeez."
Oh, he didn't realize he had the straight.
I thought for sure when he raised and when he called, but I couldn't fold.
Wow, he just mucked half the pot. He just mucked half the pot. The first run, he made a straight. He made a straight on the first run.
Let's hear him.
To me, if she couldn't beat me, she was gonna fall. So there was
You
no
can see
value
the
in it.
8. You can see the 8 on the top there, Dave. He made a straight.
Yeah,
with
no
9-5 of
doubt.
hearts.
I just want to
Yeah.
see if he.
If she had ace
For what I
king,
had, maybe I should show my cards.
I think that's absolutely.
I had 5-9 hearts.
Oh, he just said
So
he
that's
just.
a dream fucking flop for me. I had to go for it.
Wait a minute, he doesn't realize it.
Yeah.
He just said he had 9-5 of hearts. He still doesn't know he has a straight.
When he said he had kings, I said, well, you got an outside shot. He has hearts.
Yeah.
And then the ace came, and I thought it was a lot better than
yeah.
Yeah.
No, come on.
Is anybody gonna point it out to him,
I
or
didn't put him at too much strength because he limped.
probably no one? Dave might not even
I
know.
had no business calling that with
it's
5-9 hearts,
possible
but I
you can
just.
limp with
But he really had 9-5 of hearts. He just said it. You know how it is, Dave? Like if you're at the table, you might not put that together because it's such a weird draw.
See the
There's no
ace
ace.
on the flop.
No one knows at the table.
I'm sitting here with my mouth just open.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like you might not have seen that on the
of course,
table.
obviously. Well, I mean, I'm going to because I'm gonna. If there's a $19,000 pot, I'm gonna make sure. But
Or you just
yes.
say, or you just might be like, the guy's lying. I'm not gonna call him out on it.
How much is that?
Oh, I had 9-5 of hearts, and then you say to yourself, oh, that would have been a straight. So you're not gonna say that.
No, I wouldn't say it to him now.
Right.
Turn, he would have folded.
No, what I mean is that
I wonder if he ever realizes this, or maybe he watches this show later tomorrow, or then sees it and just loses his mind.
Yeah.
take a look at a chip count.
For what it's worth, by the way, this is a production. We are not part of the game. If he mucked his cards, it's over. That's it. There's no recourse for it. He doesn't get his money back.
What is this?
Well, he never revealed his cards.
Right.
Oh.
I mean, we can't intervene, as I'm saying, as a production.
Well, I mean, I don't know what they're, if there's instant replay if someone tables their hand and something happens, but he never tabled his hand.
If you like it, you'll do it twice.
The point that I'm making, Dave, is that if I was at the table and he said 9-5 of hearts,
oh, I wouldn't say anything.
But what I'm saying is, the most logical thing that I would think is he's lying about his hand because that's a straight.
100%.
So I would not say it.
Take your time and relax.
So maybe someone says, maybe Nick knows, oh, that's a straight, but I'm not going to say, what are you lying about your hand? No, the guy mucked half the pot. For real, we saw it.
And by the way, he mucked. We're not talking like half of like a $1,500 pot.
That was 10K pot. 10K he mucked.
He mucked $10,000.
Yep.
I mean, that's only that's worse than when you just bought into the wrong tournament and just threw away $5K at the World Series many years ago.
I was like, why is there a board? We didn't. Oh, okay. It's a bomb pot.
Wow.
Bomb pot here.
Yeah, bomb pot.
And it looks like it's 100. So on Tuesday we played. Did we play 100 or
still
50?
100? Yeah.
Was it still 100? Okay. So 900 here. Again, everybody gets a hand here. So this is a single board bomb pot.
Yeah, I can't see Israeli Ron or Bears cards, but we see a couple of players have sevens. Patrick and Julie both with 10-7.
As soon as someone bets, he folds.
Israeli Ron with ace-3.
No, that's what's to be funny. No, funnier if he has sevens.
I'm assuming Bear Jew is out already since Israeli Ron just showed him his cards. Ronnie, by the way, bets the 8-5, so he bets a gut shot here. And don't know what Barry has. Barry's folding. I've seen that face before.
Yeah. Well, what a gift for Barry. He got gifted 10K because the guy mucked the best hand.
I need a minute to think.
Didn't Phil Ivey do that, though, too?
I mean, listen, if you
no,
play
I mean,
poker,
like recently.
I don't. Probably. I don't know.
In a cash game.
I mean, if you've played poker long enough, we've all mucked the best hand, haven't we?
520. I just want a big hand. Do I want to?
I mean, here's the interesting thing about that. We can try to get into some human psychology. Is I wonder if he just thought he had a flush draw. Maybe he didn't even see that he had the combo draw. Because I would have been definitely.
No, he said it though. He even said, he goes, "Oh, it was such a huge flop for my hand. I had 9-5."
For you, just because I feel enough.
But then somehow between the wow, this is such a monster flop for my hand, there was a disconnect between looking for the heart, sweating a heart, and then
pairing the ace on the turn.
Yeah.
Like that, yeah.
Only me.
Okay. 520.
Well, Barry's going to call.
I'm wrong. Barry calls.
I mean, very likely that he has some sort of high hard here. I don't think he's got trip nines.
I got too many chips. Something I'm not used to having.
Big smile on Barry's face. Another 9 out there. So if you're Ronnie, by the way, both sevens. Both players with the sevens folded. Ronnie has nothing. Ronnie has 8 high.
Last card in the world.
This is a very, very interesting spot here, too. Now, we never know what Barry has, but I find it very, very interesting because... Oh, he's got a straight draw. Yeah, he's got an 8-6 for a straight draw. Yeah.
Exactly.
The only hand that Ronnie has there for value, especially because this is a bomb pot, Dave, and he's in basically the big blind and the flop got checked around, is a 9. That's it. He's not betting a 7 on the turn and continuing with the 7 at the end. He's just not betting a 7 in the turn into 7 random hands. He only has a 9 there for value. That is extreme polarization. Barry can't call it.
So if you had the ace or the king of hearts,
I would call.
and you'd call the turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I would call.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Bart Hansen, of course, here all week. He flew in from Austin, Texas. The lead pro and founder of CrushLivePoker.com has been crushing poker literally for the last 15 years.
Can straddle be any amount?
Here offering his analysis and his insight.
Oh, in the box, sorry.
Can be any amount.
That was funny. They brought pizza out to the table, and then I think they got food back here in the booth, and I just smelled that. I was like, is that smell-o-vision?
Doesn't smell as good as my pizza, but it smells good.
That's funny.
I might open a pizza store.
Yeah, your pizza oven was quite impressive. What you built out in the backyard.
Raise 300. Your other check, please. Thank you so much. Sorry.
You're blind? You want me to look through?
That was such an insane spot. I mean, GT, who's played almost no hands the entire day, just decides, I'm going to go berserk with 9-5 hearts. Flops a straight flush draw against kings, gets it in.
Gets there,
and then folds.
Misreads his hand and folds.
Misreads his hand and folds. I mean, everything about that was just absolutely bizarre. I mean, the only good thing is, he does not know that he threw away $9,500. That's the only good thing about this right now. He doesn't know right now that he actually folded the winner.
Which might be a good thing.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
For his play.
I mean, if you were sitting there and you knew you actually mucked the winner, I'd have to leave.
Yeah, you'd have to walk it off. And again, it's like...
I mean, I don't get tilted very easily, but I think I'd actually have to leave.
And there's other good things. There's other good things going on for him in this right now, which is... Probably no one else even noticed it because it's such a weird hand with the 8. Like, you're not really, if you were just a bystander, 9-5 of hearts and the 8. And if someone were actually savvy enough to notice it, you just think he's lying and you're not going to call him out on it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, he also 3-bet and then called a 4-bet.
Right.
9, everybody at the table is like, yeah, sure, dude, okay.
Right. That's amazing.
Julia's been really impressive today. You mentioned earlier how you think that she's really worked on her game. It's obvious. And I've been very impressed with her game. Patrick on the cutoff with ace-queen. He's going to raise to 110. Ronnie on the button with ace-king. 3-bets to 440.
Thank you so much.
I mean, no-brainer 3-bet here. Late position versus late position.
You like the sizing?
Yeah, I mean, he's going 4x here. You can sometimes go even a little bit on the smaller side in position, but it's fine. I mean, that's basically like a pot size raise.
Jack, deuce, deuce. Pretty dry board out there, obviously. Ace-king still in the lead.
Yeah, this is a newer school sort of thought here in No Limit. There are boards where you just basically bet 100 in a certain configuration, but take it for small sizing. Like, you could probably bet 100% of all hands for 1/3 sizing.
I was going to say like 310 here, 350.
Well, not 600. Because once you start to raise it to 600, then you're supposed to, if you were to say, I'm going to bet 600 or check, there's going to be a bunch of checks. But you could bet 300 with all of your hands.
Well, when you bet 300, you actually can get value from worse.
You get value from worse, and usually what ends up happening is it allows you to realize your equity if you are actually behind. Like, if you run it out a million times, and I've seen it actually proven mathematically, like even if you have a hand like 6s or 7s, betting very small there will actually show an overall return sort of as a combination protection bet / value, or with ace-king helping you realize, sometimes getting called by the worst hand with ace-queen. Because if he bets 300, I think he gets called there by ace-queen, right?
Yeah. I had ace-king 4 times now, and he hit one of them.
I had ace-queen today. I almost called.
Hustler Casino Live, Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific Time. Bart Hanson, David Tuckman here today. Bart will be back tomorrow, and tomorrow is quite the show. It'll be our big game, which is what Fridays are made for, big games. And our very first big game will be headlined by Antonio Esfandiari. So make sure you join us tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific Time. Bart Hanson will be on the call. Antonio, Andy Stack, all at the table. Nick Vertucci, of course, there as well.
200?
Well, GT did fold away 10 grand, but like we keep saying, if there's anything to take away from that, it's that he doesn't know. That he doesn't know that he's folded away 10 grand.
I have folded a couple of winners in my life. Once in a PLO game when I was getting a massage.
I'm about ready to take a break.
Another time where I had a flush draw, and it was like a backdoor weird wheel. And I had the ace-high flush draw, and I just didn't see the wheel. So, but I remember both times, and they still make me sick.
I played some. It's happened to me once or twice where when I'm playing Limit Omaha 8, which I play at the high stakes, like 100, 200, I'll think that I've flopped a set, but it's the wrong pair that I have in my hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, maybe one of the pairs comes out on the board or something, and I never look back, which I try to always look back now, you know, with 4 cards. And I play the hand like I have a set, and then, oh, full house. No, you don't, buddy. That's not the pair you have.
So you do it the other way. You don't fold the winners. You play your hand like you have the winner.
Right.
Which might work out well for you. How about another straight flush draw here? 9-8 of clubs for Ronnie.
Yep.
Gonna get a little action from Julie, you imagine, with top pair.
Yeah, this is a little bit wide here in the big blind. I'm probably not going to defend with queen 6 off, even getting 3 to 4 to 1, especially even multi-way. Those are the ones that I'm going to fold. Although she does have it, and there's the straight, the 8-9.
I think heads up, I'm going to be calling with that hand, especially from a late position open.
No, to 4x. First of all, it wasn't heads up either. There was somebody in between.
No, that's what I said. Multi-way, no. I mean, I'm saying heads up, I'm more apt to call. But
I mean, like if the raise is to like 2x, like in tournaments.
Yeah, I guess, when you're going 4x, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
She's a non-believer here. She's going to continue to call. I mean, she still has top pair. And I wonder if, she can just check fold at the end if it's a brick. If he goes for 3, there's a brick.
Yeah, not much she can beat now. I mean, she can beat clubs, obviously, but all the 2-pair combinations, straights.
Ace-king.
He's giving her a little bit less than 3 to 1 to make this call.
And he's betting 9 into 16, which is just about half the size of the pot. So if you look at it from a minimum defense frequency, he only needs to be good on a bluff 33% of the time, which means that she needs to defend with 66% of the hands that she gets here with. That's the theory. I don't know if queen 6 is in that, though. She might have some 2 pairs. She might have some sets. It could be. And that might go out the window in a game like this, and she is going to call down. So you look at pot odds on the river. She's getting 3 to 1, and then you look at minimum defense frequency, which is how often do I have to call so that my opponent's bluff is not profitable?
That's why I'm Charlie 2 times, yeah.
Automatically profitable, right?
Right.
The Pope of Greenwich Village.
And that, of course, is one of the issues when you call out of the big blind with a hand like queen 6.
Big-time horse racing guy.
Flop top pair, and then before you know it, you paid off 3 streets of value.
So I was up in New York and hanging around him, and I just loved it. Babe, hey, babe. And everybody called him babe. So pretty soon I realized, what the fuck, I can't be calling him. He's the babe. What am I doing? So I got Charlie. Everybody. So the next day I started calling everybody Charlie, and everybody fucking loved it. Everybody was like, they look at me like, oh. And then sometimes somebody would say, oh, hey, Butch. Like a different name to me. So it's just for conversation. But it come from the Pope of Greenwich Village.
Yeah. Great movie.
I like that guy. He's got a good vibe.
He's got quite the voice, too.
Yeah.
Little Marlboro Man going on.
Yeah. Hey, Charlie. Look at endearment, you know.
I've never seen this guy before. I don't know where he can. I mean, Ryan's got access to all kinds of. I don't know if he's out of towner or what.
I'll like fucking next week. I'll be like fucking fighting to try to remember Patrick, and then I'll look at it and I can't get it.
Ron's gonna bet here with King Jack.
Hey, Charlie.
Probably will take it, get it through here.
So the poker game last night, my game, everybody walks in. Hey, Charlie. I said, what's up, Charlie? The dealer looked like.
Yeah. The dealer's name is Charlie.
Is every partner in here Charlie?
It works.
Yeah.
No, I remember you because you're in the horse races. I live by Santa Anita Racetrack.
Yeah.
Oh, your big line.
Again, we're playing 10-20 with a $20 ante in the big blind, which is, for playing 9-handed, is equivalent to about, what, $2, $2.50.
A Sunday or Saturday out there, you know?
Which is not really all that big of an ante, because when you think of a large ante, I think you think of, what do they do in tournaments? 100, 200 with a 25 ante, right, would be the most.
And then it's a fun gamble. You can get lucky and make a score, you know?
The opening sizing has gone up.
Free raise, 300.
Yeah, sure. You said we always open 100.
A more standard ante structure would be 10-20 with a 50 ante, where it's like the ante is, say, 1/5 the big blind. I'm sure they'll get the stuff ironed out as we go along. Raise it up here by Barry. Ace-9 of diamonds from under the gun.
Yeah, but Israeli Ron's got kings.
And someone's 3-bet in front here, so it's over to Ron facing a 3-bet in front of him. And he just called.
He just called.
Wow, just called. And lets in some other people here, too.
Yep, 7-5, deuce, 2 spades out there. He's, for now, he has averted disaster. His kings are still very much in the lead.
Mike and Nick both flat called in between with 3-bets, so Ron just called with kings in. Wow, Patrick is leading out here for 900 into 4 people. I mean, he's got some backdoors, but now all of a sudden, you know, there's just going to be maybe a pot size, just over a pot size bet left. Oh, what a terrible card for Ron if this guy keeps firing. If he keeps firing here, Dave, I don't know. We saw Ron make an incorrect fold before, so.
Where'd you go, man?
Oh, he's going to check. Maybe he'll do a delayed double barrel. This goes check, check. And I had 10-8. I would bluff the river, but let's see what Ron does.
The question I have is, I mean, how many aces does Patrick have in his range? I mean, is he really betting into 4 opponents on a 7-5 deuce 2-spade board with, like, ace-queen, ace-king?
He did it with 10-8.
I mean, I'd rather 10-8 though there. I mean,
I just think that maybe Ron gets a little lucky that this guy didn't barrel the turn.
Oh, for sure.
Because the thing is that if I am going to start a C-bet into like 4 people, because I have such a tight range pre-flop, because I 3-bet from under the gun +1, I'm going to continue on that card. I'm going to continue bluffing on that card.
Without a doubt, but I don't think you're betting the flop, are you?
Probably not 5 people, but if I did, you know what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Ron escapes and wins the, in essence, the maximum.
Yeah, he bet pretty large at the turn there, 2,500. Took it down.
That is an escape.
Can you bring the roller, please? You know, the cleanup.
Hustler Casino Live, Bart Hansen, David Tuckman here, calling the action. Bart will be solo tomorrow for our big game with Antonio Esfandiari. Make sure you join us 5 p.m. Pacific time. Then, of course, we'll take the weekend off, but we're back at it on Monday.
Yeah, you can break
Monday through Friday here at Hustler Casino. 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. All the shows available for free, never a paywall, on our YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe, hit that like button.
Barry, you want to call 100 or fold?
I'm calling, motherfucker.
All right.
I don't fold queens.
Yeah.
3 ways.
Check.
Bear Jew with 7-3. He loves his suited cards.
Now do that.
We buy him for tender?
Stefan Halber says, Tuck, you playing in the game tomorrow? Is that why you won't be commentating? No, and no.
I didn't even,
That's a bit rich for my blood.
Clearly.
Wow,
50, 100, 200.
Barry's got some $20 chips. That is not a common chip. I don't even know where those came from, but we've got all the chips represented now because now we've got 10s and 20s. The 20s are blacks. Dave.
What do you want?
I think the only thing that we haven't seen are 50s, which we'll probably see tomorrow night if they're playing 50 and 100. We'll definitely see them tomorrow night. Which I think might be pink or something.
Okay, take the rest.
I don't know why you'd have 20s in a 10-20 game, though. It doesn't make a ton of sense. Although I guess they do that in Vegas, but I was never a fan of it.
I got you, relax.
Usually, like, you're going to have the chip that's the small blind, right? Because you don't need the...
Yeah, it seems like we have more chips. It seems like a lot of casinos have more chips than they probably need.
Yeah.
You know?
I agree.
I don't need a 10, a 20, and a 25.
Who did?
I can get rid of 50s, too. 50s, yeah, okay, whatever.
Well, if you're playing 50 100, you need a 50, right?
Give me 25s and 100s.
Oh, yeah, I guess 25s would do, too.
I think less chips is better.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess 25s would do it.
Ace 5-4. Nobody with an ace. Mike with a gut shot, backdoor spades. Israeli Ron with the best of it right now with 8s. He's going to bet 100. Mike calls. Barry lets the 7s go.
The guard.
Turn is an 8. It is also a spade here, so Mike picks up a flush draw to go along with his gut shot. Israeli Ron now with a set of 8s on the turn. Pot is 700. Mike bets 300.
There's the raise.
Israeli Ron raises to 1,000.
Yep.
And if you're Mike now, you've got to be aware that 6-7 got there. Maybe my deuce is no good, but obviously the spades are good in all likelihood.
Yeah, he's getting about 2.5 to 1 here. 2.5 to 1. And by the way, if a deuce comes and my opponent checks, he's not really going to have a whole lot of 6-7. So sometimes the deuce is good.
Yeah, Israeli Ron could have 2 pair here.
Or set. You know, slow playing a set. Also, you might even be able to bluff a 6 if he checks as well. If he, checks at the end and a 6 comes, which is 1 line to a 7. So it's 2,400 at the end.
Well, there's a 7, so can he bluff that one?
Right, a 6 or a 7. Yep, check. Let's see if he goes for it here.
I mean, the deuce got him there. The spade would get him there. But can he bluff a 6, or in this case, the 7 of clubs?
I'm doing good.
Now, this might be one where he might be taking too much time with it now.
It's always hard when you're checks it. It's always hard when you're commentating because we know obviously what he has. We also know what he's thinking. And you're sitting at the table, and sometimes you can't piece that together. But when you're in the booth and you can see the cards, it's just so obvious. Like, it's so obvious. And you guys tell me at home in the chat, I want to hear. It's obvious, right, that it's like he's thinking, should I be bluffing here?
One of the things that, if it's close, like obviously we were talking through on the turn, it was close for Mike because of all that stuff going on. I would be trying to think, though, can I represent some cards here as well besides just hitting my hand? So I would have been ready for the 6 or the 7.
That's what I mean. You should be thinking. You're thinking that on the turn, though.
Right. It didn't seem like Mike was because he had trouble at the end. But moves over here to Barry. And then there are some guys that just aren't going to fold 2 pair set anyway, so you're just burning money if you bluff.
And that might have been the case in that spot.
Every time I've been on the button, you've raised.
Raise it up here by Nick. 6-3 of clubs. Barry here. Did he fold the 4-5 off? Yeah.
No, Mike, I tell you, if you're going to raise it up with 6-3, this is the kind of flop you want. Bottom 2 pair.
Yep.
Don't think he'll get any action, though.
Nope.
Quick muck.
Just reach for it.
Show is on a delay, about a 1-hour delay. So the players come out and play from 4 p.m. to about 9 p.m., sometimes a little later. And our show starts at 5 p.m. here at Hustler Casino Live.
Again, we're going to be giving away Hustler Casino Live merchandise.
Swag.
All you have to do is subscribe to the YouTube channel, and we will pick a winner at the end of the show from the list of subscribers. So we already had 2 winners. We had Corey Morgan last night, and who's the guy from the first night? LA Viewer or something like that? Jimmy Bluffett.
LA Poker guy.
No, it wasn't LA Poker guy.
No?
No.
Something LA something.
Yeah.
Something with LA and poker, and he was cool, though. I liked him.
Yeah.
I remember who you're talking about.
LA Shade or Shade LA or something like that.
Fried rice.
Regular or chicken fried or something?
Well, they have chicken or beef or shrimp.
So now they're talking, I mean, they eat pizza. We smell it. Now they're talking about fried rice. I'm getting hungry.
Fried shrimp are really good, but I'm obviously fried, but I'm just saying that's really good.
I will say that the food at Hustler Casino is really good. I used to play a lot here.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So
Supreme LA one. Yeah, no, Hustler's always been. I think it's been a consensus that Hustler has the best food of any casino in LA.
It's certainly up there. I mean, I think the food here is really good.
Again, we've got green chips, which are 1Ks, whites are 100s, browns are 10s. Those are the main chips we're using. Barry, for some reason, has blacks, which are 20s.
Barry likes to be different. Barry Woods, I would say, for the majority of his 60-odd years of life, has marched to the beat of his own drummer. And it has served him well. Very successful businessman, has a beautiful family.
Raised up here by Nick with the King-Queen offsuit.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you're looking for when you raise the King-Queen. 6'5", Julie with a gut shot.
That's not GTO approved. Pre-flop raise call. Ace-8 off in the small blind, but sometimes you're going to get that, you want to get that V-pip up there.
Listen, I didn't teach her that, okay?
So someone was talking about some limit poker.
Like I know the menu kind of. It's limited menu, but like
And if we would ever have, limit poker here on the stream.
I'd like to see that, maybe get something to eat.
Okay.
What's up, guys? It's Andy here. It's been a minute, but I'm back at the Hustler Casino, one of my old stomping grounds. Make sure to tune in this Friday at Hustler Casino Live on YouTube. We're going to play some high-stakes poker. See you guys there.
Andy Stacks.
Yeah, Andy. I thought Andy was actually about to tell us about limit poker. No, but Andy's telling us about tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, 5,100 no limit hold'em, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Antonio, Andy, Nick, and the rest of these high stakes players. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Bart will be on the call. I'll be watching from home. Super excited about that one, so make sure you check it out.
Yeah, an extra hour, too. We're going 6 hours. So tonight we're going 5, tomorrow we're going 6. But what I was saying about limit poker is like a flagship game of the Hustler is the 25-50 limit game, which is played with yellow chips, which I'm sure will be on the show at one point or another, I would think. But it is... because of the 5-10 chip structure, it's just got a ton of action because there's so many chips in the pot, Dave, in limit.
Yeah, people get excited when they see that many chips.
Yeah. Dave and I cut our teeth in limit poker, and now we would rather kill ourselves. Play, right?
In fairness, no, I still love limit poker.
You do? Really? You like limit
I just don't like limit hold'em.
Limit hold'em, excuse me. Limit hold'em, right?
I love limit poker.
Limit hold'em, limit hold'em.
I was considered first.
Why would I lie?
I thought you still used to play limit hold'em almost as far as up to, 10 years ago, because you'd play the Bellagio 80 game sometimes over the series, right? Or, yeah. Limit hold'em, I think, is more accurate here.
Probably even 8 years ago, really.
Raise it up here from Mike on the button. And a 3-bet here from Barry. Real small, though. From out of position, just a 3x, 100 to 300. You're out of position. I'm going to probably make it 4x. Both players miss.
Mike calls. No clubs out there for Mike. Barry's going to put a continuation bet out there, and Mike shows his cards, waves the white flag, and we continue on.
Yeah, that one's pretty close with ace-8 because you can turn a lot of backdoors, and Mike was saying if there's a club, I think you can definitely defend. I still might peel there, though, Dave, because it's button versus small blind, and I have ace-high, and I've got sort of backdoors. Like, maybe I fold, like, ace-9. Ace-8 is actually a little bit better than ace-9 there. But, yeah, he was trying to find the club, and he couldn't find it. By the way, limit hold'em just gets thrown out of all these. I mean, you never even hear a limit hold'em in any of these mixed games anymore either. It's just sort of the redheaded stepchild, right?
They can help you. There's security standing right there.
I know, I just have to.
You later?
No.
Oh,
I'm gonna, no, not yet.
Vertucci picks up
I'm gonna
aces.
combine everything into one outing.
Yeah, I can actually tell you that during quarantine, I was playing a 21 game mix online, and limit hold'em was not part of it.
Right.
21 games we played, and limit hold'em wasn't one of the 21 games.
Call that the kitchen sink. Wow, look at this. Nick's going to give him some action here. So I think Vertucci limp re-raised here. I think he might have limp re-raised here, Dave. And Nick defended, and Nick's got the ace of diamonds here. Is that going to be sort of enough for him to continue? And Vertucci just barrels out for 1,400. I'm fairly certain this was a limp raise.
Looks like he's going to raise it, and
calls. And
did he call? I thought he raised. Okay, so just a call.
Oh, what a great card. Well, Vertucci just going to jam it all in. Now it's very easy fold here for Nick, and I think Vertucci's
American Airlines.
maybe trying to get him to call off with another pair. One of the things I've seen, though,
I'm claiming to have aces.
across all of the nights, Dave,
You identify as aces.
I identify that hand as aces. I don't know beyond that.
not only the sort of passive pre-flop play, but for some reason people just don't like to get a ton of value post-flop. They're blowing the opponents out of the water a lot. And we saw that with Nick on Tuesday, if you remember that. Was it the Queen-Jack hand? Or was it King-Jack? He had a straight, right?
Yeah.
He flopped a straight.
Pot got really big.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was almost like the mindset of, this pot is big enough, I'll just take it down now.
Which you'll see that, and rightly so, in a tournament sometimes, right? Where if you get sucked out,
Survival
you're
is
out.
so important.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is.
Yeah, and I think missing value bets and over betting in certain spots and not getting value because you've over bet the pot, they're probably equally as problematic. You know, if you're trying to be a profitable poker player.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Got a few big hands here. So a raise after a limp, a raise from Julie.
3-bet from Nick.
Yep. Pretty standard. I imagine Vertucci's going to let the Queen 10 off go. No?
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to let it go. Patrick's probably going to call, though, after Julie calls. So
Well,
we'll
no.
see this one three ways.
Well, Patrick cold called in the small blind, so we got another cold 3-bet call, right?
Yeah, and then Julie called as well. Queen 9-8. Pretty horrific flop for Nick's 3-bet.
Yeah, this one you just check back. Well, I would check back this one. Again, I mean, I'm trying, sometimes we can be jaded by the cards for sure. I'll fully admit that, but if you're going to be betting ace-king of hearts here, I think you might be bluffing a little bit too much in this specific spot.
Patrick makes the call. Julie folds the only spade.
Which is really good for Patrick because he's got a hammer lock on the hand now. Because if it got checked around on flop or he had folded, if it got checked around on flop, then, 5 of spades was live.
Yeah, the butterfly effect, it's always funny.
Yep.
How Patrick will likely win this hand, and if it goes to showdown, he will. And maybe if Nick doesn't bet, maybe the hand plays out differently. Obviously, we can see the run out here, and Patrick would have won it anyway. He checks.
Yeah, Nick is thinking through this one. Does he have enough showdown? Does he have any sliver of showdown value with ace-king, or is he going to run a bluff? And I guess the answer is he's going to bluff, which is really interesting because he's taking a bet-check-bet line here, which usually is not the most common line as a bluff. And you might play some pot control on a monotone board in 3-bet.
I was going to say, would you ever
aces?
play pocket kings or pocket aces this way? Would you ever bet one time when you get called, you kind of shut down a little bit and then go, well, if the guy's going to check me again, I'll go for value?
I mean, the most logical thing you're scared of here for Patrick with what you have in your hand is kings. You think, oh, this is kings. This makes sense with kings. Could it be kings with the king of spades? And the reason why is because there's less combos of aces and pocket queens, right? Because we have ace queen.
Wow, it's so close. So close. Except I think if it was as close, you wouldn't have bet.
No, Julie.
I will say though, Dave, that this is a credible line from Nick. I have seen him play kings like this before, but he's gonna get called.
You're good. Oh, you have a queen. Got it. Oh shit.
You have jacks, right?
No.
Okay.
No. But I didn't see the queen, so I thought I said you're good, and then you just made it like a hero
I have
call.
at least a queen if I'm calling. I don't know.
I think it was a nice bluff. I think it was a really good call. I mean, there's some times where
Raise the turn or something?
you can make a good.
I thought maybe you could have like called me with a 9 or a pair of 10s, and I had no choice but to bet because I could not win. So it was either concede or be a donkey.
I
don't think he was being a donkey. I mean,
he 3-bet. I just smooth called.
What do you think, Bart?
I was in the small blind.
That ace king of hearts.
No, I mean, I think, like I said, I've seen Nick actually take a line. Eldar's giving him the rib.
During the process.
That's it.
I've seen him take that line with kings.
I was a little surprised.
And I think I call with ace
I
queen
didn't
too.
have it, yeah.
I thought maybe you had jacks.
Norman Chad is in the chat.
Is that the real Norman Chad?
Yeah, no, trust me, nobody pretends to be Norman Chad.
I don't know if I bet.
Nobody wants to be Norman Chad except Norman Chad. I don't even think he wants to be Norman Chad.
Like, how much gets you to fold? And I'm gonna get punished. 2,500.
No, I don't even.
Bearju is linked in here with 10s from up front. Mike gonna raise it up with ace jack of clubs. Is Bearju gonna play a limp re-raise? There's a lot of dead money out there, Dave. 500 call. I mean,
Or nothing.
Yeah.
Or maybe kings.
red
you know,
10s here.
Doesn't matter. You win.
And now Ron comes in too, so there's 2150 in dead money here. With a hand that
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
a lot of people are raising, straight
Yeah,
raising
for sure.
plus 1.
I think if Bearju
When you
was
said to me, do you have
shallower,
kings? I'm like, holy shit.
he might just go with
he's got
it.
Queens. And then when you said, well, do you have jacks? I'm like, oh, he has a 9.
But he could just make it like 20.
He
He could make it 2,500 here.
He certainly
Those are
can.
the hands that can beat me.
Yeah,
and
no, I
can't
got
beat
it.
me.
I'm with you.
And the question is, does he? No, he just calls. He thought about it.
I checked Bryan because I
Yeah,
would do
like
it.
three bet jacks there.
That's what I thought. I thought, well, why is
So 2550 in there, 5 ways.
Barry, do you have
6,
any-
7, 8.
Do you care if I
500
take
blind?
5?
Tens are in the lead.
This way, I don't. So I know that's not. I know that's more than 5. Just making sure.
And there's a lot of
Got it?
dynamic turn cards, whether it be an overcard or bring a one-liner. I
Adding
mean,
3.
yeah, I was gonna say Elder wants to see a deuce or a 3. That's about it. A deuce or a 3 would probably be pretty good. And it looks like Ron. Wow, he checked again. I'd probably be betting there a fair amount, Dave. You don't have to go huge, maybe 600, 700 with 10s. And now he makes a straight.
Oh, Patrick makes it straight as well, though.
Yep.
So now he's going to have to chop it up.
Barry? Okay.
Jack 10, of course, is the nuts.
He's got a
Nick, leave it alone, bro.
thinking
Not that small,
problem.
man.
It's always on his
I don't
own.
like it, Nick.
What?
I don't like it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Won't do it again.
No, I just asked, please. I didn't like it.
No, I know. You feel better now?
Yeah, there's a call.
Yeah, and they'll chop this up. Israeli Ron can get away from the 7 pretty easily, I imagine.
Not anymore.
Chop it up. Well, I guess we'll never see Norman Chad on the show, right? Because we'd have to spread like stud high low to get him on the show.
What is that?
Yeah, nobody wants to play with him. No, in fairness, I got to know Norm pretty well, over
It was very
the
close. A lot
quarantine.
of dead money, and I probably should have.
And
Did he play in that mixed game with you?
You had just enough. Yeah, you had just enough. Yeah, exactly.
For those of you who don't know, by the way, Norman Chad will be in the commentary booth on August 19th.
Issue with matching the stacks.
Yeah, but he was calling me 5,000. If I put him in, he's calling me.
I mean,
He's calling all in.
yeah, Bearju was.
Limited to 10, but
Seemed
if
like
you
he was.
match whatever the max.
He was pretty close.
You can only rebuy to 10. No, you can only rebuy to 10. You have to win your way more. You can't match. Like if someone has 20, you can't add.
Okay.
So this is a restricted buy-in
It's a 10K
game,
max,
Dave, but it's a
max.
big
Yeah.
restricted
Yeah.
buy-in game,
You have
right?
to win your way to be
10K.
the big stack.
Okay.
Bearju here with ace queen limps in again. He's getting some premiums from up front.
I'm just asking why. I understand the rule, but
Because it's a 10K.
It's put in place for Nick.
$100 raise here by Nick.
I guess that's the reason, because if it's a 10K
wonder
game, then you can only rebuy to 10K.
if at some point Vertucci is going to throw in the limp re-raise.
That's the only reason.
Remember, he did it with aces. And there it is. There's the limp re-raise. So he didn't do it with tens, but he's going to do it here with ace queen off.
Ron also.
No, I call.
Yeah, I'm just seeing who all is there. Interesting.
You want to stand?
Yes, please. Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is like annoying me now.
Call.
Wow, Nick here is going to call. Maybe Nick is steaming a little bit here too, Dave, after that ace-king hand, because usually, you know. He also got involved with Eldar with the ace-6 against aces, but he's in there with the queen-10 off.
Yeah, you mentioned this on Tuesday. I mean, Vertucci is a player
He's
who
an
likes to
emotional
change gears. And he changes gears. I mean, 8-8-7. Ace-queen still in the lead, and got to imagine this hand is over.
200. So look at that small bet and what it gets called by here. And this is why if you take a small bet size on the turn, you have to do a fair amount of check calling on the turn if you were to have something, because your opponent's going to end up with so many hands on the turn. Nick does not bet the turn when he picks up the straight draw. And Vertucci has checked. You got to think now Nick knows his hand's no good here with queen 10. He's got the queen of spades.
No, this is an interesting little play, because if you were, again, this is kind of one of those weird lines. It's not a bluffy line. I mean, checking back turn and then betting river is more indicative of value, right?
Right. But I think I probably would have just bet the turn if I were Nick, you know, get him 1/3 and get a lot of ace highs to fold. It's going to show him.
Like yeah, like I don't know. It was a reverse, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
Four-dimensional chess.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I thought about it too much, I guess.
Yeah.
So Nick with that, he's taking that check back, bet the river line as a bluff, which is pretty rare. Barry Wood's struggling with that Caesar dressing over there. Out of seat.
They got extra glass there? I'm up King Jack of Hearts.
CrushLivePoker.com. Bart Hansen, the founder and lead pro there.
Yeah, if you want to check out the site, you can use the coupon code. I set up a coupon code Hustler Live to get the first 30 days for free. And again, I put out a podcast, free CLP podcast that you can catch on Apple Podcasts. If you want to know the best WSOP events to play, I think I put a really interesting one out there. It's all free. You can get it on your favorite podcast store, Spotify, podcasts, Apple Podcasts.
Playing bad, running bad.
This is a bomb pot, new dealer.
He told you he's playing bad, he's betting you, then you folded.
No, I'm doing all of it bad.
And I believe
portray anything but that.
Mike now with the best hand with ace deuce. As I quickly browse all of the hands on the left side of your screen. Third spade out there. Nobody really with a big spade in their hand.
Looks like ace deuce is the best hand here.
I think so. I mean, I see some fours and I see some deuces, but I don't see any deuce fours. So it is the best hand, ace deuce.
Yep.
Check mark next to the hand indicates that as well.
Oh, I check.
But looks, GT was gonna go for it, and ace deuce wins it.
I know when bomb pot started, there was a lot of action. But now I just feel like it's more this.
Well, what I was going to say is I talked about it quite a bit yesterday as some of the action in the middle was slow. I actually think that the best thing for bomb pots is when you play split pot, bomb pot. And normally when you play a split pot, bomb pot, it's a double board bomb pot. So in Texas, we will play double board hold'em, where the pot will be chopped between the two highest hands on 2 boards, or double board PLO. Or you could play like a single board Big O or single board PLO8, but I think you need that chop pot nature and forcing people into hands that they wouldn't normally play pre-flop, and that's when you see the huge mistakes. But yeah, single side. Actually, you know the dumbest game, Dave, for a bomb pot, if you could extrapolate out from what I'm saying, it's PLO high single board. Even less action than Hold'em single board.
Yeah, I mean,
there's 36 cards out there. What do you? How can you bluff? There's no bluffing.
Unless I have the nuts, I'm like, okay.
The only time you see big hands in PLO single board bomb pots, actually happened to me a couple weeks ago, is when someone has the nuts and someone else has the nuts, and it's just redraws against each other. Straight versus straight. One guy's got one flush draw, the other's got the other flush draw.
Any 2-pair combination. Just us?
I would imagine in a scenario like that, if you're playing against somebody who doesn't really get out of line very often, you do suspect they have the nuts, you actually are probably actively trying to keep the pot small, because if you don't have any redraws.
Well, there was a hand in Texas from, I would say, 2 or 3 weeks ago where, as it's like, yeah, there isn't a whole lot out here.
Not much going on here. Mike's with a pair of jacks.
There was a guy who had the nut straight, which was like a middle straight. I had the nuts with a flush draw and a higher straight draw, and another guy also had the nuts with the different flush draw. And the guy who bet the nuts on the turn from the blind did fold on the turn, because he knew that it was just like, we both have the nuts in front of him. He's just calling the chop. He has no good redraw. Barry tried to bluff at it there at the end.
Yeah, actually 2 straights. He actually bet the turn and the river.
Yep.
Mike was not believing him.
And they listen to the father and the brother and the friend, and that buries them.
Take to say.
What are you doing?
Is that Camus?
Yeah.
Oh, get to it.
It's what's ruined America.
I lived with my in-laws for a year, so I could get it started and get it going.
That's amazing.
I mean, you know, we.
By the way, if you missed Tuesday night's game, legend was absolutely born in poker live streams. Pablo, that guy had a ton of heart, bluff after bluff after bluff, and you can go back and watch it, because all the live streams now, and they'll continue to always be, just go right up for free after the show, Dave.
Yeah.
So you can go and watch Tuesday's show.
How much?
I'm actually considering, like I said on Tuesday, I'm considering getting rid of my Norman Chad tattoo and replacing it with a Pablo tattoo. That guy was an absolute legend. I mean, talk about heart, right?
You know, add some gambling to poker.
Top pair here for Ronnie out of +2.
On skill. I need some luck.
150.
Yeah, we should see a little bit of action here. Ronnie bets 150. Nick doesn't have much.
My skill category is low.
Got a gut shot. He's going to let it go. But I think Israeli Ron called. He did. I should say. Blank on the turn. 4-5 would have gotten there. Once again, Bart Hanson, David Tuckman here for Hustler Casino Live. Thank you so much for joining us. Bart and I first commentated over a decade and a half ago. It's ridiculous when I say that out loud and I think about it, but 16 and a half years ago was the first time that I worked with Bart Hanson, and we have been friends ever since. And it all comes full circle as we're here at the Hustler Casino commentating on some great cash games once again. Somebody in the chat asking if Bart would play on the show, and I feel like I can speak for you. Bart doesn't live here and he lives in Texas, so
I assume
you would definitely. Yeah.
I was supposed to play on the show this week, but we only have four shows, but you'll definitely see me. But probably the next time.
I mean, the games are big enough and good enough that they're worth flying in for. There's no question about it. I've had 3 conversations with people in Vegas who are already talking about flying in specifically to play on the show.
Well, Ron thought he was heroing the turn, but Ronnie's going to win it here with a 10. I was just kind of looking at the ante structure for this game because this is the first time I've ever seen this game played, of course. the ante game on Tuesdays going on for a long time. So it's 10-20 with a $20 button ante, which is basically one big blind. That's kind of a small ante because I know in tournaments you go through different sort of stages where it can be like a 10th. Like if everybody was anting in like a 10th of a big blind would equal one big, one on the button. Whereas on Tuesday we were playing 5-5 with a 50 ante, so we were playing 10x the big blind. That's the ante. Here it's one big blind for the whole table.
And it's a different scenario because in that game, and we didn't see a lot of limping, but in that game, you could limp for what was 1/12 of the pot size.
You should be over limping a lot of hands.
And take a chance at the pot. In this game, a limp is only 1/3 of the pot size.
Right.
7-4.
So probably less limping. You'd imagine there should be less limping in this game and more limping in that game.
Raise it up here by Mike on the button. Over the top of Iron's limp.
I did a big contract for bowling.
We haven't really seen JT really get involved, right? Except that weird hand where he mucked at $10,000.
Just yeah, you almost feel bad for the guy.
He's trying to be intimidating there.
You got it?
It's unique.
It didn't work. He called.
He did confuse me.
Yeah, no. I checked. I mean, obviously.
King high flop. Jacks are still good here.
I did it on my own. Wow. I just have that kind of money.
And it's just so great. I mean, obviously, we've all seen, big blind ante be part of the tournament scene for a long time, but it's just great to see it part of cash games again. And making these games, I think, without a doubt, just better.
And the guy brought me a product, showed me, says, you gotta see this thing. I told him to find you and make you the pitch man, do an infomercial that you promote it to him.
Right.
So Israeli Ron is going to bluff here. Mike's not a believer.
Yep. Jack's going to win it.
Yeah, and that's the second kind of like good call by Mike we have seen. He had Jack 3 on the King, Queen, Jack board against Barry Woods. He called 2 streets. Here he's got Jacks on a King high board. Mike's got some good instincts at the table.
I love looking at the chat because it's highly moderated by Jimmy Buffett. Some of those. Hey, I want you to bar that guy, David Kim, Jimmy Buffett, in the live chat. No, David Kim saying that the 10-20 game at the Bellagio is 20 big blind ante. Yes, I realize that, David Kim, but in a tournament, especially if you aren't using a table ante, there are different rounds where an ante might be 1/10, 1/8, or 1/6, right? Depending on the round.
Yeah.
So this is kind of on the smaller side, and definitely.
And I realized all the stupidity they were doing.
Well, like I said, I mean, just comparing Tuesday night to here, looking at it and going, okay, a 5-5 game with a $50 big blind ante,
right,
in theory, should play differently than a 10-20 game with a $20 big blind ante.
Bear Jew here with kings. We saw him with aces before. $100 raised by Iron here with 7 deuce of clubs. 3-bet here to 420. Now, these guys don't really have action against each other because they're buddies, and that is sort of a function of live poker. So it's just going to most likely just going to get folded, and Bear Jew will show. There it is.
Yeah, and I do not think they're playing the 7 deuce game, but the players are playing 7 deuce anyway.
Yeah.
Gluck in the chat. What's up? She's here to watch Julie.
I think did she say? I think she might have said Jean Gluck. She was going to say that she was going to play on Monday's PLO game, I believe.
Oh, awesome.
Yep.
And it's a global. I got companies in the UK.
Yeah, for now there'll be PLO and No Limit Hold'em on Hustler Casino Live, but going forward in the future would not surprise me at all if they had limit games. And I think it's only fitting. You think about the Hustler Casino, you think Larry Flint. And what was Larry Flint's game? He played stud, right?
Stud.
So, you're talking about
the biggest stud game in the world, actually.
Right. So, I mean, it's only fitting here at Hustler Casino Live as out of a homage to his life and the games he played since we're here to eventually put a big stud game in here. Who knows, maybe play a little bit of
Oh, so you can sell for
some mixed games.
But not. It should be the #1 thing used at every store.
Nick's going to bet here with an open-ended straight draw. He's got a spade in his hand, and Vertucci peeling with a gutter
and a
lower spade. Yeah. Both players end up with nothing, so maybe whoever bets at this one's going to win it.
Wow.
Vertucci not interested in bluffing at
Well,
it.
both players, Vertucci just gives up, and
What did I say, Dave? Bluffing with the best hand is always indicative of a good game. Jack high, bluffing the best hand.
No, I meant to tell you.
Julie's still here in the top right corner of your screen. About to sit down.
I meant to tell him to tell you that.
You may have put my food over there too.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah. Any fuel.
Is that yours?
Okay, quick one here.
What is that?
Quick one. Exxon buys
What'd you order?
one place in the fucking.
Kirk Royce asking if there's a strip club in the casino. No, there is not. But the gift shop here at Hustler Casino has some very interesting items for sale.
It's definitely an adult gift shop.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Well, that's good to get the beef and broccoli.
And there was a point where it's no longer the case. Right now it's Larry Flint's picture on their bottled water. It used to be naked lady water. I would bring it home after I would come here to play poker, and I would invariably bring a bottle of water home sometimes. And my child would look at it and call it the naked lady water.
Oh, I think I seem to remember that. It was only a few years ago, too, right? Yeah. Ronnie's got aces here in the small blind.
Yeah, and he's
got a 3-bet in front of him. It was raised up by Vertucci, call, 3-bet on the button by Patrick. And here we go with a cold 4-bet out of the small blind.
Yeah, and that's obviously indicative of a lot of strength. And I thought we might see action, but with the 3-bet from King 10, this could be it.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that is the King 10 I'm not going to defend here. If I 3-bet button, I'm not going to be defending here. Definitely not far enough up. But that is such a strong play. And, you know, we've seen some 3-betting with some in-between hands, but we haven't really seen much of a cold 4-bet bluff, with the exception of Julie, when she had Jack 10 suited. That one hand.
I saw one.
This has been a really great game. If you're just tuning in now, you have missed a lot, but you can catch up whenever you want. All these shows are archived on our YouTube channel. Just hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Tuesday's show, yesterday's show, they're all there, so watch them at your leisure.
Now, Jeff Dime in the live chat says, I think it's been about an hour since that 9-5 suited muck, indicating, well, when the delay catches up, this guy, GT, is going to find out. But remember, everybody surrenders their electronics, so unlike in other streams, there isn't going to be a whole lot of getting any type of information later on about what's going on, because you don't have your phone as Ron picks up red queens here.
Security.
And ace king on the button, so, and Ron just calls again. So 3-bet here, just a smooth call. Boy, Ron's played a little passively with big hands.
Hey, you can never be too careful, Bart.
I mean, you got to think that Ron is obviously going to, well, Ron's definitely going to continue.
Yeah, Barry's got a gut shot.
Yeah, I don't think Barry can call
Backdoor
after a close
clubs.
call. He can't overcall when Ron calls, at least. Ronnie here, I mean, he's got the king of spades here. I mean, I'd prefer to have like ace jack, ace queen, obviously king jack, king queen here, then ace king. And I'd prefer to have the ace of spades to continue to run a bluff, but you have to watch stack depth here too, because it's a 3-bet pot, and Ron's not that deep, so you can't really structure like multiple street barrel all that much. And Ron does make the call.
And Barry does fold. 5 of hearts on the turn.
It's a pretty big brick. Ron's hand super under-repped here. I mean, traditionally you wouldn't think this is a barrel. Wow, he's going to lead.
Yeah, the check call lead out play, and it's gonna get through. Ronnie's going to give it up.
I didn't even consider that. I was going to say, traditionally, if I was the 3-better there, I might just not barrel once I get the call. But Ron's sort of been known to piece off, and you put pressure on him, he might fold out like a hand like Jack 10. But
I'm saying I wouldn't even think about it.
He's not thinking about it.
I don't care. I played in those games for 2 years.
No. I like it when you self-talk. Like when you
Oh, you like
verbalize outside.
Oh, you're saying you like when I talk at the table.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant self-talk, like get ready for the game.
No.
Like pre-game, like workout. You know.
No. I just think that you already do that.
Oh yeah, yeah. So no, you know what it is? I think I told you this before. It just absolutely depends what mood I'm in.
By the way, hit that like
You know what I
button.
mean? Like sometimes I'm not in the mood, and sometimes I am. You know, today I've been a little quiet because I'm just not in the mood.
Hit that like button if you like what you see. It helps us with the YouTube algorithm, and subscribe to the channel so that you can get in the contest. We'll be giving away some free Hustler Casino Live merchandise at the end of the show tonight and tomorrow.
Louis.
Big hands going around here, Dave.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Queen here for Ronnie.
They don't even realize. I mean,
Yeah, Ronnie is now basically 3-bet or 4-bet, specifically Patrick a couple times in a row. This time Patrick makes the call, flops an ace. Ronnie has 2 queens with the queen of spades. See how he proceeds on this one.
And again, you might think, well, why would you bet queens here? Go back to what I said maybe 20 minutes ago, but it's got to be tiny sizing to bet your whole range. Like, I wouldn't be taking this sizing with queens.
Would you be more apt to, so when I'm trying to construct a C-bet range on this, and I've got queens, I'm more apt to bet my queens when I don't have the queen of spades and less apt to do it when I do have the queen of spades? What do you think?
More on that in a second here.
Okay. Blank on the turn. Pot is 2,300.
It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to take a large sizing and then check back a brick turn, specifically here with queens. Check, check. River is a 7.
Yeah, forget about. I mean, let's say you're going to go your small sizing. Patrick's going to bet here, and I'm not sure.
Upfront
I don't think
too.
Ronnie can pay him off, but
maybe. You know, unless he somehow thinks he's going to do something crazy here with the queen of spades, like rep like king queen of spades. You know, something like that. Yeah, look at this.
Wow.
Bluff raise. Now remember, this guy tanked like forever with 3-3. Wow,
let's hear him.
That little card look too, man.
Maybe Ron will eat it.
He has like King Jack spade.
You just don't want to hold it.
You are crazy, Charlie. You're crazy, Charlie. Crazy.
So, there's no point to be game. I went like a really cute small guy. Like, go. Show him go.
Remember, it went large bet on the flop, check back on turn. This is a 3-bet pot.
Did you check the turn with a flush like King Jack, King Queen of spades?
Then Patrick bet kind of small on the river, and now he's getting bluff raised here. Queens with the queen of spades.
200 more to me.
I was a little surprised that Patrick actually bet the river, too, when the front door got there.
Damn it, Charlie. I know you're capable. I fold.
Oh, and it's going to get through.
Gets through. That is a top-notch play there from Ronnie. Certainly unconventional. I mean, the 3-bet pre-standard, the large bet on the flop, not standard at all. He checks it back, and then he turns 2 queens with the queen of spades into a bluff on the river. That's some poker.
The only thing that I would say about that is how often is he checking spades on the turn?
I mean, I think he said it, though. King Jack of spades, King Queen of spades.
Yeah, I mean, on that particular distribution, maybe you see like maybe you could see King X of spades, which is a combo draw bet, and then maybe check back turn. I would say that some of the other Broadway spade draws that aren't paired are definitely barreling the turn on a blank, though. So, you know, it's interesting. But to answer your question about whether or not you would want to, say, bet without the spade or not, yeah, usually you would do the checking with the spade because you can call across spade turns. So if a spade comes off for a free card, it's an easy call on the turn.
Right.
You made it 100?
I made it 100.
Whereas if you have red queens and you check it back and the spade comes, it's very hard to call.
Ron, did you look at your hand?
There's also more hands that I could theoretically get called by.
Right.
I mean, suddenly my opponent has more flushes in his range.
Yep.
I'm like Nick. I don't care about the money.
That was a super interesting hand. And I liked hearing Patrick talk it through.
Like making the wrong decision is like hurts me.
Yeah.
GT here, going to 3-bet the ace-queen. Well, that's a very, very light call there by Ronnie. Playing the rush with the 6-3 of clubs.
Yeah, the same way.
Yeah, he's feeling emboldened.
I play because I like to figure out my decision process.
Ronnie's got some game to him. Now, funny, Patrick said earlier on, he almost folded to Barry Woods with a set of threes. He thought about it for a while before calling, said, I don't know Barry. But he does know Ronnie, because he said, he goes, I know you're capable of this. But he still found the fold with ace-jack. Very interesting hands.
Made it 800 in the river, and I made it.
Had ace-jack.
No, this hand here. The last hand. He bet 800 in the river, and I made it 3,000. Oh, then I had aces then. Yeah. When I made it 1,400.
Yeah, I think he did.
All right, that's a $400.
I actually thought I showed it to you. I thought I showed it to you.
GT finally wins a hand. It's been a rough night for him, and he takes that down.
But there's a cap.
Somebody asked for phones earlier on, and why are there no phones? Obviously, security here is our #1 priority.
You did have the king.
Yeah.
Barry Woods, older than he looks. These are just brilliant.
I had no spade.
I'll tell you, if I'm in your seat, I can call. I don't call.
It's hard to call.
I don't even think about calling. No.
But security here is so important. They actually take away, despite the fact that we're on a 1-hour delay, both commentators' phones are taken away, players' phones taken away as well during play.
I did, but yeah, I know. You got to say
It's a fake raise, but it called 20.
All sorts of limping going on here. Julie's been very quiet as of late.
He hit the carpet before he said raise, though.
Get a raise here from GT, though, with 7-deuce. Maybe they are playing the 7-deuce game.
Technically,
I don't think so.
I mean, it's
I mean,
uncanny.
nobody's won, though. Usually you see crazy bluffs, though, with 7-deuce.
Yeah.
Like 3-bet, 4-bet, Bearju, though, going to 3-bet the 4-5 of clubs. And again, Ron with like a 3-betting hand himself, just calling.
Yeah, I got to get enough sales going. So they went from nothing. The third year they did 700,000, 400, 150, 60, 60. When I come in and by the end, I took all this money, salaries, my buddy's CEO, my partner's CEO.
Yeah. Barry makes the call with threes.
All the money ate up there. So I come in and 60,000 they did.
Israeli Ron calls as well. This pot is $1,200.
Double what was the last 2 years they've done. So it's like, but it should be like, I mean, and I don't know this.
There are queens here for Israeli Ron.
Yep. Somebody, a business manager that knows.
And Bearju, usually when you say like make a pre-flop, say 3-bet with a hand like this, and you flop a pair, you want to bet. It favors your range, this type of board. It can be hidden when you improve with the 4-5.
You get a big contract.
But he's just sort of content to check it through, and Ron, I don't think Ron was going anywhere.
They can't find nothing better, and I save them money.
No, ace queen's good.
Yep.
So my idea, if I can find somebody that's bored, got some money, wants to come in, buy half the company, take it and run it, and I help. That would be the ideal. How do I do that? That's my goal.
I'm definitely gonna take a look at that one with the queens, with the queen of spades for some training there.
And that was a cool hand. That's a really cool hand.
But what I will say though is that
You got to get to a certain point to get a guy like
if it's a late position. So here's the thing. If it was like under the gun versus under the gun 1, if I 3-bet under the gun, I might bet that board almost 100%. Because it's late versus late, I do think you can have some checkbacks there, Dave, and queens could be one of them. You might also check back like top set of aces sometimes too. So it's not as tight a configuration, cutoff versus button, you know what I mean? So you see some other things reflected in that hand.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out what you got done.
That's the problem. Those are huge.
And I actually was wondering on the river when Patrick bet the ace-jack, when the spade came, and he bet the ace-jack, I thought, wow, that's pretty thin, actually.
I was really
against
surprised.
The
I was really surprised.
Because I'm just thinking, what are you getting called by? Spades got there. Like, what are you beating here? Like, that's going to call you.
Right.
And that bet, I wonder, that bet kind of opened the door for him getting bluffed out of it.
Well, obviously it did.
So it's just a really, really interesting hand.
They reverse engineer.
Paul mentioning the fantastic graphics and camera quality. Yeah, I will tell you. Ryan, Feldman, Nick Vertucci, Patrick, the team here is absolutely top-notch. And huge help from the Hustler Casino, and they've really done a great job.
Tech guy from San Francisco.
Yeah, even he would be impressed with the graphics.
I mean, there's 6 guys here, which is, you know, impressive in itself. I was going to ask you, because I know that you did, or you have done quite a few WSOP live streams. That's also good quality, but I think that this is as good, if not, you know, rivals it.
Yeah, the vast majority of live streams that you see out there, like that are just like whatever.
Right.
You got like, you know, you've got a couple of commentators and you've got one guy doing the job.
Just doing the graphics,
That's
because
it.
they have the cameras are in auto mode.
Right. when you watch the World Series of Poker, they've got an entire team.
Right.
And when we walk through the production room and we go into our commentary booth, it's a full team of guys doing the job here. So they have spared no expense, and I think the quality is apparent. You see it right in front of you. And by the way, it's free, completely free. All that we ask you to do, if you like the show, subscribe.
Yep.
Hit the like button. That's it.
And you'll always be able to watch all the streams for free after the fact. No subscriptions, nothing like that.
That's what I'm excited about too. I mean, listen. Monday through Friday, I don't get a chance. I can't watch every single show when I'm not doing the commentary. But this way, I can kind of go back. I can watch them in the morning. You know.
So Ron here is going to bet 5-3. We got 5-3, 5-3 in pocket 4s.
I mean,
wow, a 4 would be nuts, but
yeah,
it doesn't come.
Kind of expected the 4. I expected the 4 clubs to hit.
And Barry, who had the best hand on the flop, does not have the best hand now, as the 5-3s take the lead. Barry does have a gutter to a 3, though.
I mean, it's pretty unlucky for. I mean, listen. Pardon me. I don't know if Barry was going to win this hand. If he was going to get the showdown or not. But it's pretty unlucky for him to lose this.
That's so big, I don't have time or money to do that. There's like 150,000 gallons.
Only 2 5s in the deck, only 2 4s in the deck.
Oil spills, something crazy number in the U.S. on land alone. So that's all my cousin. Everywhere else. He had a machine or something. It's nothing like mine. Mine is like.
Barry Wood's, by the way, a grandfather now.
Right. They have a thing with that big one in the Gulf.
You had a Ford
type of.
Successful businessman in the LA area.
And by the way, we're at the halfway point tonight. Boy, that's really flown by. 2.5 hours in. We got 2.5 hours left of this 10-20, $20 big blind ante game. And of course, we tomorrow are playing 5,100 with Antonio Esfandiari and Andy Stacks. And I just always love when Antonio plays in a game like this because he plays really, really loose aggressive. He's not going to sit there and knit it up, that's for sure.
I got 2.
Dude, I finally get queens.
And like you said, Dave, that game might be 5,100, 200, 400.
And honestly, it's the perfect show to have one commentator on because you can just sit back and listen to Antonio do all the talking, which is great.
You got a dirty mind.
Not Andy, though. Well, I'm not going to depend on Andy to do the talking.
No, I think Antonio's got your back. I think you're fine. Yeah, tomorrow night will, I think, closely resemble a Poker After Dark show.
He has a dirty sack.
Yeah, and
quality and with the amount of commentary.
I'm just going to fill in the spaces.
Like what? Yeah, really.
I tried to do that last night, but there was a little bit of a lull in the show. But the action really picked up at the end. If you want to go back and watch last night, if you catch the last hour, there was some crazy stuff that went down. In a 5-hour show, just the very last hour. And that was a 5-5-10 game. Dave played the $20 straddle sometimes.
Mike raises it up to 120. Barry calls with King 8 offsuit out of the small blind.
That was the most confusing.
Patrick in there as well.
Yeah, I understand. He's like, I don't have any brown.
And we'll see this one 4 ways. 8-high flop. Well, I guess Barry knew it was coming. Not only does he have the best hand, but he should be able to get a street or 2 of value. Check, check. Deuce on the turn. Patrick now with a flush draw. Barry's going to bet 300, I believe.
Yeah, but since then...
He had kings.
No, I still have him.
Oh, got it.
I'm saying...
Patrick calls.
Oh, you know what it is?
Vertucci here.
Vertucci's going to raise.
Wow. Wow.
What do we think about that, Bart?
I was a little confused.
Usually you wouldn't take top pair and sort of turn it into a bluff, and I think that bet call raise might be a little bit strong here with this hand, because I don't think he's turned into a bluff. I think he's just intending to check it back here.
Right.
He thinks he might have the best hand, but he gets the best hand to fold.
So you raise.
And that is we talk about that sometimes being a combo bet where you get better to fold and worse to call in the form of a draw, and here it is. He gets better to fold, he gets worse to call.
Well, I guess the advantage of it is he can, and look at this, run another deuce out there.
It up. Yeah.
And Barry's not going to be happy when he sees what Vertucci has.
Yeah.
I would hate to get raised, man.
I actually don't mind this check at all here by Vertucci, because there's really no. You look at this and you're like, oh my God, he's got a full house. He checked it back. The guy either has a draw and somehow has you beat. There's actually no point to betting here at the end.
Yeah, when he calls the raise there, he's got a draw, he's got an 8, or he's got a deuce.
So I had to make him pay for it.
Or sandbagging 6 full, you lose to 6 full as well.
Barry, don't start because I will Barry. Barry. I think he died now. What
635. 120. Yeah.
Eldar, Vertucci going to raise it up to 120 here with the ace-jack offsuit.
You already killed my mood. Leave me alone today.
That was my thinking face.
I'm trying to drink to get over you, man.
I got a drinking problem.
9-7-4 rainbow.
He will now that he sees the 100.
Both players miss.
Now the question is, who actually bet it now?
Go ahead.
Because I still never heard the check.
300.
That done it.
Yeah, I thought it would. What'd you get? Oh, I had you anyways.
You had me.
I had you at hello.
You had me at hello.
Thank you, Dylan.
Hello, honey.
Hello, honey.
Honey, I'm home.
Hello,
Vertucci going to bluff with the best hand, and he will take it down.
Straddle is 60.
Mix it up a little.
Elder bet out a turn.
Straddle here? So we are going to play. Last night we did not. Well, we did have a straddle in front. We haven't seen many straddles here tonight, but I wonder if we could actually see some Mississippis from any position. We allowed that on Tuesday.
We have a really strong hand over. Yeah, we should bet out. Oh, shit.
I run? No, I didn't have shit. I had him beat.
Yeah. Is there like
I was, I do it. Sometimes I feel like I might bink it on the turn, so I do it. You know what I mean? And then when you bink it, you actually get paid. You know? But that king was a good bluff card anyway for me.
160.
160. So it didn't matter. Yeah.
Well, he knows I'm going to go blind.
He said it every time he straddles, I open, so had to open.
Oh, you opened again, Mikey?
Well, Mike is going to raise it here with Queen Deuce. He's got the Iron hand. Obviously, that's what's going on here. Nick's going to call here with 7s. Ron's going to call with Deuce 3 of hearts. Barry in there, pocket 4s. So if somehow,
Don't put Queen Deuce on the board, please.
oh, that's funny.
You know what I mean? That makes it special.
I was going to say, if somehow Mike wins this hand, you know he's going to show it. Ron's flop bottom pair here.
250.
250.
Mike's going to take a shot here. He's going to take a shot at it.
Just 3 players? 4 players. Where's
Well, I haven't looked, so I'm not gonna
Barry
say.
has cards and Ron has cards. Yeah.
That's right.
But I haven't looked, so it doesn't count.
I don't care.
So 250 here for Mike.
So what?
Nick here going to call with 7s. 7s with the 7 of diamonds. Barry has no diamond here. I mean, he's not going to overcall. Yeah, he can't overcall 2 people. I mean, he'd love to continue, but...
Hey, Eldar, I don't like that.
Okay.
That's what he did to me. I looked at Barry's cards and said, I don't like that.
You grabbed them.
I don't like that. I know, it's so weird. I don't care. Look at him. Go ahead and look at him. I don't care. So dumb.
So three ways here to the turn. Looks like Ron has leading turn. We don't see what the turn is. Is it? I assume it's going to be a 3 or a deuce here, or no? Maybe that was change. Okay, there we go. Turn's a 4. 4 clubs here. Queen deuce now, open-ended. Queen deuce open-ended. He's going to check it. Nick here with the top end of the open-ended straight draw. This one gets checked around. And let's see if somehow Mike fires here through. No one really wants to say that they're strong so that he can show down the queen deuce, which is the whole point of playing this hand. No, he's not going to do it. He'll still probably show it. And Nick somehow escapes and wins it with sevens. Ah, see, there it is. It would have been better, though, Mike, if you fired the end and won.
You had me. I had you.
You straddled. I looked down queen deuce.
Nice little pop there for Nick.
I'm like, how much money am I gonna waste? How much money am I gonna waste on him? Yeah.
So if I had it, you won't be able to call to get to the river.
So what I was going to say, Dave, is that, and there, of course, Israeli Ron's favorite hand is queen deuce. I did this podcast that I put up for free, which again, you can take a look at free Crush Live Poker podcast if you search for it in Apple Podcasts. And I sort of made the case for what I think are the best tournaments at the WSOP, say at 1,500 and below. I think the best bang for your buck, best bang for your time is actually the Millionaire Maker. And that's because there's 2 day ones, there's a single re-entry, it moves as a regular 1,500, whereas Monster Stack, not as big a prize pool, extended time, freeze out. I'm not a huge fan personally of like those $500 tournaments like the Reunion and Colossus. They obviously have a place for some people with a bankroll, but it definitely gets very crowded there. And it moves very fast.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Unfortunately,
you play those tournaments, the $500 tournaments, you lose a hand or two in the first level, and you're like, wait, I'm short stacked now.
I mean, the other sort of frustrating thing, at least for me, is that, if you get knocked out, a lot of times you have to wait back in line to re-enter, and the line is just insane. And I'll share with you guys a hack that I talked about on the podcast. If they are doing the World Series as they have been doing it, say, the last 3 or 4 years, you can actually pre-register for one of those big events. You'll only have to really wait in line one time. When they get you verified, then you can actually buy your tournament ticket from like a kiosk, from like kind of an ATM, so that you don't have to wait back in line. I get a dealer change here.
I open UTG aces, get raised, and the chip leader jam.
What's up, guys? It's Andy here. It's been a minute, but I'm back at the Hustler Casino, one of my old stomping grounds. Make sure to tune in this Friday at Hustler Casino Live on YouTube. We're going to play some high-stakes poker. See you guys there.
Andy will be there. Antonio will be there. Of course, Nick Vertucci and our own Bart Hansen will be here doing the commentary tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Pacific. That is 100 no limit hold'em, and I can tell you that I am quite certain the game will get bigger than that. So expect the chips to be flying. There'll be a ton of money on the table tomorrow night. Make sure you join us here on YouTube at Hustler Casino Live, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Take a look at the winnings for the night. Patrick up 5K, Ronnie up 3,000. Not a ton of movement, really. I mean, Barry, I don't know how he's down 2,300. He won that monster pot. That was a gift.
And Nick, too, right?
And I'm only in for min raise.
Nick is down 4,700.
So with Barry, actually, the interesting thing is the way our software has it.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
He is, he should be down 2,300. Instead, though, he's actually up 8,000.
That's pretty.
So
that makes a whole lot of sense. So the stats say that Barry's down 2,300 because of the cards, but he's actually up 7,700 in real life because the guy mucked half the pot.
Yeah.
Bomb pot here again. Does anybody have a 6?
They do. Israeli Ron with a 6 up top, and Patrick has a 6 as well.
Yep.
So 2 players with the straight here.
Nut hearts here for Ronnie in the cutoff. Very sort of dryish flush draw, and I would be concerned possibly that someone's going to raise as a check raise or from up front and just gets out of there.
Is it piping hot? No. The consequences, mine is probably also piping hot because of that.
Unvaccinated friends here.
So Patrick's the better. Ron's going to make the call.
But I just have no concern.
Imagine everybody else gets out of the way.
It's on you. Would you like to?
And unless something really strange happens, this will be chopped up.
It was the right conscious decision after all my analyzation.
Ace of spades on the river changes nothing, and in all likelihood, this will go bet. Call. Nope, just check.
Chop, chop.
Both. Oh no, actually there was a $500 bet and a quick call.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I checked. I mean, I know you have to say.
Check 500 call.
Yep.
Yep, chop it up.
Bart Hanson, David Tuckman here for Hustler Casino Live. Thanks for joining us.
One of the other things that people don't realize, and it's the only event that you can do them in, or do this in, Dave, is that those multi-flight events like the Colossus and the Reunion, you can actually buy in for all of the flights.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if this is true, Patrick, father of 10, but you can actually buy in for all the flights ahead of time, and it's okay if you don't show up. They'll just basically pick your stack up, whereas you can't do that in regular events. You'll start getting blinded off, and they'll blind you down to nothing. So that's another way to sort of hedge not.
The only problem I have with that is I wonder this.
Someone can angle it, right?
Yeah, let's say I buy in for the main event of the World Series for day 1A, and I come around and I take a look at my first table, and I don't like the first table. Can I just walk? Can I just go home and then have my stack picked up and then just be like, listen, I'm gonna register 1day 1C now?
Well, supposedly you can do that once a series. Once a series in other events.
Okay.
Once. I don't know if people have taken advantage of that or what.
I mean, table. You talk about the hidden luck in poker, and it's not so hidden, but your table lineup is enormously a huge factor, right?
500 here and a call by Nick with a suited king 10, so he had a gut shot, and it goes check, check, and
running spades. Ace of spades is going to do good there.
I was going to say, you wonder if Nick here is going to bluff at it because he can't win, but he's going to basically bluff into the nuts here. Yeah.
Yep. We can see it's not technically the nuts, but. And for that reason, actually, you probably just see Patrick. Patrick might just call.
No, I think I'd just go 1800 here, just to try to like get a call from the king of spades. Most of the time, he's going to be bluffing if I have the ace of spades, but it's just like just really small raise. 2700.
I mean, the question I have though is, if you raise here at the ace of spades, are you bluffing sometimes? I just never see that being a bluff.
Well. No, but it doesn't matter, though. Someone's going to call with the king of spades, and I do find that 4-flush boards are particularly interesting and particularly unique in Hold'em because it's so easy for either player to have the nuts because it's just one card.
Right.
On an unpaired board, with a 4-flush. So it really should be sort of an under-bluff spot when someone puts in a raise. Somebody might bet as a bluff.
I hate these. Oh, no spade? Yeah. Of course.
And then one of the crazy things that's very rare in Hold'em, although you might see it in PLO, is when you raise and you have the ace, and then somebody comes back over the top, and you're like, wow, there is a straight flush out here. I have the ace. Like, this is the guy would have to be the most maniacal person in the world.
Are you going to play? All right.
Although I've seen situations in PLO where the straight flush is not there. You have the ace.
Just a stiff ace.
And then somebody still raises, and you're going, what are you raising with?
Oh, right.
How can you raise?
Right, I have the ace.
I have the ace.
I'll give myself 10%. Say 10%.
8-5-5 here with a couple clubs.
Yeah. No.
It's probably, how do we call the food person?
10, 20, 20. That's right. 10, 20 blinds. $20 big blind ante. Bart Hanson, David Tuckman here. Julie, she's been laying low for a while. And Mike bets the king queen.
I probably had the best looking hand I've had now.
Didn't need to, but he bets. He bluffs the best hand.
It's fine if you want to play. I don't know. They asked us to play anyway.
They did? We
Yeah.
also just put in.
Yeah, that's why I said, do you want to flip? Would you rather just flip? 300, we just flip.
Yeah. I'll do that next time.
Okay, that's fine. I had a really good hand. So.
Button moves over here to Julie.
The other thing,
when you say how you want to play, I'm like, oh, sure.
If I had realized I had an ace of spades before, I didn't check until.
You would have continued.
Yeah. I would have.
I have the nut king.
Played it differently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick with kings. He goes 120. Ronnie calls. Bearjew's gonna 4-bet this. 3-bet this, pardon me. Jack 7.
You finally had a nice
wow,
hand.
just pretty random. Wow, Nick here with the ace queen of clubs. gonna call in between, and this is, you know, this is just a spot where you put the hammer down, right? If you're Patrick,
yeah,
with all
it's a
this
dream
dead money
situation.
In between. Whenever you get a call in between, you're gonna 4-bet this up to maybe 1,200, something like that. And Nick might get in there. I mean,
he doesn't like to fold when he's put some money in the pot already.
That's pretty low. Well, 1,300. I know it's 1,000 more. Ace Queen suited's a pretty hand. Yeah, he's gonna call pretty quick here. And we don't have a whole lot of stack depth here in a 4-bet pot, so you know, if it's just Queen high, Nick might get in trouble, and it's Queen 10-4.
Yeah, this is a nightmare scenario for Nick.
Yep.
No clubs out there.
Yep. And this is a situation where if Nick calls, he's got 5,000 left. You might. He still probably has enough depth to just call, but it's getting very close.
All in?
It's an all-in, and you know, obviously, you got to. If you're Patrick, you're like, well, hopefully you don't have queens or tens.
I mean, you realize that when he cold calls a 3-bet and calls the 4-bet, queens and tens are in that range, but I'm not folding aces.
Well, especially like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it might even be better if you have kings here because then you don't block ace queen.
Right. You know, there's 3 combinations of ace queen of spades, ace king of clubs, ace queen of hearts, obviously.
Because if you have aces here and you cut out all the suited ace queen combos, then you're like, well, I'm not saying I would fold getting 2.5 to 1, but
there's also the question of how often is Nick just flatting with queens the 3-bet. He might have 4-bet himself.
Sure. Yeah, he's gonna get in there.
You got 5. You go once. No, I forgot. No. I'm not asking for. No. Go.
Wow, this is a big pot here. 17,000.
I didn't put you on kings.
He's got 20% equity here, Nick.
You might win.
8.
No, you got it.
He said, "What are you waiting for?"
8-6, and you heard there, Patrick does not run it more than once.
Came so hard that I thought, oh my gosh, you got a monster.
It was a good miss.
Huh?
It was a good miss, but you can't fold kings.
I mean, Nick's a tricky enough player that he'll have tens there sometimes.
I can't.
But, you know, when he has it, you cap the table and you pay him.
Once they raise,
you know, I didn't know it was going to go that big. I guess I should have given my 9 jack.
I will tell you, when you hesitated, can't imagine that I was behind you.
Take a look here. Wow, Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick now 16,000.
Yep.
So GT, it has him basically even, but we know in actual money he's down about 10,000.
What'd you think I had?
I got 9.
Barry up nearly 8,000. There's a look at the VPIP. Israeli Ron, pretty active today. Bear Jew, way more active today than he was on Tuesday. Julie has been the tightest player at the table.
This has been, it's not a tight table, but it's much tighter than last night.
It's kind of fun, though. I mean, you got a lot of 3-betting. We got some 4-betting. We have people making moves.
What I thought he had. Yes, because I know, to be honest, I thought Nick for sure knew I had an overpair. And he was, but I'm like, that is such a drag. Because we play a lot. Yeah, I know, but I figured you must, or you just thought I was squeezing.
I have ace queen. I have no choice. I mean, I can't fold. You're going to get me in anyway, right?
Check.
I mean, if you have kings there,
4 players.
I can't fold.
4-way action.
Ace queen, and so I have to jam in case you don't have kings. So you don't
Jack high flop. Barry with top pair. 3 spades out there, and Patrick has the best spade in the 7 of spades. Checks through. Now Patrick with a pair of 7s to go along with that flush draw.
60.
GT's going to bet with a pair of 10s. By the way, I see people in the chat talking about where you stay if you come here. If you want to play poker at Hustler Casino or Hustler Casino Live. I mean, you've got a lot of options. I mean, Hustler Casino is only 8 miles from the beach, so.
How much?
60. Heads up.
You have more wine?
4th spade out there, and Patrick with the 7 of spades is going to win this. He bets 100. GT folds. Another pot for Patrick, who is our big winner so far, up about 17,000 on the day. I see you all in the chat. Thanks for joining us, guys.
You have a couple of dirty stacks, but don't even worry about them.
Do I really? Whatever.
Yeah, it don't matter.
What did you buy, 10?
Yeah, I bought it for 10.
Blind please. Small blind please. There's one in different channels. Thank you.
There's a look at Julie. Julie made some really nice plays earlier on. She 3-bet with Jack 9.
She's coming up here when I ask
She
her.
4-bet in a really cool spot with Jack 10 of diamonds,
All we need is a cup.
where she just read her opponent really well.
Let him live.
Can you bring some? Can you bring some cups for the wine, please?
Queen high flop, 2 hearts.
Yes.
That is a pretty good flop for
Just bring a
GT,
couple, that's fine, good.
who is
Just bring a couple.
77% to win this hand if it goes to showdown.
No, we're not really drinking it. No fine.
And I think he will get some action.
Okay.
Mike with second pair.
5 to 7. 655.
It's up to me?
Yes. 3 pairs to 9.
Ronnie's going to call with a gutter.
We play till 10.
It goes till 10?
Till 9.
Yeah.
6 hours.
Till 9.
Till 9.
Pair queen's still the best hand right now.
9 is 6 hours.
If you're a GT, when you bet on that flop and get called twice, might be thinking you need help, but as we can see, he does not, and a second bet gets through. Let me continue on here. Hustler Casino Live. This is just our 3rd show. First one was on Tuesday. And of course, tomorrow night is our big game. Antonio Esfandiari, the headliner, here.
And I love it. I got a little puppy. He runs my life, and I love it. Yeah. I'm so in love with her. I can't imagine the love she gives me every day. She's just so definitive. I had one just like this 13 years ago. I bought for a fiance at the time, and we only last about a year and a half. We separated. She kept the dog. I bought it for her birthday, and I was in love. Charlie was his name. I love that dog. The same color, everything. 13 years later, during COVID, I finally pulled the trigger. I went to Dallas and picked her up.
Gene says Jeremy is my headliner tomorrow. Hey, different strokes for different folks. I like that. Teach their own. No, it should be, tomorrow's night's game should be amazing. Check it out, 5 p.m. here at Hustler Casino Live.
I was lining it up.
Bart will be on the comms.
I would have done it if you guys know.
You're not gonna look again?
Expect a lot of table talk tomorrow night.
There's fucking $500 in the pot.
Why? Because so far you're down.
Raise here from Julie.
No.
What's that?
4-way action.
So far you're down 1,000 with this stupidity.
7-6-3. Nobody with anything. Julie has
But if it makes you happy.
I've been down a
a
lot.
gut shot and backdoor hearts.
Yeah.
It ain't so bad.
Yeah, right. Damn, Charlie, you're on some sort of a fucking heater over there, buddy.
Not Charlie. Oh, I thought you said Charlie.
I did. I made a
Everybody's
mistake.
Charlie.
It's
Guy
Patrick.
asked me that. Burning
Charlie
Man, I
too.
come in
Yeah,
about
yeah.
4 in the morning, and the guy was in the kitchen, the only guy there at 4 in the morning. I said, hey, what's happening, Charlie?
Israeli Ron straddled this pot, which is why the raise was larger pre-flop. He's going to call
Respect, Julie. What the heck?
Out all night on LSD.
and hit it. It's uncanny.
Oh my God.
It's like he knew it was coming.
Oops.
Yeah,
He
right.
was, not me.
Yeah, him.
Only 2 5s left in the deck, and the 5 of diamonds peels up on the turn, giving Israeli Ron the straight. Easy game.
Check around.
Well, we've had a lot of straight runs on the board.
Checks
today.
through,
That's
and
both
look at
sides,
this.
Sure.
Shot pot, if it gets there. Does somebody want to take a shot at it? The pot is 1,700.
Check.
I had the
Fuck, I had it.
I had the 70.
Chop. Chop, 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 chop.
I mean, you wonder, if you're Israeli Ron, are you the one most likely to have an 8 in your hand?
Because I was going to check raise.
Maybe Patrick would be.
Thanks so much, baby.
I almost bet.
There you go, beautiful.
Julie was the pre-flop raiser, so
Yeah.
probably not.
I'm on the
Israeli Ron frequently calls blind.
calls blind.
It's just like these are priceless. Just pure gold.
Check raise, I'm going big.
Julie is the pre-flop raiser. I'm not sure if she can rep the 8 as well as Patrick would have been able to. But the fact that Israeli Ron had a 9 in his hand. He could actually have the nuts. He could theoretically have 8-9. Obviously, very difficult for him to have 8-9 when the way that hand played out. But
Queen 5. Sorry, Queen 5.
still $1,700 in that pot. Nobody went after
Good
it.
hand to go against your range. I don't think it was bad.
Hey, you didn't lose nothing.
There, right?
So you were trying to hit the 6 then.
That's a win.
Put 40, buddy. Put 40.
Yeah, that's a win.
And then, actually,
Can you straddle the button?
You cannot.
Well, I guess there aren't letting Mississippi straddles.
You can. I think you can straddle any position except the button.
Oh, except the button.
but I can fold easily.
It's Mrs.
I'm not a huge fan of the button straddle, to be honest with you, and Hold'em. I think it kind of kills the game. It takes from the game if you're only button straddling, you know.
I like it when I'm the only one doing it.
Well, there you go.
I have played in games where I was the only one button straddling. I was like, this is brilliant. I was like, let's double the stakes when only when I'm in position.
Raise it up
On the
here.
button, I would have called with my hand.
There's a $100 raise here, and it looks like Bear Jew.
GT is going to bet 200. Jimmy Bluffett asking if GT knows by now if he mucked the winning half pot. I don't think so. Again, nobody has their phone. They surrender their phone at the start of the show. They get it at the end of the show.
Call, you could have pretty much any.
What's your hand again? Deuce 8?
And GT here is going to piece off with a backdoor, a bet call with 5-6 of clubs, and he's turned. I mean, he had a backdoor flush draw, and I guess 3 to a straight. And he calls, and
now he's got 4 to a straight.
Yeah, I mean, he turned. I mean, he didn't get the 3 of clubs, but he got the 3 of hearts, and Bear Jew going to bet 1,000 here.
I mean, if you're GT, would you ever check raise here then? I mean, again, I know you're never in this position, but if you found yourself in this position, would you then do the check raise and the turn play, which is so strong on a board like this?
It was a little hard. Well, there it is. He's going to raise it to 3,000. I think he led into the pre-flop raiser, because I think Bear Jew is the pre-flop raiser. So this is a very strong line, lead call, and then check raise turn. Like maybe he's got a set of 4s, a set of 9s, queen 9.
I mean, he could theoretically have like Jack 10 of hearts or something like that, but there aren't a ton of bluffs.
You just don't see a ton of leads into the pre-flop raiser, although we've seen it all week. Bear Jew raised, though, so it's even stronger. The guy continued and check raised. But Bear Jew's a non-believer. He's going to call, and it's going to be interesting to see a heart if GT recognizes that he could probably bluff a heart here, too. You know, with the backdoor.
Absolutely. I mean, you're also bluffing. I mean, I think if a king comes off, an 8 comes off, a heart comes off, those are all the cards that I'm going to be bluffing if I miss.
340.
That's a pretty awful card.
That is a bad one. I mean, obviously he doesn't change 4s or 9s, but what this does is that you wouldn't go all in with queen 9 now. That's what this is the issue here.
Right. So now basically, if he moves all in, he's saying I have a set of 4s or I have a set of 9s, and that's it.
I mean, there's only one pot size bet left, so you could make a case where, you know.
Nothing.
Yeah, he just gave. I actually like.
There you hear him. You said you picked up a heart draw.
I actually like the. I like the give up there.
Whatever I bet, you're gonna call anyway. So nice
snap.
Yeah, on that specific card, I agree.
Because I thought you picked up hearts.
I was gonna say though, yeah, if you know, with one bet, Dave, one pot size bet, when you have top 2. And the board pairs, you know, you can start to think about how many ace queen, king queen does he have. He could call. Obviously, we're gonna lose to aces and kings.
I love plays like that because you suddenly look at it and you go, well, if I hit my straight, I'm gonna get paid because he's not gonna see it. And if I hit a heart, well then I can use that card and I can bluff my opponent out.
Dealer added 3,000.
And we got a $3,000 add-on here from GT. Well, if he, like I said, we take his phones. It doesn't seem like we haven't seen any type of reaction, any inclination that he knows that he misread. You know, and I'm sure that that's going to make a sort of a best of highlight reel. Again, if you missed it earlier on the show, GT and Barry got into a 20K pot where GT had a huge draw, and he won the first run against Barry, and he lost the second run, and he mucked his hand. He didn't see the straight he made, so he basically mucked away 10K.
Yeah, he had a gut shot straight flush draw. Didn't hit the flush, but hit the gut shot on his first try, but just didn't realize that he made the straight.
400 call.
Two-time Charles. Please tell him that so he hears.
I like the give up on the river. I think a lot of players make the mistake of kind of getting in their head like, I've got to bluff, I can't. And I think occasionally you do have to abort that, abort the mission, so to speak. When like one of the worst cards in the deck comes off. Because as you pointed out, Queen 9 is one of the hands that makes up a lot of what he's check raising there on the turn.
Yep.
And now he can't, now Queen 9 is garbage. Well, not garbage, but I mean something you can't beat kings, you can't beat aces.
You got to shift gears in a game like that.
He wants to have everybody covered.
Yeah. Anyone
I would have so re-raised him if you wouldn't.
No. Mike gonna show and bluffing with the best hand once again. The king high.
And I got him behind me. I'm like, this guy might have.
I was trying to figure out what jersey that is. That's the new Nugget. Is that a vintage Nuggets jersey or new? I can't even tell.
Vintage.
I know you're not an NBA guy. So. Denver Nuggets.
I believe it's Denver Nuggets. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know, but is it vintage or is it new?
I think it seems like it's trying to be vintage.
They did have weird uniforms at one time.
I only wish you could deal some good cards too.
You want another?
You cannot do that. You cannot do that.
You want more 10s?
That's not part of the deal.
Yeah,
That's not part of the deal. You mind if I reach?
40 straddle.
Ali Razi pointing out that women's volleyball is the greatest. I concur.
Put 60 out there.
It's the only Olympic sport that I'm watching right now.
200.
How much did Nick buy in 10?
His whole stack.
Gonna say something controversial in a second here.
Good luck.
Specifically about women's sports and volleyball.
Oh gosh, don't be controversial.
Nick here is gonna raise it up to 200.
Oh, Israeli Ron's got Queen Deuce.
Uh-oh.
You know he's gonna play this hand.
This is the ante. Paul 200.
Bear Jew.
Jack 10, he's gonna play.
I wish I took the wrong out and didn't work.
Jack 10 queens and
We
queen.
have 3 ways to the flop, $680 in there. Stick with us because Bart's about to say something controversial apparently. Ace 10 6. Queen's still in the lead, but not a flop you're looking for when you get called by 2 players.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been Nick's night here so far.
No. I mean, like the ace queen versus kings, there's basically one run. There's one board where he's gonna get felted, and he hate it.
Oh, and he gets through here, and I don't think Nick is in a mood to fold.
Not to one bet.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah.
Ron definitely, if he somehow wins this, he's gonna show it for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Check.
Bear Jew would have made trips. And now Ron's going to continue to fire here, so if he had bet a 10 or an ace. And now I think Nick might just be done with it. Because he can't beat a 10, he can't beat an ace.
Oh, hold on.
Did he fold?
Wait, show the queen.
The man, the myth,
Oh no, they
the
mucked his
legend.
hand. He can't show it. Oh no, he won. He's
Fuck, I had queen deuce.
He did have queen deuce.
The one time.
He had a whole show. He had a whole spiel. He had the whole spiel. Lift up his shirt, show up his shirt, and then flip the cards over.
Wow. Oh, he knows he wanted to show that too. No, what I was going to say about women's volleyball versus men's volleyball is men's volleyball is almost too fast. There aren't rallies. I actually enjoy women's volleyball more. It's just really hard to have a long rally in men's volleyball when they're spiking at like 170 miles an hour, whereas I don't really enjoy women's basketball or women's soccer or women's hockey, but I think it's a good in-between with the women's volleyball. Have you ever seen men's volleyball in the Olympics?
I've watched men's volleyball.
You don't think it's too fast?
Just not really interested. I don't know if it's a fast thing or not. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I mean, I'll watch it for a second, but yeah. I'm not a Summer Olympics guy.
Women's tennis is enjoyable too. You could make.
I like women's tennis.
You could make a case that on grass, men's tennis is too fast on grass too, with very short points. Not so much on clay, but on grass.
I didn't realize it had the brown.
There's a lot of women's sports I do enjoy. Beach volleyball just being one of my favorites.
I was talking about regular volleyball.
I was talking about beach volleyball. Yeah. Beach volleyball.
No, I'm talking about regular volleyball. No, there's always rallies in beach volleyball. It's a 2-on-2.
It's great. I love it.
But if you watch like the full 8-on-8 or 9-on-9 men's volleyball, it's just checked around here. 10-7-4 with a couple clubs.
One of the sports I do enjoy watching, that it's only because I have so much respect for the people playing the sport, is water polo.
Right.
I mean, if you swim and you've ever tried to tread water, it's just amazing, these guys and girls, what they're doing.
Barry here is going to bet with top pair after he gets checked through here. Now, Bearju has turned middle two. He's not going anywhere. 5-6 and clubs get there.
No, this is a big bet by Barry again. The sizing is just like pot. Like, boom. Now, Barry has a gut shot to the straight. He can hit a 9. Neither player has a club in their hands. These guys are deep, too. Bearju makes the call. Pot's now 3,500.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Well, remember, Barry did this weird bet in the first hour of the show. Well, now that's probably an action killer. He did that weird bet where he got a guy to sort of think about folding a set, if you remember, against.
Yeah, there's a player on his left right there, Patrick.
Mike. And now he's going to bluff it here with top pair, it looks like, Dave. I mean, this has to be a bluff, right? On a one-liner
Well, this is sizing. I mean, if he bets 1,300, no, but...
That's not a bluff?
I don't know.
Well, that's a little bit of a buck there, or what? Half the size of the pot. I can see the cards. It's so in between. It has to be a bluff.
I mean, I guess, are you trying to get bigger tens to fold? And it works.
He gets two pair to fold.
And the crowd chants, Woodsy, 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 Woodsy. That's right, Grandpa. Go get him.
The ones in Hong Kong are not 5K flags.
But you know, like for sure, like the
50, they're 100K flags, so those are like 20K, like around there. Yeah. And they'll sit down with us.
I probably would have folded. I mean, if I had Eldar's hand, would I fold? I mean, Barry is kind of. I mean, he's trying to play it like he's got a flush, I would think. But I mean, now that if I ever play with Barry and I see a lot of these sort of kind of weird, like, say, sort of like button clicking, now I'm just going to call him down. I'm just going to call him down.
I have played a lot with Barry. The problem, though, is sometimes you end up calling him because you think he's bluffing, and then but he's bluffing with, like, top pair.
I did that on a different live stream a couple of years ago.
I called him with ace-king once, and he was bluffing with, like, bottom pair. And I was like, ugh.
I called him down.
So
he had a flush.
He's obviously a very unconventional player, but it's tough.
Is really Ron here going to
look at this? I didn't know this. Apparently, a little hashtag Bluffit nugget. Jimmy Bluffit played semi-pro sand volleyball. That's pretty cool.
10K.
Oh, here comes another ace queen here for Nick and another flat call. But this is where, I don't know if I would call ace queen off to Julie's 3-bet, but this is where I might
It's so much easier with 10K and that
sometimes call, because I just don't think Ron's ever really 4-betting here, Dave, unless he's got aces or kings.
Right.
He's just
I
been
mean,
shown
are you folding sometime as well?
with ace queen against Julie's 3-bet? Yes, but I'm saying, like, if I had like something playable, or normally I would 4-bet or fold, I might call here because I don't think Ron's putting the hammer down.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 4-betting with like aces and kings.
Yeah.
What you do.
Yeah, you play like your short stack.
Well, king 7 deuce. Tens are still good on what is a extremely dry board.
Yeah, I think you put in a protection bet here, maybe 350 to 400.
Yeah, and the fact that Nick flatted the 3-bet
doesn't mean he has probably a whole lot of ace king or kings.
Right.
So
that's what I was kind of getting at. Like,
yeah.
I'd actually be more concerned if a queen was on the flop than a king.
Here it is, 400.
No, I mean, Israeli Ron's got some backdoor stuff going on here, but he's going to give it up. And Julie hasn't played a ton of hands, but the ones she's played them well. Surf and snowboard. We love you. It says, loosen up, guys. It's Thursday night. Let's get wild. You know what? Let's get wild. And there it is. Yeah, the Denver Nuggets. Kind of a cool shirt. I like it. You mentioned before, I'm not an NBA guy, but I still appreciate it. I watch a little bit. Lakers have like an all-star team if it was 2014 now.
Got it.
Raise 100.
Julie's gonna she's gonna play the heater, raising in the cutoff seat with Jack 9 offsuit.
It might be the first time that it's been folded to the cutoff. I mean, that's kind of on the cusp, you know.
Yeah. Ace 9-8, 2 clubs.
Flop the flush.
Nobody with an ace. Julie has the best hand with a pair of 9s. She checks it.
Mike with the queen jack does not bet, and he just slams the nuts here on the turn.
Yep.
And Nick is going to come out and bet with a 10. Pretty draw-heavy board here with clubs and hearts, so it's going to be interesting to see. And now Julie up, and I mean, she's got open-ended with a pair, so I would imagine that this is going to, you know, make Mike, you know, Mike might put in 600 or 700 here.
Yeah, and 2 hearts out there, 2 clubs out there. A lot of draws he can represent, right?
700.
And he's going to raise it up 500 more.
And if you're looking to slow play the nuts in a situation like this, you want to have, ideally you actually want to have the flush draw, just one flush draw, and you have it because there's less of a chance it'll calm, kill the action, can make you look like you're in a flush draw. Julie's going to give him action, though. She's going to call. River here is the 6 of hearts. One-liner here to a 7.
Oh, I'm going to be so tight, check.
Wow, that's a pretty tight laydown. I mean,
tight fold and check back, man.
Tight, I mean, excuse me, yeah, tight check back, yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight check back.
Couldn't get value from an ace, huh?
Yeah, and I thought for sure he'd get a value bet there. And I figured maybe she'd fold on the heart because that's one more hand she can't beat.
I know.
Produced the new Stars show Heels. Are you familiar with that show?
Dude, it's like our 3rd favorite show.
What is it about?
Heels? I have no idea. No, I've never seen it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call you.
I
wasn't even trying to intentionally call you out, actually.
Yeah, I have no
There's so
idea.
many shows on different like streaming platforms.
Yeah.
So hard to keep up.
Wifey and I just finished Bosch,
I know Bosch.
and we are now on Ted
Bosch was
Lasso.
originally,
We're now on Ted Lasso show.
Was Bosch originally like on USA and then went to Netflix?
I think so, but I don't even know. Yeah, something like that. Now it's on like Amazon. It's on like Prime.
Well, they all migrate over.
Yeah. But yeah, now we're on the Ted Lasso show, which I think is brilliant.
Which is on Apple TV, right? Apple Plus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raise it up here by Ronnie with the ace jack off.
Yeah.
3 aces out there.
Yeah, a river brick, you're going to pay something.
Queen 5 deuce.
Because everything mixed.
Bear Jew with a pair of queens.
Ron.
Don't think we'll see a turn card.
I can see one more hand before I smoke. I try and be courteous and make it back by my big blind.
Doing it. It was only $8 tip because I stole $2.
Yeah.
Well, you gave it to me, man.
Don't play or hate, dude.
Got about an hour and 45 minutes here left in the show. Again, if you are not a subscriber, we're giving away some very, very cool Hustler Casino live swag, some merchandise. All you have to do is subscribe to the YouTube channel. We will pick a winner towards the end of the show.
I'm not hating anyone. This guy, yeah,
Finish your food and then we'll talk.
I don't hate anyone. Yeah, all right. I'm not even tilted. Good. Yeah, I'm not thrilled. I'm talking about the way you do it. I tilt, he does.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not tilted. I just, maybe it's cat frustration just because of the way some things are going. But
That's why if the river bricks, I'm going to bet big and
I
call me light.
only made one big mistake in hand against
well.
Re-raise.
Well, 3-bet here
for no reason.
from Michael. 560.
Who did what?
Oh, he was just.
Again, the whites are hundreds, the greens are 1Ks, and the browns, which is sort of the primary chip in this game today, are 10s. Bear Jew again with pocket 10s. And a couple of limps in here, Dave. And wow, this is...
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how this one
who's
plays out.
who's got the hand? What is Ron? seat 5 3 betting with. Patrick
GT
here, ace queen off,
calls.
ace queen off here in the small blind.
Bear Jew calls 3 ways. Ace queen, 10s, 6s, 1760 in there.
And Patrick's up like at least 15K, right?
Oh,
I mean, he's just on a
he's
tear. Big winner here. There's
And
the ace.
Some days like that.
Yep. And he also got bluffed in that hand against Ronnie.
Yeah.
Too, with the ace queen.
1,000.
It's 1,000 into 1760.
Oh, I need my mask on, don't I?
Jacks are good. Jacks are good.
Hey, Lauren, will you tell them to turn off Barry's? Lauren, tell them to turn these two off.
We turn off suite 2 and 4 mic.
Oh, yeah, Barry. You always have to watch the mics because, you know, if somebody walks away to go to the bathroom, it's... Want to kill those mics. Live TV.
A couple people in the chat wondering if they can get some swag. We're giving away. Each and every show this week, we are giving away some swag. So you want to be eligible to get that, whether it's a hat, sweatshirt, T-shirt, some Hustler Casino Live swag. All you need to do is subscribe to our channel. That's it. You're watching it already. You like the show. It's free. Just hit the subscribe button. That's it. And you are eligible to win some free swag.
Straddle under the gun, 100. $100 straddle, guys.
$100 straddle. I overheard.
300.
Patrick going 300.
Re-raise.
GT re-raises to 1,200. Wow. Now we're playing poker. Back over to Patrick. GT's got 9K behind him.
So it's a 4x 3-bet, 900 to call, and you know, this is one where I might sort of exploitively fold because usually when you open button and you get 3-bet, King Jack is actually where you probably do defend to regular sizing if somebody is, I would say, structuring their 3-betting range correctly. In that case, I might be like, I think GT is just kind of strong here. He actually wasn't really all that strong, but
Get a dealer change. With that, we'll get a bomb pot.
It's timed so perfectly.
And probably some sort of fun promo video.
Yeah. But now it's like, oh, so this is for me to buy out.
Yeah. Hi, this is Brad.
Hi, this is Andrew, and we want to congratulate Nick and Ryan on the successful launch of Hustler Casino Live.
We also want to announce our partnership with Hustler Casino. We're going to be doing meetup games there regularly.
Stay tuned for all the excitement. Make sure you follow Hustler Casino Live and us on social media for all the info.
great to have Brad and Andrew, Brado and Andrew Nemi coming. They're definitely going to roll through here, be on the show. Also have meetup games here at the Hustler. Two great guys. Brad was actually in my house a few weeks ago in Austin. We did a little poker hands on the couch, on my couch.
Oh, good. Tell the guy he owes me a beer, okay?
Yeah, you know what I mean? If maybe if I would win once in a while I'd be like, okay, they're fun, but honestly, I don't even know how to play them. Flop top here, and I'm checking to the river, get killed anyways. It just doesn't, I don't get it, you know?
You play it like that.
Nick here with the ace-jack, top.
Well, Nick is a pro. I don't know how to play it.
And that's a bomb pot. So, and again, in bomb pot, everyone in this case is going to put out 100. And everyone just sort of plays post. We haven't seen a whole, I mean, sort of bomb pots go in. I saw there was quite a bit of action last night in the bomb pots. Sometimes it kind of just goes in.
I think maybe they should, maybe we should go the two board route.
I don't know if they can. You know what the issue is? What I've seen is I've never been able to see graphics really be able to handle it. Because remember, it's not just that hand. It's matching the stacks after the fact and properly chopping the pot and getting the chip stacks all in.
It's just funny. It's like when bomb pots first started, they were so amazing because nobody knew what they were doing, and people got, people put too many chips in the pot, right, with like just one pair type hands. But now it seems like they've been around long enough. People are starting to get the hang of them. And
raise it up here by Ronnie with the king, queen of spades, and oh, here we go.
He must have,
GT here with another 3-bet.
Yeah, so GT is kind of stepping out.
Maybe he found out about the 9-5 of hearts hand now.
It's certainly possible. He might have stepped away and, you know, maybe saw one of his buddies in another game and they said, "Whoa, dude, you fold."
Like imagining shooting
I don't know.
right now in his head for some
But
reason.
either that or he's just changing gears.
The problem is you sat next to him and he's bad vibing you, bro. Otherwise, you're usually a happy guy.
Jack 9 here.
No, I'm not.
He's got a gut shot. He's got overs. He's got a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad board here to c-bet.
And he's going to win it right here.
I know. Speeches or comments or dirty, dumb comments or funny, too far.
You're not even making funny.
I'm not in the mood. Isn't that crazy? Even if I was
You're
up.
not even going too far.
I know. Even if I was up, I just didn't come in the mood.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like that.
Maybe that ticket got you fucked. Right?
Nah, I get over that.
No,
Not exactly sure what Ronnie's thinking about here. Wow, he's going to...
I did. I did.
A little float from out of position in a really...
I wouldn't really choose to take this one. I mean, he's got overcards, but it is late versus late. Wow, how about just turn the nuts? In a very sort of hidden way here, too.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's in one of those moves. I've been in one all day.
I mean, I feel like if you're defending King, Queen of Spades on this flop.
Ooh, look at this, a sneaky check.
And he's going to love it because
Ronnie... Sneaky check by GT, excuse me.
And Ronnie's going to bet here. I mean, this is what he did, right? I mean, he floated the flop to make this play.
And maybe GT like sort of picked up a read. I'm not usually a huge fan of slow playing, but occasionally...
That was an idiot.
Raise. He raises on the board pair. That's interesting. I don't think that Ronnie was expecting that raise to...
Wait a second, though. Now Ronnie's like, instead of just insta-folding because he thought he got called, now he's thinking, do I re-raise? This doesn't make any sense. What are you trying to rep here?
No, he's just posturing.
Is he?
Come on.
I thought that last time. I thought he was posturing with the King, Queen, and then he called.
This is just a posture. This is just a posture.
Okay. I mean, he was going to insta-muck, and now he's intrigued.
I mean,
he's thinking this doesn't make
I'm
any
not even
sense.
talking. I mean, it would just be suicidal to 3-bet bluff here when a guy just wraps 4K on top of you.
What did he have?
Plus, the guy only has 4,000 left.
I get it. Listen, I'm not...
Yeah. I mean, it says 57-20, but...
He might have some green stuck in there somewhere.
Oh, he said it afterwards.
Maybe he's got a green in there. I don't know.
He did.
I mean, listen, I thought it was all posturing, but then we saw him, make that creative play with the queens. We saw him float with King, Queen on an 8-high board with no spades out there.
Well, I liked the play with the queens. I would not like this play. Yeah, he just fucks it. But what I was going to say is what's kind of interesting about that turn, I didn't want to say it because I think it seems very too results-oriented, is that you might check back that turn a lot in a 3-bet pot, even with some overpairs, the way that it connects. So I don't mind the play.
Is that because, in theory, that card should favor the caller's range more than your own?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Although it is, again, late position versus late position, so, both players can obviously have hands like Jack-9 suited, which you're not really supposed to be seen reflected in, like, under the gun versus under the gun one.
Right.
I got a message.
Anyway, cut it. That was an interesting one there, and it's not going to make up for the fold from earlier on, but nice little pot there for GT.
For like 10 minutes. The chat, really goes for that kind of
I almost never knock at 18 points because of
Bart Hansen, David Zuckman here. Thanks for joining us. Bart and I first commentated about 16 and a half years ago. Yeah, I know. That just says that we're old now. Older, I should say. And but we're still here.
Well, Ron won that hand with Queen Deuce, and he didn't get to show it. The dealer mucked his hand, so now he's gonna
try it again.
Try it again. Ronnie here with the Ace Jack. Julie with 6-6.
You know what we should do is we should joke and have someone come down from the booth and say we're gonna give him.
Julie lets it go. Ronnie's gonna in all likelihood call this.
That's what I want.
Oh, Dave, I know you're a little bit hard of hearing, so I'm gonna fill you in on what they're saying on the table here in a second after this hand. Wow, and Ronnie here he's gonna 4-bet.
Oh!
But the sticks are even
Wow,
better.
and Queen Deuce. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. So Israeli Ron.
That might look at him. He's steaming.
Fucking
Yep.
call with your fucking so-called queen deuce,
Unbelievable.
but you'll call blind $200, $300 pre-flop.
Kings. Yeah. Someone did
Step it up with your
Nick
queen
was
deuce.
saying
You
that.
fucking tattoo it, you got to put in any amount.
Nick was saying that.
I mean, you fucking tattooed it. That's it. I'm playing it for fucking cars, you know?
Wow. So he folds a hand. He folds his favorite hand. The hand is literally tattooed on his arm. And the flop, he would have flopped 2 pair.
We got 4 bet.
You're a fucking sleazeball.
Nick was saying that the players now know about the 9-5 suited hand, and
They do,
He was
okay.
saying that they should all act as if they're gonna give
Sleazy, but if it's
GT half the pot and have a guy from the booth come down and say, "Oh, we're awarding GT half the pot just to piss off Barry." But get him all riled up.
I would love that.
I know you'd play along.
I'll be the guy who does it.
I
I'll go
know.
down there and say it. Be like,
Oh
okay,
my
listen,
God.
you got this, Barry. You owe GT $9,700.
Yeah. Mike here's gonna 3-bet here with Queen. I knew you didn't hear that because I knew there would have been
No,
a reaction.
I did not. I did not hear that. Oh, I would be that guy. Are you kidding me? Queens are good here. Julian there. This is blind on blind. A couple of big hands. Obviously, one enormous hand. And you might not see Julie just fold right away. Now, she's going to call one time. Ace high. She's got some runner. And there she hits one of them. Boom. Ace.
Backdoor club draw, backdoor wheel draw, small bet. Now she makes
has 2
aces
pair.
up. So it's a very easy bet here. Queen Jack misses, Jack 9 misses. I mean, I'd be doing a lot of calling here if I was Mike. He sort of seemed, he doesn't like it, but I can't imagine. Wow, it's 800, but.
He might fold that. She has, when she check calls the flop, I think she does have some, a fair amount of aces in her range, right?
Should be some.
I mean, blind on blind again.
Anything but an ace.
Well, no, you can't beat anything but an ace.
Or 2 pair, I guess.
Thank you.
Jared, we asked them if they can hear my voice, because I turned it off when I went to the restroom.
Call.
Can you guys hear Barry's voice?
Cool.
Just so you know, when you went to the restroom, I told you to turn your mic off.
By the way, I love her reaction. Her reaction was of a poker player. It was, I feel you, man. Give me your money.
You could probably run that by Feldman, see if you could just go down there now, an hour later.
Oh my God, it would just be classic.
I'm sure Nick would enjoy it because he was just suggesting it, but.
I guess did Barry step away from the table for a moment?
Yeah, they were talking
Okay.
behind his back.
What was GT's reaction?
I haven't really seen.
I mean, he seems
I think
pretty
maybe
chill.
GT was
I was very
possibly
close to
walked away
folding,
too.
'cause there's not like
Maybe that's why he's been 3-betting a little more lately.
Yeah, that's
More
yeah.
Diet Coke than ice.
Anyone else? Cocktails?
The only way I would do that is if GT absolutely 100% knew he was not getting it.
Yeah, that's
because you don't want to bring that
that's
up,
the
and then
issue.
GT actually thinks, "Oh wait, am I getting it?" And be like, "Oh no, dude, we're just
we were just joking.
We're just joking. So we were just making fun of Barry, but I know I just want to pour salt on your wound too, over again. You know, like yeah, you gave him $10,000. Well done.
Bear Jew here with another pair, medium pair of pocket 9s.
We see you guys in the chat. Thanks again. Once again, we're going to be giving away some cool Hustler Casino swag. Hustler Casino Live swag, I should say. The only requirement is that you sub to our
YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Just sub. Hit the sub button.
So Bear Jew here with a full house. Probably not going to get a whole lot of action.
Now, does Ronnie ever take one off with just overs? And
he's got a guy behind him that could be sandbagging. I don't know if he's thinking about making a play. It's just out of there. And Eldar Bear Jew going to take it down.
Oh, it's a great spot for you with one
yeah, some people in the chat noticing that GT's body language has definitely changed. So. Makes a little bit of sense. I noticed there's a Card Player magazine here. I'm amazed that it's still around. I mean, I've been like playing poker for whatever the last 20 years, right? And I remember reading Card Player magazine back then. I remember reading Card Player magazine, like I was reading the articles to like that's how I got better.
Well, I had just run to the restroom and run to the gift shop real quick, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, let me pick this up. And the reason I was pointing at it was because it's a pamphlet.
What else did you get at the in the gift
I actually
shop?
didn't get anything. They didn't have what I was looking. Oh, I get that one. No butt plugs. No butt plugs.
I wasn't going there, dude. I wasn't even gonna say that.
This thing is 38 pages, and it's just like it's a pamphlet of what it used to be. I mean, obviously, Card Player had a lot of advertising from online poker back in the day.
Well, not only that, it's that they had those they had the all those like strategy articles now. Are there strategy articles in there still or no?
It's okay.
9 of diamonds on the turn. Barry's gonna bet his 7. He bets 60. Tiny little bet, but it gets the job done.
By the way, also too, like all these, one of the things.
Barry, by the way, sorry to interrupt you. Barry is the original fresh maker.
I know you know this, but I'm looking at this. How do you pronounce this? Joa Vieira? Do you know this guy?
I would say Yao.
Oh.
Yao Vieira.
Yao Vieira. Pretty much, I would say. At one time it was half. It might be 100% now of the covers of Card Player are advertisements. Meaning,
yeah, you can.
The company has paid.
You can
Winamax has
yeah.
paid for to be. For
you
this
could
guy
buy,
to be,
yeah, if you wanted to,
yeah.
you can buy. I'm going to put this out there, guys. You can buy yourself a Card Player magazine. In fact, let's say you were thinking, hey, I want to buy my dad a really cool gift, you know, or whatever, your uncle, your mom. You could buy them a Card Player magazine, like.
The cover, and I'm not one of those fake ones like in a vending machine.
No,
the actual cover.
The actual
Card
cover.
Player.
You can have them, and you can even like if you pay the money, you can have them write like breakout player of 2021.
Best player in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but then it's like watch out for Joe Smith.
Yeah, he wins the $80 daily.
Yeah. And they'll do a story. They will literally do a story about them.
300.
Ace-10 here for GT. Julie's going to bet, and you know what? This could create an interesting dynamic because Julie knows what happened with the 9-5 of hearts, and she now knows that GT knows that. And you just wonder for a second, does that? I mean, the 10 on the turn obviously is a pretty bad card, a good card for her to not get involved. But you wonder if that kind of makes her think, okay, is he more bluffy now? The fact of the matter is she's got queen high, so.
Right. Also, she has the primary bluff. She also has a spade in her hand, too, which, if the river had bricked out, it would have meant that he's less likely to have a busted flush draw. Now the spade comes in. This is probably just going to go bad.
By the way, the fact that it matters, we were going to be results-oriented. Last time, when he had Jack-9, we both kind of liked the check back a little bit. In this situation, I don't like it as much. There's 2 hearts out there, 2 spades out there.
Well, he was out of position, right, and didn't have the betting lead in the hand, so I think he checked called.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, he was
fair enough.
Had to play it passively.
But then why not check raise it then? I mean, on an ace-10 blank, 2 flush, and you've got the image that you gave away 10K, people might think you're tilty. Then check raise that.
By the way, Card Player is not the only magazine that you can do that with either, and you'd be surprised how some reputable, even some news magazines, you can sort of buy
I
the
wouldn't be
cover
surprised
too.
at all today, but yeah, I get it. I just think it'd be cool. I mean, you think about a cool poker gift for somebody.
Yeah, very light. You want to take the very light? This stuff? They'll turn off? Okay, good. Oh, raise 420. 420, that's my date.
What does that symbolize?
Charlie's
my favorite date.
Pocket kings here for Nick.
Yeah, they've been going around. Julie's going to call with the 10-8 suited.
Now, this is a spot where I don't like this call because she opened, Mike called. I don't want to be out of position between 3 people where I'm not heads up, especially with the gap suited connector that's not flop well. Much better to be heads up, but I don't want to be in the spot 3 ways with 10-8 of hearts. So I would have just mucked if I were her. Not good. Boy, Nick is he's just not getting the best of these boards.
No, he does not. Now, Mike's got a pair of jacks. Julie is open-ended. Nobody has a diamond in their hand, by the way.
Nick actually still has the best hand now, and there the river's a jack. And Mike somehow wins it. I mean, he did have a gutter to a 10, but there's trip jacks. Oh, and he checked it again. How does Mike check that?
I don't understand any of this.
How does Mike check that at the end?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't understand why Nick checked twice.
Would I have put in a bet on the turn against two?
Okay, that's debatable.
It's possible.
I wasn't even going to take a stab.
No, you said I'm not even taking a stab.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to take a stab. Oh, yeah.
Not your day, bro.
He's had a lot of big hands and just like a lot of kings and queens, the ace.
Yeah.
Well, that's better.
You had asked one of our technical guys if you could, if the monitors raised, and he said yes, they do. And it just
and then I
took you 2.5 days to figure it out.
And then I forgot.
He's giving me at least hands I don't have to play, you know?
Bart Hanson, David Tuckman here. Thank you for joining us. For those of you who have been fans of ours for years, we appreciate it. We really do appreciate the support. Can't tell you how excited I am to be here working with Bart on Hustler Casino Live. I feel like all is right in the world.
You were on the button then anyway, right?
Clearly it's not, but it feels good. A lot of diamonds again. Diamonds are cheap. And again, neither player with a diamond. Patrick's got pretty much the worst hand he could have. And you can see kind of like shark to blood. I mean, Nick is saying, you know, I'm not feeling it. I didn't even want to take a shot at it the way I'm running today. And you see here, he's just like almost defeated. We've all felt that way at the poker table, just not our day. And it's that mindset. Sometimes when you get yourself into that mindset, I feel like it's almost that it almost feeds upon itself in a weird way. And I don't want to say it's not you're running bad. It's just, you know, suddenly you get that kind of defeatist feeling, and then it does feed upon itself.
I just forgot who you
Ace Queen here for Bear Jew.
You're my boy, Blue.
Raised from Julie.
He's blue. Like.
So Bear Jew, we've seen him do the limp re-raise with this exact hand.
Yep. We definitely did. Well, Ron's got 8, so there's going to be that dead money out there.
Is he quoting old school?
He's the Godfather or whatever the fuck.
Now, this is a raise and a re-raise, though, Dave. It's not just limp raise. This is a raise and a re-raise.
Well, now it is, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Julie raises +1. Patrick. I don't understand what the deal is with the sizing, though. I mean, Julie makes it 100. Barry calls. Who makes it 300 as a 3-bet in the cutoff? 3x over a raise.
You're gonna go more like 420.
500.
Well, we don't have that kind of time.
At this table?
I mean, if Barry didn't call in the middle, is 300 okay?
I think with the limp from Bear Jew, I still raise it. Wow, and he folds.
Yeah, Ace Queen off suit.
Queen off.
No, it happened just this last
Julie does call.
Yeah,
it's really
again,
Ron calls, Barry calls, 5-4-3.
Ron's got the small overpair here with the 8s.
This pot's already 1250.
Then I do it.
I'll pay the right stuff, Charlie.
And again, this is probably would be too, you know, over bluffing here if you bet with 9-7. Wow, and the turn's a 9. Now Barry has the best hand here, and Ron's gonna bet the third best hand on the turn with 8-8. Barry has the best hand with 10-9, and Patrick also, although Patrick had a gutter on the flop there too. I for some reason didn't catch that. So Patrick's got extra outs here with the 9-7. Obviously, you can catch the 6.
Looking for a 6 or a 7.
He said one with Mel
and it's a jack, and 10-9 is good. The kicker does play.
This one might just get checked down here, Dave, I think.
Yeah, everybody thinks they have showdown value.
Yeah. Check. Because especially with 9-7, I'm not betting here because I don't beat other 9s unless I'm bluffing, which I don't think I need to do.
Yeah, he got one.
Well, that's the thing. Does he think he needs to bluff at?
Well, I think he thinks he's value betting here.
Oh, absolutely. With that sizing, I think that's clear.
500.
Sometimes you and I can't tell.
Yeah.
When he bets 500 into 25.
He might get Ron, though, to call. And Barry, if Barry doesn't muck the best hand, I mean, Barry's going to be incredible. Barry's going to be getting 7-1.
Wait a second. Could he?
Oh, wow.
Could he win this?
No, Barry just called.
Barry overcalls.
That'd be unbelievable. If Ron had called and Barry mocked.
That would have been.
Oh, my God.
It wouldn't have been. By the way, though, I mean, if the guy bets 500 into 24, you're thinking, okay, it's a value bet, right? He's not bluffing. And then if you get the call from Ron, you're thinking, well, how can 10-9 possibly be good here?
Also, Ron
you're just getting too good a price.
Also, Ron came out and fired on the turn, which is sort of indicative of a 9. I'd have to, to do the hand reading, I would make sure to look at what position is Ron in. I'd see, oh, he's in the big blind, so he might have some
trash.
Worse 9s than 10-9.
At the end of the day, you pointed out the main thing. Barry's getting 7-1. And that hand right there is pretty much a perfect example why you don't fold and limit hold'em in the river. Don't be a hero. You're getting 7-8 to 1, 9-1. You got a pair. You call.
That was. I mean, I'm all for thin value bet. That was.
Hold on. How much can I bet you?
Really thin against 2 people. Really.
6,000. And I'll give it to even Barry to hold as a fucking escrow.
I bet you 100.
$100? Okay.
Ace. You taking it?
How much you bet me, Julie, that I had ace queen on that hand? It's free money. I mean, you name it. I'll fucking book any amount you want.
You gotta go smaller if you still accept your bet.
How much?
I missed the bet. What's the bet about?
500, Julie?
I don't know what they're betting.
Booked? All right, honey. Here. Like put it whoever you want.
Check.
Oh, Julie here with the open-ended straight draw here with the king queen. No one's really flopped anything big here.
No, Ron's going to bet his pair of 10s, though.
It doesn't matter.
Let's see how Julie plays the overcards with the straight draw.
You're down 600 for sure. Now, if you bet to somebody else about their hand, then you have a shot.
By the way, I do think I lost.
I think so.
I actually might specifically check raise there. And I call this on Crush Live Poker attacking the field better because Ron is a caller pre. He could be betting any part of that board, and I could put a ton of pressure on him. And I think if I check raise on Julie, he folds. He might even fold like Jack 3, Dave, or something like that, you know?
Right. But if you think he's betting 10s, if you think he's betting 6s.
He's betting any piece of it.
Yeah.
She's got the lead here. It goes check on turn. I would just throw out like 300 here.
I'll let you off.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what she does. Oh, she bets 500. That's a little bit on the large side here.
Yeah, you're looking to get called by, some garbagey little 10 or maybe a bad jack.
Like that. I mean, 8-9 gets there, right? I mean, King 9 gets there. Queen 9, which was open-ended, is a pair. King Queen's a pair. Just, I can't find a bluff.
Well, that's the thing. That's the problem. And Israeli Ron thinks the same thing, and he finds a fold. When she calls...
Because she calls next to apt, too, which has a bunch of people.
She has a ton of queens in range.
Almost to the point where you actually might make a case where...
Yeah, right?
And maybe not, because this is kind of an extreme, that King Queen might actually be almost too thin of a value bet there because there's so few bluffs. When there's so few bluffs, you're actually supposed to value bet less. And when you have more bluffs, you're supposed to bluff more in your range. But when she calls with 6 people left to her left.
Well, I mean, if you're never bluffing in a spot or you don't have enough bluffs in your spot, then you're pretty easy to play against, right?
Yeah. It's an interesting one, too.
Oh, my God. I don't want to come in.
A lot of good hands I'm going to be going over for training. I was kind of struggling last night to find them, but
tomorrow, guys, 50-100 at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Lineup: Antonio Esfandiari, Andy, Jeremy Levin, Nick Vertucci, John, George, Russ, GT again. So make sure you join us here tomorrow, 50-100. Bart is on comms. There'll be tons of table talk, and the action will be intense.
They redraw it, yeah.
Something that actually happened.
Bear Jew bets here with nut flush draw, and Ronnie's going to take off here with pair of 8s, which is the best hand. Wow, look at this. Bear Jew's going to fire again. He picked up a combo draw here on the turn. He's got her to a 7 now, too.
Charlie.
Ronnie's a non-believer, though.
Scaring me.
Charlie.
You have to make Eldar the one who's
And now Ronnie, I was going to say, is Bear Jew going to go for 3 barrels? Ronnie is obviously turning his hand into a bluff here, repping Jack 10.
I'm sitting here just shaking my head, wondering, where's this gutter?
I think I'm way ahead, Charlie.
Oh, maybe I thought it was a 6 on the turn.
Yeah,
I guess there is.
I got so confused.
No gutter, my bad.
Yeah,
would have been a gutter if it was
so frustrating here for Bear Jew. I mean, you look at it.
You might fold and you might pull.
Ace 10 of hearts. And Ronnie here, you know, I presumably betting for value.
No.
Like,
No way.
What do you think he's trying to get to fold? You think he's really getting a 9 to fold? The queen is irrelevant, isn't it?
He's trying to represent Jack 10. He's going to check call with Ace 8 and then check call on flop and on turn and then bet a queen river for value.
Okay.
He's out of Vertucci is a pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, okay.
No.
I mean, I don't agree. Well,
oh, okay. You don't agree with it.
I don't agree with it. No,
Yeah.
I don't agree with it. That we've seen some people turn hands that, again, they're like hands that I would never turn into a bluff because they have too much showdown value or they're very good candidates for bluff catching. Like, why do I want to turn a hand into a bluff that's a good candidate for a bluff catcher?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I look at that hand exactly. I'm like, do you really think you're getting a 9 to fold?
Or aces or kings.
John Guerreri says, how much is the buy-in tomorrow night? A lot. And no max.
Well, there's definitely no cap, right?
There's no cap.
Yeah.
There's going to be a ton of money on the
I
table.
mean, 100 big blinds is 10,000. It could be 20,000 min.
It's going to be there's going to be heaps
Especially with
and
Antonio,
heaps of money on the table tomorrow night.
Italian-looking one is soprano. Everybody else is like right out of the central casting of it. Jesus. And we watched The Wire just before this, which we had never seen. That was great. Is it? Never seen that.
Jack high flop, 9's in the lead. Pot's 290.
It's about.
There's a look at Patrick. Once again, these two tangling it up, Patrick and Ronnie.
There's drug dealers.
Ronnie's going to float. Ronnie's a fighter. He fights for every pot.
But these scruples cops are getting wires and trying to keep wires on these guys to convict them. Got it. But it's characterizations are great.
A little movie from many years ago.
I'm guessing it was about Bob and.
It wasn't. It was just about a small town on Long Island and it had all these great people, great faces, you know.
So they gave him the idea to them.
So Ronnie with the float.
What they call like
And now he tries to take it away. See if Patrick's a believer. I mean, there's a couple of spades out there. There's some straight draws out there. Patrick said earlier he's familiar with Ronnie's game. He knows Ronnie. He also knows that Ronnie bluffed him earlier now. And it looks like he's going to call this.
What is that?
Pot 1790. And the river's another 7. I mean, that's a pretty good run out. Spades miss. 6-8 misses. 10-9.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the asshole knows that he doesn't want to give you the
Yeah, we watch it because sometimes.
I mean, unless Patrick had 2 pair. If he had a 7, he's probably checking back maybe. So the 7 doesn't really scare me.
No, I didn't see a name.
No, they
I wonder if the subtitles say.
because now we're already on replay.
I mean, would Ronnie bet a jack on the river? If he had a hand like Queen X of spades, maybe that's what he's betting for value here.
Did I mess up on that hand? For not throwing my hand?
You know, a Queen 10 of spades type hand.
But the hand he mucked was a chop.
Was this open 3-bet or open flat or what?
Open flat.
Open flat.
And then bet, float.
Call. Yeah.
Bet, float. No, bet, float. And then check, call.
Right. Bet,
and
call,
now, yeah.
check, call, and then he goes again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's a lot of draws here that have missed. 8-9 with double gutter, front door spades.
These guys know each other too.
Of course,
Patrick's seen Ronnie do this.
9-10 would be open-ended that Patrick blocks. He also has a spade in his hand, but yeah, there's the call. There's the call.
Nice call there from Patrick. He really he thought that one through. And again, I go back to, these guys have history. Patrick mentioned it earlier on with the ace-jack versus the queens. He said, I know you're capable of doing this. He didn't find the fold. He didn't find the call with the ace-jack and was bluffed out of that one. This time he finds the call. People asking where Matt Berkey is. Seems like he would be in this game. My guess is Matt Berkey will be at some point up here.
I'm sure.
I would imagine that, like I said,
Yeah, he's going to play in a Friday game for sure.
You guys know Ryan. Ryan Feldman is going to get all the big names.
By the way,
here.
Bryan, under the Hustler Casino Live account, has pinned the lineup for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mentioned it already, yeah.
Antonio, Andy, Jeremy, Levine, we know him. And I guess GT is planning on playing too. Of course, Nick, GT from here.
Yeah?
10K.
So, I mean, I will say this. I mean, if it's if he's playing 5,100, maybe 200 tomorrow night, maybe tossing his hand in the muck for 10K doesn't bother him so much.
Been married a long time? A million years, oh my God.
44 years last month? 2 months ago?
Nice, good job there.
Gerry, I think after this thing
Barry's got queens.
Yeah, great spot. Get a raise from GT. Couple of calls. Barry not messing around. He goes 1,000.
Oh, this was my, oh yeah. Okay.
Ryan can come down.
So the raise, 2 calls, and I'm going to go 8x.
No, I didn't say that. I said this discussion should happen later when Ryan can come and participate.
I don't mind it. I mean, or you can look at it like 4x from out of position plus the dead calls and a little bit more at this table. I mean, maybe 900. I don't think it's crazy.
I mean, look. GT's going to make a move.
Yeah.
No, I just called. I thought maybe he would actually. I thought GT was actually going to 4-bet that.
Yeah. Some of the ending. Oh, now
To your point,
with, the
you know,
I feel you're on.
you don't mind it when you get called, right?
I think next month. Did you ever see the Money Heist? No. Oh, that is fantastic. It's a Spanish series. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Oh, GT with a gutter. Obviously, Barry's going to continue here with queens. It's not necessarily the best. Wow.
Oh!
Set of queens for Rick with a one-liner to a straight.
Now he's going to bet?
This is, again, another one of these ones, Dave, where it's just like, you know, we've seen these why bet.
But I have a friend who just got it. She got really sick.
Call here from JT, which I think is somewhat.
No, he
standard.
raised.
Oh, he did raise?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could get value from a set. Barry's going to get 3-1 here. You wouldn't think that someone would bet a set, though, on this turn.
I guess if you're Barry, you call and then just hope the board pairs. I mean, you're getting 3-1.
He's getting almost direct odds here.
Right. You're getting 3-1 plus implied odds. I mean, you know if GT actually has what he's repping, which is an ace, and the board pairs, he's not going to fold. You can go all in on the river.
Well, I don't know.
GT only has. Oh, he's got 10,000. Okay, maybe not all in, but you get another 5. You can definitely get another 4,000 or 5,000 out of him.
1,500 here for 4,500. I mean, and he's got. Wow, he's going to fold. He's getting 3-1. He really only needs 4-1 to call.
Let me see the river. I want to see it.
Nope. Let me show the river.
Ace-3
I mean, he only needs to make 6,000 from the pot. When he raises to 2,000, he's already making 4,700, and if he calls, the pot's going to be 6,000. He can easily make another 1,000 at the end into a $6,000 pot.
Yeah,
I mean, I would call
I
all
still
day.
think he's going to make 3 or 4 on the river. But
And then also, there's a once in a great while, obviously not often, the guy might be doing something crazy and bluffing, and then he's just going to give up at the end when you call the turn, right? Like, and you win, you know?
I got 1,500 at him.
It's, yeah.
100? I don't think you need a discount today.
And we're down to maybe about an hour and 5 minutes left.
Why do you do
here.
it, Mike? Why? Why do you do it to him?
Again, I would say maybe in 15, 20 minutes we'll be picking the winner. If you want free Hustler Casino Live swag.
Yeah, it looks like Nick just gave Barry a hoodie. Get a 3-bet here from Mike. Ace Jack. Patrick's got Ace King.
I have that one. I have that one that you gave me earlier. It's extra large, honey. Put it on.
Patrick just called.
Two just come along every time, too. Barry, did you realize that was a top?
Oh, there's an ace.
That $20,000.
This could be troublesome for Mike.
Told me it was. I don't even recall what your hand was.
Yeah, it was. I told you, everybody, it's 5-9 hearts.
That is a case ace out there. Ronnie with Ace 9, Mike with Ace Jack, Patrick with Ace King. Oh, wow. Ronnie with Ace 9 here. Look at this.
Top 2, Ace King and Ace Jack here.
You had 5-8 of hearts.
5-9.
5-9. What was the board?
Do we get to have our
You know, in the heat of the moment, I just didn't think I had but one of the boards had a straight, I'm being told.
Like a stupid question.
Yeah, they're talking about the 9-5 of hearts hand earlier on.
Someone said right after that. Yeah, she said it right
Because you
after.
said you had a flush and a straight and a flush draw.
And I refused to believe it, but
You could have re-raised and got them out of there, you know?
I said, I don't understand. If you had that hand, there was an 8 on the board. He said, I don't think there was.
So Ronnie just flat calls.
Yeah, they're all talking about that hand now, and this is a really interesting hand we have in front of us.
Oh.
7 of clubs. Case ace out there. Obviously, we can see Ronnie with top 2.
That's not really a great turn card for Ronnie either, because he's got to be concerned. Wow, ace king going to continue to fire into 2 people here?
Yeah, now, Patrick's hand's a little bit under-repped. He doesn't have a club, obviously, but he was not the 3-better pre. He just called the 3-bet.
And then let out on the flop, huh?
He's shattered when I say that.
Good luck, man. He barely tips.
Yeah.
How big is the pot? How big is
$20,000 pot.
It was a $20,000.
$20,000 pot.
Well,
All
Ronnie's
in
just- I
from
mean, yeah,
Ronnie.
I guess he only really has
5,200.
5,000. He doesn't want Mike to sort of come in behind, and
he gets rid of Mike.
Wow, Patrick's gonna get like
I tried to isolate
3 to
you,
1 here.
and then they both
raised.
come.
I should have raised. It was my fault I didn't raise.
Ronnie seems to like to play a lot of offsuit aces here.
Yeah, you hear Patrick saying there, I should have raised. I should have 4-bet.
There's like.
Well, you got a 5 right there. You got to take out, Charlie.
Yeah, there's a 4. That's $6.
I mean, can you just fold this? I mean, you're getting 3 to 1.
How much? Yeah, how much? 2,300 more?
It's $3,230 more.
I'd have to know who the opener and the 3-better was, because I was sort of in the other room. But I don't know. Like, it's unclear to me because Ronnie opened and then got
Yeah, Mike was the
3-bet.
3-better.
I shouldn't have bet that.
And then
Mike
Patrick
was a
just
3-better, and
flatted.
Patrick flatted in the big blind with ace king.
So Ronnie's the opener, initial
I have
opener.
ace king.
That's awful. It's an awful strong shove when the guy's behind you too. The
Yeah.
3-better who
How much is
overcalled.
it?
It doesn't seem like you have any fold equity. I mean,
So 2,680 more?
Wow, he's getting a great price though.
oh, it's 2,680.
Yeah, 2,680 for 1080.
Yeah, it's probably the pot's actually closer to 10-3 then, but still, you're getting 4 to 1
I
now.
think he has the king of clubs.
So maybe he's got like ace queen off. You know what I mean, with the queen of clubs or something. I don't know where our graphics went to, but nobody's done anything yet.
I mean, in theory, Bart,
There we go.
couldn't Ronnie just be in a situation where he's got an ace queen or something, and he's just like, you know what, I can't call here. I'm just gonna go with it.
Well, or like ace queen with the queen of clubs, like I
Yeah.
just said.
I think when Patrick finally makes the call, and he does make the call, he'll need one of the 3 kings left in the deck. You can see just a 7% chance of winning this one. Oh, and how fortuitous for Ronnie that he raised the turn and got the ace-jack to fold. Mike had ace-jack.
Right, Mike also had ace-jack with the jack of clubs, and I think Ronnie just looked at it like, well, I don't want to have clubs behind me. But now it makes a little bit more sense because he's probably not super concerned with the 3-better having a flush.
It was a total mistake.
Check, river, check, bet.
Oh, I should have re-raised you pre-flop.
You should have.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I smooth call.
Oh, and Mike thinking, what could have been?
I realized I was. I know. That's exactly
Take a look here
right.
at the chip count.
How are we losing in this game, man?
Yeah, Patrick, Barry, both with over 20,000. GT with 14.8 now. Take a look at the V pips. 3 players over 40.
I'm sitting here with my jacket.
Julie,
like, is it gonna be good
our
if the
least
clubs
active
go?
player with just 22.
Like, I don't know. You started
I think we're gonna take a look at the cumulative winnings.
and then it all went downhill.
Barry is, well, he's up 680 without the 10K.
Yeah, but that's
GT is basically even without that hand as well. Nick's our big loser. He's down 16,000. He's the one who said it. It's just not my day, not feeling it. He's playing the big game tomorrow, so that'll be one hand tomorrow.
I didn't even stress out, buddy.
It's one hand, right?
Yeah.
Get it all back.
For sure.
Well, we know.
And then when I figured out, I realized there was no way to actually have a flush there.
I don't call pre with that.
I thought, okay. then
Here's the
I'll
thing
just
with
hand-
Barry in that situation, and you know, I'll always give Barry a bunch of shit. I'm about as fair as it comes, but if a guy mucks his hand, I'm not even saying that anyone's necessarily considering this, but like, if he had tabled his hand, and then for some reason the correct hand wasn't red, but the hand was tabled, you know, kind of like when they go to the cameras, or these cameras picked it up, I would give the money back for sure. If the hand was tabled, but not. I mean, the guy's got to table his hand. I mean, muck his hand's part of the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
No bad. Nobody bad.
I mean, there's no.
They just wanted to fold it.
On the flop,
I made a pair now.
You got him laughing at you.
Bomb pot here. Get everybody random.
Thanks for not looking up and Patrick is laughing at you.
If I did it with a friend, like, you know, let's say it was me and you, and it was a $20,000 pot, and I'd probably take you to dinner.
Down, just step on him. Yeah, it makes sense. You like him.
I mean, there are so many different. I mean, I think all these situations, like I said, are somewhat nuanced. And I've talked about them on my call-in show quite a bit. I mean, there are some card rooms where there's some rule where if you muck your cards off the table, but even by accident, maybe the hand is dead. And I've had people call in and say, I tabled my hand, everybody saw it, and then one of the cards got edged, and then it mucked off the table, and it was for a 10K pot, and the guy took the money. Now, I wouldn't take the money in that case if I could see that. I think that's bullshit.
I tend to think those things are kind of ridiculous because I feel like these rules that are done in these card rooms, it should be for, you know, use your discretion.
Right, it's discretionary rules.
Use your common sense.
Right.
Because I was putting him on the.
I also think that, I mean, it's hard to say like what could be done about it, but I would say about 95% of all string raises are bullshit called from the other player angles, where someone's not doing anything, but they're called a string raise just for an advantage from the other player.
I can get behind that. Israeli Ron is going to call with jacks again.
Just a call, wow.
That's a 3-bet already. It's not a 4-bet.
Yeah, 3-bet and call.
I mean, obviously, Israeli Ron is 3-bet almost never. I mean, ace king, ace queen, jacks. We haven't seen that. Here, obviously, with jacks, he decides just to call a 3-bet. Ronnie has a pair of 4s. Israeli Ron with the overpair.
Been playing a lot?
Somebody mentioning in the chat, this Tuesday's game played a lot bigger than this. Yeah, there was no max. There's no cap on Tuesday night's game, so some people bought in for $20,000, $25,000. This game, there is a cap. People can only buy in for 10 only.
Weeks ago or so, you played a live on a Wednesday, yeah, over at.
Well, Ronnie here, who's the 3-better, he's going to bet here. Bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. Wow, and Ron raises. Well, he's going to do a little bit of a protection raise here. This is really interesting, Dave, here, because it's kind of small, and Ronnie's got some backdoors, so it's 780. And you wonder, like, against a guy like Ron, could you rep some scare cards here, too? Like, if a 6 or 7 comes, even if we're the pre-flop raiser, he's getting a good price, and he's going to call getting 4-1.
Yeah, Ron's a tricky player.
He actually has the equity.
Yeah, we'll see how this one proceeds. 4,000 in the pot.
You'd have to watch Israeli Ron stack while. Now, if Ron checks, if Israeli Ron checks, does Ronnie jam? Because he's picked up nut spades here.
Yeah. And he's also, remember, he is the 3-better pre. You know, does he have ace kings in his range?
And what I would do here, I would go kind of small and then jam river as a sort of a credible bluff. Maybe you go 1,500, and then if Ron calls again, now I'm going to put a ton of pressure on him as opposed to just doing, I'm all in, and then somebody hears.
Well, this is where you've got to be really cognizant of Ron's stack and make sure that you leave enough behind to put a lot of pressure on the river. He's got 6,700 right now. I see a lot of players make the mistake of betting too much on the turn, and then there's nothing for the river. And he decides to move all in.
It still might work against a guy like Ron. I like a more efficient, just 1,500. Ron puts him on ace king, and he called the flop, though? He called the check raise on the flop?
He could call. I mean, think about it. I mean, he had ace 4. I mean, why couldn't he have, like, you know, ace king of clubs? But then again, if he has ace king of clubs, why is he moving all in right now? Why is he moving all in if he has ace king? Just doesn't make any sense. I often just fall back to the simple, like, what is my opponent trying to accomplish? You know, what's he trying to do here?
Intending to bluff. What's the river? Nice hand.
Yeah,
He's gonna let it go. I mean, again though, Bart. I mean, I always fall back to that. Like, what is my opponent trying to accomplish? And I look at this hand here, and I'm going. Let's say Ronnie, 3-bet with Ace King and floated the check raise and the flop with an Ace King with a backdoor flush draw, and hits his King. Is he really moving all in on the turn with that hand? That just doesn't make any sense.
But then the flush is there also.
You know? I mean, I'm just a big believer, like, if it looks like a duck, he quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And, like, in a situation like that, when my opponent moves all in on me, it's like, it feels like he's trying to get me to fold. Probably because he's trying to get me to fold, Obviously, that's not always the case. You play against really good players. They're going to, they're going to be hard to read. They're going to disguise that. And they might have the goods there.
Did you try that?
But, I mean, Israeli Ron's got 6,700. Why are you moving all in?
I fold.
Nonetheless, though, give it to Ronnie. He has been very creative today, finding spots and using aggression to get some players to fold some pretty big hands. So, give him credit.
3 players. Okay, that's fine. What kind of milk do you have? Do you have almond milk?
Flush draw here for Ronnie.
It's fine. Just put a little bit of cream in it.
Can you get 2?
I'm so LA that I'm like.
You want sugar, Jules? 2? No sugar.
Another pretty solid starting hand for Ron. Ace Jack of clubs.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Thank you.
Not a flop he wants, though. Here, Ronnie with a flush draw.
Yeah, I mean, I love.
And it's really Ron just not feeling it today either. Just going to let that one go.
I thought it was 220.
That's when you go to the dentist. Did you know that?
230?
You go to the dentist. 230.
Eden Rocks in the chat says, yo, Tuck, your opponents will just jam on you at the nuts if they heard you say this. No, I mean, listen, that obviously, if you're playing against a really, really high-level player, they'll be balanced there. And they'll have bluffs and value hands. There's no doubt about that.
Button moves over here to Ron. Got about 50 minutes left. Again, in about 10 minutes, we're going to be picking a winner. Going to give away
pick me.
Free Hustler Casino Live.
I subscribed. Am I eligible?
No.
Come on, man. Why you got to hate?
Hustler Casino Live.
Merchandise.
But you have to be a subscriber. And again, join us tomorrow for a big 5100 game with Antonio Esfandiari, Nick Vertucci, Andy Stacks, the return of Andy Stacks.
Again, if you like what you're seeing, guys, please hit that like button. That really helps us out. Again, the Hustler Casino, Ryan Feldman, Nick Vertucci, Patrick, the whole team here.
And they're very disciplined.
We bring this show to you for free. No charge. No paywall. So, if you like what you see, please hit the like button and subscribe.
That works here. That's going to work just our show starting tomorrow. But again, she won't get paid, so back to your point.
Barry's going to bet here. Now, Ronnie has a wheel draw, backdoor club draw. Obviously, he's going to take off.
It's the kind of spot that Ronnie likes to be aggressive. Not sure if that's the card he wants to do it with, though.
Well, if Barry checks.
Yeah, no, of course. Ronnie's just, he's one of those players who's always thinking, how can I win this hand? How can I win this particular hand? What can I do here? And ace high is actually the best hand.
Barry just gives up. And it's funny because, again, we're going to get in a situation here where Ronnie's going to bluff with the best hand. If you go back and count how many times the best hand is bluffed tonight.
I mean, maybe you get a bigger ace high to fold.
Sure.
I don't think you get a pair to fold.
I don't mind the. I don't know if ace 3 has enough. I don't mind the bluff here.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
I mean, he sized it up. I mean,
I would hate to
he also
lose
bet
to
pot.
ace 10.
In fact, I actually just looked at the sizing.
Yeah.
He bet pot, so maybe he does get a small pair to fold. Barry possibly thinking about a check raise bluff there, but did not.
I have the same kind of thought process.
Feeling, man. I told you.
Go after it.
No, I think it's just a matter of...
I'll talk to him again. He's probably listening.
I do agree. It's a little bit of pain.
Sorry, Vertucci. I agree. I couldn't agree more.
I mean, it sounds like...
The one they
You guys can see in the top right corner of your screen, just left of the Hustler Casino Live label, you can actually see the hammer.
What they should have.
Wendy.
Like, they have.
Really?
The relationship with the bank. They must,
Yeah.
like every casino you go to has a relationship with the bank, and
Oh, she's wearing. Oh well.
She's got her black mask
got a
on.
mask on.
She's right behind that
Yeah,
pole.
That's what they should have, the check thing where you can come out of your account if you don't.
When I walked
make
by
it.
her and I had to go to the bathroom, I walked by her and she had heaps. She was crushing.
Yeah, I had that at the Commerce. I used to have that. I don't go there anymore, but I used to have that.
What's up, Sandy Joy? Thanks for joining us again.
About again.
Against who?
Well, hey Sean, if you're listening,
Son.
we gotta have it.
I know. Again?
Yeah, I think as the games get...
Even my cousin, who only plays like 2040 limit, he loves that, and so he keeps asking me about it too, because he played here a couple times. He's like, "Hey, I want that check cashing thing." Yeah.
You can order more.
Yeah.
6-high flop.
They bring you the thing. You
Ronnie's playing every hand now.
Usually brings me lots of money. Right?
Yeah.
Israeli Ron's got a pair of threes. Got to figure he calls at least one straight, right? And he does.
Did he call you?
Yeah. Hopefully.
See if Ronnie slows down now.
Yeah.
He knuckles the table. Over to Israeli Ron. Little bet here. Bets 400 and he wins a pot.
That can happen too. Charlie. I would do it for you. Yeah, I get it.
Bart Hansen alongside me. He'll be on comms tomorrow night. Of course, Bart Hansen has been crushing the live poker scene for, I don't even know, what, a decade and a half now. Whether it's LA, Texas, one of the most respected cash game players in the LA area for sure. Calls Austin his home. Flew in for the week.
Maybe it was GT.
And he is here to offer his insight, his analysis.
Yep. And tomorrow, gonna lay out a lot, let the players talk. Gonna be big action. And then next week we're gonna be coming back. 5 days a week, from 5 Pacific to 10, and then an extra hour always on Friday for the big game. Yep.
Yeah. These games are insane. I mean, the funny thing is, like you think about, like, that's the big game. There used to be a time where, like, this game right here would be the big game by far. It's huge.
I got you.
You got me, yeah.
King high flop.
Got me.
Got a gut shot for Julie.
She's the pre-flop raiser. I mean, it's just kind of funny how it. And Ron just shoots out with 6-3, just randomly.
Just random. Well, I mean, he might be playing the queen deuce angle.
Oh yes, that makes a lot of sense. I got queen deuce, right? That's got it. You're always thinking, Dave.
You always got to.
Yeah.
If you see a queen and deuce out there, you always have to be aware that there's a chance he's got queen deuce.
He's not, but now he gives up.
You had 2 black kings.
Okay.
One and done.
I am kind of thinking of having a coffee, but I feel like I'll be up all night.
And there's the nut straight. Backdoor heart's coming though. That's it.
Israeli Ron has a heart in his hand. Does he want to rep it? He's going to try. And he just picked a really bad timing.
Yeah.
Because this works, provided she doesn't hit an ace or a 10 on the river.
You know what, Louis, if you're going to get one for me too. Black, but leave some space in there. Yeah, leave some space.
And she's going to raise this up. She hopes he has queen deuce now.
And just so you know, the cocktail waitress will be back here with 2 iced coffees. If you want to wait for her, she can get it. She's going to be right back.
I thought you'd tell her.
There she is right there, actually. Another one. Not the same one, but there's one right there. Just tell her.
Nick Vertucci is talking to Lewis. Lewis is kind of our own floor man. It's great. Super nice guy. And he is running our game.
You fucking tell me.
Take a look at the winnings here. Patrick up 11,000. Ronnie up 9,200.
Yeah.
Nick having a heck of a day.
There she is.
Not fun at all.
Black coffee. Two.
Can we? No.
I gotta say, I give GT a lot of credit. I know a lot of players out there that if they knew they gave away $10,000, it would definitely have an adverse effect on their game. And we haven't really seen that from GT.
For him. You could try, why not? Just tell me.
Yeah.
Oh shit, yeah.
You want coffee, Ron?
Raise 140.
Yeah.
Barry's going to raise it up here to 140.
Wait, did you order?
I ordered your coffee.
My man.
Once again, it is heads up.
140 and Ronnie defends here out of the straddle. Barry flops top and net. Top and sort of bottom open-ended here with the king 10. I'm just going to bet and take it down.
Yeah. Ronnie's VPIP is probably up to 50 already. He's playing almost every single hand right now. Once again, David Tuckman, Bart Hanson here for Hustler Casino Live. We're back at it tomorrow night. When we say we, I mean Hustler Casino Live is. I'll be watching from home. Bart will be on comms. Antonio Esfandiari, the magician, will be here battling 5,100 No Limit Hold'em.
Saying this on stream.
You live down where you live? Pasadena?
Before you're actually
Oh,
big
Jack,
one, okay?
fairly close. No, you can take him right back to where you got him from. Too.
I don't think he wants to go there.
This is like where the 605 and 210 meet. Oh, yeah.
Huh, come on.
Yeah,
Fucking playable hand, man.
100.
Just Julie?
Heads up right now.
Just? What do you mean just Julie?
Just me and Julie?
Julie's going to raise it up with 3 deuce. Ronnie's going to 3-bet this. I think it's over. I mean, does Julie really want to take this one heads up?
Who the boss is, baby.
Apparently the answer is yes.
The only one in it.
Maybe not.
It was very reductive of
No, she's going to call. Classic ace-jack versus 3 deuce race.
Yeah.
Lowering your status?
It wasn't meant that way. It was meant that it
Oh,
was
wow, what a flop. I mean,
top against the
you just figure you're like, okay, nothing's going to happen here, right? I mean, short of a heart out there, this is about as exciting as you're going to see. And I got to tell you, if an ace comes off, Ronnie's in a lot of trouble. Big bet here. He bets 540 into 700. His sizing has always been huge, and she does make the call. Pot is now 18-10. Now, 6 isn't going to get her much action, I don't think.
That's unfortunate for her with the 7 because if the 6 comes, it's a one-liner, right?
Right. But
so really, the best case scenario for her is if an ace were to come, but he's going to bet 1,200. I mean, if you're going to call here, you're going to have to represent front door spades.
That's got it right.
Yeah. I mean,
and that's a great thing you point out. I think a lot of players, if you're playing like fit or fold and you're just trying to hit draws, you're going to lose a lot of money. You got to figure out other ways to win the pot. And if her plan is, okay, I hit a 6, I win. I hit an ace, I win. But if I hit a spade, I can bluff him out.
You fuckers are competing
No, I got about 15,000.
and this is another situation where I actually sometimes will like to go for straight draws and flush draw boards because you get paid off if a 6 comes, and then you can actually bluff the front door.
Right.
So it sometimes works a little bit better, and she is going to make the call.
I kind of want to see a spade
There's
out
also
here.
a back door here too with diamonds. So.
Oh wow.
There's a spade. Now pairs the board.
Yeah, but I mean, unless he's got 8 checks here, she's got to rep it, right?
Of course. I mean, I would bet here if I was going to call the turn. I absolutely would bet here.
What's the sizing?
Also, 6-7 gets trips. Look at this. He's kind of given off this. I'm going to call. 6-7 is trips. I mean, it's a really good bluff.
Oh, the I'm going to call thing.
Yeah,
That's like an
yeah.
old limit hold'em tell.
But she's kind of fiddling around.
What's your sizing here?
I'd probably go 3,000.
Okay.
29.
Oh, 29. Looks like my coaching has gone a long way.
He doesn't seem like he wants to fold, though. He doesn't really beat a whole lot.
No. I mean,
You
6-7
know?
is a hand that's certainly in a range. 6-7 suited type hand. There's only 2 combinations of that,
Spades
but still.
get there, 6-7 gets there.
I mean, he blocked the jack. What does he think she turned her? You know, what is? And what is she calling with? You don't put her on 3 deuce, right? 6-3. You also don't put her on. But look, what is she turning into a bluff?
People in the live chat saying she needs to bet more. I tend to disagree here, because I think she has some 7x here. She has some flushes. She's betting 3/4.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go into semantics. 3,100 better, 3,000 better, but whatever. She bet 29.
He was saying, why hasn't he called? Would you call in this spot? I would fold.
Well, I just don't know what. Can you find me a bluff that she has? Let's assume she doesn't have 3 deuce here. I mean, she raised and called a 3-bet, so.
She might. 29.30.
Why do you have such a filthy mouth, huh?
Don't know you to
Who do you
bluff
think you are?
often, but
You're just a
hard
piece
to
of
lay
shit
this
that
hand
I like to
down.
talk about nothing.
Call 1,200.
I mean, he beats a backdoor, right? Like, if she
Yeah, but
picked
what
up
does she
backdoor
have?
diamonds.
Like, you know, she just peeled one off. Like,
Ace-
if she had like king, queen of diamonds, maybe.
Ace 3 of diamonds, ace
Okay.
10 of diamonds, you know, something like that.
Okay, that's what I'm searching for, like hands that he's beating. I guess backdoor diamonds makes sense.
Come on, I know you don't like me either. It's okay.
But that only makes up a couple of hands, right?
You're just an asshole. It's not like he's
I mean, does she have? I'll ask you this: does she have enough bluffs in her range that makes this call profitable for him over the long haul?
Wow, that's a tough one.
I would fold.
I would absolutely.
I would fold.
I mean, the 7 of spades has got to be one of the worst cards in the entire deck.
Yeah, it's great. It is like one of the best spades, right? Because 6-7 trips.
Yeah.
At the end, and
King Jack, Queen Jack.
Let's talk about the Jews that I'm a Jew.
She's not betting for value with Queen Jack here.
Yeah, but what about
You know what I mean? No way.
7 didn't make her. So the only thing she can have is flush.
That's enough, guys. That's just, I mean, I'm sure the chat's going crazy. They probably like this.
Actually, that would be a good fight between him and him because I can't hit neither one. I'm okay with that. That would be a good fight. I would like to see that.
29.30,
You
right?
ever seen me like this?
At the very, no, I never have. At the very beginning, I thought you said no.
28. 29.30.
Where's the coffee?
We've had a series of great hands here, and this is just another one of them.
It was just the hit of the
Yeah, Bart, I'm with you. I think I fold this.
because of the, I mean, especially with the 7 too. She can have a 7.
You know, while you're here, put a fucking clock on.
It's 6-7, although it is a 3-bet pot. But again, it's just really, really hard to find a bluff here.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Like something like like a king, queen of diamonds type hand, ace 3 of diamonds.
But he bets so big on the flop, though. I mean, that should discount those hands. That's what he's got to sort of think.
Oh, good point. He bet like 80%
Yeah,
pot.
yeah. It's
he bet
like
500
if you bet
into 7.
20 to 25%, your opponent's going to end up with a bunch of hands on the turn that might start bluffing. He bet 80% of the pot on the flop.
Right, so she might be folding the king, queens of diamonds.
Is she going to call king, queen of diamonds for 80% on jack 5-4?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So you might be down literally.
And there it is.
He finds the
folds
fold.
it.
That's a great play by her. Oh, and she shows it.
Oh,
and she shows it.
Great bet. Great bet.
It's got to be. I mean, like
Well
I
done.
said, if she calls the turn, she's got a bluff front door spade. She gets a good front door spade. Nice. I don't know about defending with the deuce 3 of hearts, but
hey, we can talk about the pre-flop.
Give me a little high five right now.
As soon as he said just Julie, that was the end of him.
I've never ever seen her bluff once.
That was the end of
I've
him.
never seen her one big bluff.
You could never see that draw. That draw is very
Okay, let's
deceptive
back
draw.
the
But what I really wanted to call was when it paired. If she
I don't think the button moved.
It's
I
hard
don't think
for
the
her to
button
bet.
moved. Button didn't move.
That was why I almost called.
No, he's
I really enjoyed that hand.
By now.
I was rooting for a spade on the river. I wanted to see that because I wanted to see what would happen.
I don't know about I've never seen him bluff.
He did straddle, but it might have been the hand before. Because I remember he said, "Oh, is it just Julie?"
I mean, when a player doesn't have a large bluffing frequency, it's so hard for you to find a bluff, especially with the large sizing on the flop.
Attention, everyone. There is a straddle.
There's also wheel draws, I suppose, that pick up diamonds, like whatever that was, ace-3 diamonds.
I said specifically like ace, but that's like two combinations of hands, ace-3 and ace-deuce diamonds. I mean, again, going back to your point, he bet 80% on the pot on the flop.
No, it was a great bet.
I think I remember that.
That was a great bet.
She's not going to have backdoor diamonds very often.
Oh, Bear Jew here with kings. He's been doing a lot of limping, so you want... Oh, there you go. Go limp again.
He loves the limp.
I feel like the first hand we ever played together, you tried to bluff me on that.
Well done. That was a fun hand, for sure. There have been a few of them tonight.
I'm sorry, I take a long time.
Just about to pick a winner here tonight.
I don't mind that. Some people get upset about when somebody takes a long time. To me, like that was a really tough spot, right?
Who's getting upset?
I had a big hand.
He's saying he was apologizing for taking a long time. And somebody in the chat said call a clock. I'm like, nah, come on, it's a cash game. It's a big bet.
I couldn't even put you on the flush because the board paired. Oh no, I had ace jack.
Your composure was good. There was jack.
I couldn't put you on queens or kings or aces. No way. There's no way to straight. No way to seven.
Oh wow, look at this.
There's only spades.
How many chips go in?
Hey Ryan.
So a raise from Ronnie.
Pay attention to the combinations of players when you put a king together. What the fuck?
A raise from Ronnie. A 3-bet from GT, and Bear Jew's got 2 red kings.
Never again with Eldar or fucking butthead Iron. You got that, motherfucker?
I did not know. I did not know.
Well, there's the
4-bet here from Bear Jew.
Limp 4-bet.
Yeah.
Limp re-raise 4-bet.
But I mean, GT's got ace-king suited.
So how much
he blocks
more is
aces?
it?
He blocks kings.
2,000, 2-1. I mean, you could call here. I think you call and play post, and then if you don't flop absolutely anything, and Bear Jew say blast it, you fold.
Is it just a suicide to go 5-bet this?
I do. I think he's probably has kings a lot here and aces and maybe some queens, but I think ace-king suited is a little bit too strong to fold against that range, getting 2-1. So I call, and then I'll see what happens here on the flop, getting 2-1 here.
With a straight draw and a flush draw, she ain't letting.
Now, obviously, like ace-king suited is 2-1 with all 5 cards.
Too many draws, she's got it.
So the only thing I hate about this hand is you're out of position. When you hit, if you're up against queens, when you hit your ace, are you going to get paid? And if you don't get paid, then you're like, oh, okay, great.
Yeah, but he might have just direct equity against the range. All right, there it is. There's a call. Maybe you fold like ace-king off here and continue.
I don't know.
With
I was asking you.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't just one.
Just a frustrating spot. You know, obviously you risk getting outplayed, you know, if Bear Jew is getting crazy with an ace-queen or something. But
The other, you know, sort of thing about a hand like this is that it's really player dependent in the sense that, like here, if Bear Jew just goes pot, you kind of have to fold. But if you were up against somebody who uses a lot of small sizing, then you can find some continues. But
that's not Bear Jew.
Yeah, that's not Bear Jew. That's not a lot of older like tournament guys that go pot. He didn't just go crazy pot.
I think it was half pot though on a dry board.
Still, at this point, it's
like what's typical? Like okay, what are the GTO players sizing on a Jack 5 Deuce rainbow board?
Well, I don't think that there's a solution for limp 4-bet in a GTO world. So,
but you'd expect smaller sizing, wouldn't you?
I mean, in a 4-bet pot, probably. I don't know because if it didn't have a jack on there, you could go super large because no one should have any sets. So
GT makes the call now. Yeah, pot's 12,000.
So he makes the call. He's got a backdoor wheel draw, backdoor flush draw. I was gonna say this is one of the tricky ones. Now he picks up the Broadway draw. That's gotta be like.
Let me ask you
kind
this.
of a sickening card here for Bear Jew.
I was gonna say
might get 2 cards.
How wary are you if you're Bear Jew?
That's the thing about.
What are you beating?
That's the thing about GT's hand is that sometimes you could actually call because Bear Jew might actually give you a card here. And there it goes. Check, check.
10 or an ace.
Well,
the queen's not.
That held up. That made it for sure, too. Of course. Some people know. Well, you got to in this game. Smaller.
oh, and he's going to turn his hand into a bluff.
So
he moves all in.
So he's basically saying he's got pocket jacks here, right? That's it?
I mean, I think that the queen actually might not be the best card because it cuts down on your pocket queens. I mean, I would like this play more if the river was like a 7. Because I don't know how many ace queens he has, right? If the river's a 7, now he's got a bunch of pocket queens. Now there's only 1 pocket queens.
Right. I mean, he's got there's 4 combinations basically. I'm worried about, right? I mean, is he ever sandbagging aces? Did he ever slow play aces?
Right. That could
play
be
this
too.
way?
Yeah. He could sandbag aces here too, because it was like such an aggressive.
Meanwhile, in this huge pot, you guys are not shutting the fuck up. So it's the same thing, right?
Oh, now,
like,
yeah.
You know.
Why would we shut up now?
Exactly. Yeah. So you can't complain about it if you're doing the same shit. You know.
I wouldn't complain about it. The girl that won the pot was complaining. Wasn't me.
GT. Guy's got heart.
I think you bring up a good point here with the aces. I mean, he's going to be getting.
It was such a big 4-bet.
It's like, are you capable of pulling this bluff? Because that's the only thing I can beat right now, bro. It's like the only.
He's getting.
That's the only thing I can beat.
And keep in mind, Bear Jew blocks ace king. So you block ace king with kings. You can't beat aces. You can't beat jacks.
Yeah, he's getting about 2.5 to 1.
Huh?
He also bet kind of large on the flop here too, Dave. So.
No.
GT should have something.
I call.
And he makes the call. He makes the call.
I can only beat a bluff.
Yep, that's true. I actually think the queen is a bad card. It makes me more likely to call there.
Thank you, honey. It's like
the pairing of the queen. The pairing.
Once he answered me, I call, but it's the only I can beat is that bluff, you know.
Nice hand there by
crazy,
Bear
I can't
Jew.
beat jacks. I can't beat queens. I can't beat aces. He didn't play like it with any of them.
He does get aces there too. Sandbagging
but Jacks
aces.
would not have answered me right there, bro. That was such a mistake, Gerry. Thanks, man.
That is one of our biggest pots of the night. $28,000.
I need $10.
They're gonna count this one out. Big hand for Bear Jew, who was a big winner on Tuesday night. Looks like he's gonna win again tonight. Got about 30 minutes left in tonight's show.
Was he a big winner?
No,
yeah, he didn't play a ton of hands, but then every hand he won, every hand he played, he won.
I'll find somebody that's good. Thank you. Thank you.
Here. Did you bring me a coffee?
Guys.
That was a really interesting spot there, and I mean, I think, the aces possibility was certainly, once you 3-bet and your opponent 4-bets to 2750. What are you going to do with aces? You might just be like, you know what, I'm either folding or I'm calling with my entire, I'm calling or I'm folding, and I'm not going to 5-bet anything. Because if I 5-bet aces here, I can get a lot of, I get a lot of things to fold.
What am I beating? I cannot beat ace queen. I beat ace king only, right?
By the way, I have a winner.
We got a winner?
I got a winner.
Is it me?
No, it's not you. Again, if for tomorrow we're going to be giving away even more merchandise. But Seb22, SEB22. I don't know if you're still
Seb22
watching the show.
Congratulations.
I did see that name from earlier.
There he is.
SEB22.
Is it SCB22 or SCB22-2?
Oh, SEB 2222. Yeah.
3 2s.
Yeah, Seb 3 2s.
Because it would be really unlucky if Seb 222 didn't win and 2-2
won. Shoot Hustler Casino Live a DM via Twitter, and we will set you up with some Hustler Casino Live merchandise.
Get a 3-bet here from Ronnie. Israeli Ron. These guys have been like battling. Mike's gonna call as well. 3 ways. 11 pots, $1,110. A lot of clubs out there. Ace, Queen, 9. Nobody has a club in their hand. Israeli Ron with the best of it. Ronnie with 2 red 10s. He's gonna take a shot. Ronnie's sizing on the flop is just like crazy large. He just bet 1,100 into.
Wow, Ron's gonna
1,100.
fold. Yeah, Ron's gonna fold here. Wow, on a monotone board. I don't know if I really blame him. 1,100 here with red 10s on ace queen 9. You know, Ronnie just obviously got bluffed out.
How
by
do you combat
Julie.
that? Somebody who's sizing it that large.
It can sometimes be tough, but I mean, it just means that he's sort of risking a lot.
Yeah, but it's hard to make a really good hand.
Yeah.
So you're just folding the best hand a lot on the flop then?
I think the idea though is that you can just basically continue with really good hands, and maybe Ron's hand is a continue. Especially if I see him do that, maybe Ron's hand's a continue there with ace jack.
I'm not usually very mellow, but I'm not a jerk. But I'm not like.
He did have somebody behind him too.
100. I don't do any of this stuff. I don't know. 100 to go. Who, me?
Mike with king jack raises it up to $100.
Whatever that stuff
Patrick
is.
with ace jack. Sorry, Mike with king jack raises. Patrick with ace jack 3-bets to 300.
I see that. That's all right. Every other time I raise, you guys come along. So
You know what's really funny though is
Mike hasn't won a hand in a while.
Chat. Oh my gosh.
And he is in trouble here. Both players hit top pair.
The chat. Oh, the fighting. Like about all the nonsense they love.
Mike's got some kicker issues. So Mike check calls. Oh, and look at that little sexy turn card.
Yep.
Mike with top 2 now. Patrick checks it back. Another jack. Wow, what a run out.
And this might go bet raise.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's no
sure.
straights out there. There's no straights out there. 700. He just called?
You don't want to raise?
How do you just call?
I knew. I couldn't.
I guess.
there's
I mean,
no-
it's
have
a
ace jack
7
too,
and a
and I didn't
14.
It wasn't even good. It wasn't even like huge sizing. I mean,
King jack.
if Mike went larger, I get it. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean, you
but-
could. But I mean, I was totally expecting that to go bet raise 3-bet.
That bet, that's I just see check in your face, and I'm like, I gotta put money out there.
No, I know you do.
I gotta put
But
money
I had
out
ace
there.
jack.
I know.
Huh.
I mean,
I thought you had ace jack. I thought you had ace king, and you checked it back to me, and I'm like, are you gonna check this river? She's capable, yeah. That's why I have to bet.
No, I knew you had a jack.
Yeah.
Because
Usually women tend to not bluff.
Wow. You don't raise too. Yeah.
I would have believed
Right,
it.
yeah.
Too. I'm mucking it.
But if I check, you're betting.
That's what
right?
you never see me take that long. I'm like,
Yeah, bet.
usually.
So
Probably
yeah, that's
about
why I
the
called
amount
clock.
of bet.
You took like
I knew I had to because I was
14
stuck.
minutes.
I said call the clock off. I knew I had to because I'm
It was something like 14 minutes, you know?
Oh well.
I do that too.
I couldn't get away. I'm like this. I really should call.
It's
I
heads up.
really thought you checked
Julie,
ace
would
king
you
looked
like
at me on the turn. I'm like,
take it down?
Whatever you want to do.
what are you doing?
Well, you're in there.
They don't
with
let you chop. Julie. Actually,
Wow, they folded around.
Folded around.
I think that's the first one.
Julie got to walk.
They were talking about chopping. I guess there's no chopping in this game.
No chopping.
Yeah, no chopping. It's a time.
Forget
game.
about that.
Well, at that time you're
Speaking of no chopping,
That
how
might
about
have been the
tomorrow
first
night, the big game? Antonio Esfandiari, Nick Vertucci,
I know.
Andy Stacks,
oh, you're checking.
Jeremy. It is. It's going to be a great lineup. They're playing 5,100 No Limit Hold'em. Make sure you join us 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Could be.
Try myself on that one, man.
Ray. I don't do dry cleaning.
You lost. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, you could have.
Yeah.
Call 80.
Okay.
Yeah, you know. I know.
Let's see a flop.
Okay.
5 players.
I'm here. I'm right here.
Well, Israeli Ron has ace 8, which is the best hand here.
250.
I fold.
Fold.
Take it down, Israeli Ron.
70 good dollars.
Jared.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Got about 15 minutes, 20 minutes left in tonight's show.
Either that or keep me out of trouble. You know the routine.
Take a look at our winnings here. Bear Jew now our big winner tonight, up nearly 12,000. Patrick up 10,000. Ronnie, courtesy of a lot of aggressive plays, some big sizing on the flop. He's up 7,400. Mike up 3,600. Nick and GT are having the toughest nights. Nick down 16,000 and change. GT down 14,000, but really
24,000. And Barry is just, they have him on even, but he's really up 10,000. And that, of course, is because if you take a look right around.
Yeah, I can get away.
Crush Live Poker. Again, if you want to check out my trading site, you can use the coupon code.
I said I didn't want to out for you before. I thought I waited a good bluff.
Hustler Live.
I'm approaching
30
podcast
days
number
for free.
200.
What is it?
Yeah.
What?
Podcast number 200. My 200th episode for Crush Live.
Oh, 200th
I am
episode of Under the
approaching
Gun?
the 200th episode.
Awesome.
I've got my next episode will be pretty cool. I've got one of the analysts over at Pro Football Focus on. We're going to be talking sports, betting, NFL season. Looking forward to it. We got a bomb pod here.
Oh, if look at this, Ron with Kings, 8-3 here for Bear Jew, flops it. Flops it.
Oh, that is a nightmare.
Now
for,
Patrick has an 8, but I mean there's a 3 out there. I was gonna say Israeli Ron and Bear Jew don't really have action.
How lucky it is for Israeli Ron, because he would have lost some money.
Yeah. Spade here on the turn.
From my experience, how about not once? I promise you, I tried my. That's where I was going back to, trying to remember like any big.
Bear Jew bets 1,000. 2,000. Bets pot. This hand is over in all likelihood. Israeli Ron.
Probably just gonna, yeah, shows it.
Can't have me beat here, but
what is it? Wow. He flopped it 8-3.
8-3. Bomb pot.
I had an 8-2, but
that's gonna go in my all-time.
Really?
Yes.
One came on the river.
Yes, I did.
One of the things, remember I was telling you about double board bomb pots in Texas with PLO. One of the things you'll quickly find though too is if you are putting money in with trips on one side, or even say for example you have 8-3 for a full house, and, you know, the other board is like king, king, queen. So you flop a full house on one end and you have absolutely no chance on the other end. It's very easy to get over full later on in the hand, even on the board that you have. Or you're just getting free roll.
I mean,
like,
I imagine there's some split pot theory in that, where you really don't want to be going for half the pot.
Or if you have half the pot locked up with sort of, and you know other people aren't folding, you sort of play it like a pull where you're not trying to play aggressive to get as much money in as possible because you're going to win half.
You don't want to get it heads up.
Or you play one side super aggressive to get fold equity.
Well, I mean, listen, I've seen players. I mean, I played stud 8 for the last 20 years. And I have seen players make the mistake of like having, you know, one side locked up and then playing it aggressively and getting it heads up. And you're like, why do you don't want to get it heads up there?
Not if you don't really have a chance for high.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's just like there's just no. Great, you got low, but you just raised out the guy behind you who was going to call.
Wow.
You know?
You got a royal, baby.
I mean, there's spots to get more money in the pot, obviously. I'm not suggesting you don't want to play aggressively and get money in the pot, but you've got to be aware how you're going to make money.
Mike here with the ace-10 with the ace of hearts.
Yeah, Ronnie is open-ended, but no heart in his hands. This is not a bomb pot. This is just everybody decided to limp in.
Yep, limp pot.
Barry Woods, I don't think I've ever seen him this quiet.
That's all it takes.
I can only imagine that it's past his bedtime. That's the only thing I can surmise, is that it is past Barry's bedtime.
Well, remember though, this is happening an hour earlier, so this is actually 8:45. But yeah, maybe past his bedtime.
That's late for him.
Live straddle, 40.
Are you straddling, buddy?
Just in case.
Barry actually gives a lot back to charity as well.
Questionable aces.
He has donated his time, I know, for some amazing causes, Red Cross and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting used to it, the whole phone thing.
Got about 15 minutes here left in the show.
Yeah, I mean, Barry Woods is, he can be abrasive at times, there's no doubt, but he is genuinely a good person. I have long been a fan. Aces for the Nick. Does the night finally turn around for Vertucci? Barry's got 10s. I was just saying, Barry Woods has been quiet. Nothing has gone Nick's way today. Does it all change right here? Well, we're going to see 5-way action.
Okay, I was wondering, I had 10 in there.
Did anyone call? 9 high flop. GT with top pair. Pair 5s for Ronnie. Barry with the overpair. Nick with the aces. They all check the Nick on the button.
900.
Not messing around. We have seen large sizing throughout the evening, and Nick bets 900. Barry's going to call. Maybe that gets GT to fold. GT has top pair with a backdoor flush draw. GT is also down heaps tonight, so might be chasing his losses a little bit. We'll see.
And Fly got my wine, got drunk. Can't get
Well,
out
you can
now.
see that obviously GT has more equity than Barry here. I mean, sometimes you know when I mean, hey, you don't know that Nick has not an overpair, but sometimes it's actually better to have a pair than say a pocket pair because you have 5 outs and a backdoor. He's gonna let it go. I mean, he's not gonna overcall.
GT lets it go.
Yeah, I can get that.
Well, Barry's call is really strong. You know, when there's a raise there, look at that. GT would have picked up a heart draw.
Yep.
And Nick's not messing around. This pot is now 3,000. He's going to bet 600. This is, okay, bizarre now.
600 and 3,000 now? He's
Well,
trying
he just bet 900 into 12.
Yeah,
now that he's limited the field, now he bets 600 into 3,000.
We have the same hand.
6-7 actually comes in. Let's see if he's going to go for 3 streets here on a clean river. Wow, one-liner.
Yeah, but how many 7s does he have in his range? Check.
Yep.
Jacks? Well.
Gotta tell you, Barry got off cheap. I think Barry got off cheap there. That was an interesting hand there. Nick Vertucci finally wins a hand.
I guess I lost the minimum.
I know.
Yeah.
I just did it to show. I did it to show. I played it only to show you for 40. It's the only reason I wanted to play it, and then I just got. But it would have won.
You had one with it?
I won one with it.
You cracked aces and 10, 2 overpairs.
And you would have called, if you would have called, you would have won that one against,
It would have been.
probably would have won.
Charlie.
Probably would have won that one. We don't know. We just saw flop.
Nice hand, sir. Thank you.
That was a nice hand. Aces versus 10s.
Runner, man.
Oh, yeah? It was he?
Sorry.
120.
Yeah, ace jack, I think, right?
Yeah, you said jack and queen, deuce, I mean, you literally.
I had ace jack of spades.
Right, I got
It's been a couple of great hands here.
Bear Jew with the queen deuce.
Is it heads up, buddy? Ron, lucky foot.
And I'm not sure if Nick and Barry don't have much action, or he was just playing it cautiously because of the evening he's had.
They have action.
Well, then he just,
They
okay, then
definitely
just
have
maybe it was
action.
just
Yeah.
the evening he's had then. He's had a rough night.
Yeah, I think that
Because
was
to not bet the river seems kind of weird.
I'm not sure if it's yours or Nick's.
pretty strong for Barry to call next to act, but yeah. Third heart here on the turn. Wow, Nick has a flush. 6 deuce of hearts.
Yeah, things starting to turn up for Vertucci.
Yeah.
Nick, 700.
What happened?
700.
I thought you just had hundreds in your.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. Keep it. Yeah, you're welcome.
Another
heart.
heart.
What boy, Nick, this is just one of these things for Nick. It's just like, oh man.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
No,
This is
I played
this
dumbass
is my
hand.
night. This is how my
And I
night's
keep
going.
fucking
get a bad river against Barry with the aces. I came in value bet a flush, 4 flush.
What a horrible run.
I mean, listen, I'm going to say, listen, if you're Vertucci, and he played 3 nights this week, right? Did he play last night or no?
I got a 6 high flush.
No, but he's playing tomorrow.
So he played Tuesday,
Probably not in the mood.
played today, played tomorrow. If you're going to have a bad night, tonight's the night to have a bad night. It's the lowest buy-in game.
Yeah.
So, remember, he won on Tuesday.
I'm really cranky thinking about it. What a shit run.
Got about 5 minutes left in tonight's show.
I don't know.
10
That
minutes.
stupid hand just cost me 900. And
Maybe
I
7.
fucking hate it, but I only played it because it came like back to back, you know?
Yeah.
6 deuce.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I gotta have some fucking wins over here.
Stupid hands.
I don't want to be like the French and lose every fucking war and battle, you know? I'm out.
Love me some French jokes.
Ooh, not bad. No. Your hand just cost me 900. Fuck you.
Again, we're playing 5100 with Antonio Esfandiaro, Andy Stacks. Starts tomorrow, same time, 5 Pacific time. I think we're going an extra hour to 11 though, Dave.
Yeah, that's each and every day. Monday through Friday, Hustler Casino Live will be here, and we have a great assortment of commentators. Obviously, the games are going to be great. We trust that with Ryan. We know he's going to put down great games. The action will be amazing. And the commentators that are going to be coming through here are pretty cool. We've got DGAF, as many of you know from his podcast. Kind of a... I feel like he's got a cult following now.
Sessions podcast.
Yeah. So he'll be commentating. Norman Shad is joining us on occasion.
Why is that my fault?
Because don't say anything to him. He won't
I didn't say anything to him.
You said you should let him
1,040 here, Ronnie.
The ruling would be for him to leave it in.
No, it is not. Okay. Can you be any bigger of an asshole? I just... Check. Don't worry about it.
Barry, I said I'm not going to
shut
answer
up. Forget that.
You know what? Go fuck yourself, okay? Dumb motherfucker. Fuck up.
When I'm
Fuck
done with
you.
your mama, yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck you and your wife and your mom and all your bullshit fucking language. Fuck you, old man.
Oh my gosh, guys. Come on.
What a piece of shit. Fuck you.
Oh, Eldar. Come on, son.
Oh, fuck him.
He's got limited vocabulary.
We're friendly.
Fuck you.
Come on. See, that's his vocabulary.
Fucking grumpy old fucking bitch. That's all you are. You just talk shit to people. You're a piece of shit. You fucking disrespect everybody on Twitter, on fucking in live.
How are you going to edit this out? It's 10 minutes of cussing.
Don't laugh. Don't even fucking smile, you piece of shit. Don't get a hair plant on your fucking face. Fucking piece of shit. Bring me to the point where I'm just fucking you piece of shit.
Come on, guys.
Can we get him thrown off the table?
Fuck off, piece of shit.
I'm not in the mood to play right now. Yeah.
Stop, guys. Come on.
It's like...
So go get security.
I don't need to sit here with a cocksucker.
Don't sit here. Take the money you stole from this gentleman and go the fuck home with it. Come on, fucking sick pot. Give him back his fucking money. Fuck you.
Louis, yeah, we'll get you some racks. Get me some racks, please.
Yeah, take racks and go fuck yourself.
Oh my God.
Well, a somewhat fun night is taking a turn.
For more fun?
For more fun.
Come on.
Fucking thief, that's all you are. You're a fucking thief, scumbag.
Raise. Okay, Eldar, please.
It's a chop pot. Give him back his money, thief.
No, I'm actually friendly with both Eldar and Barry, and I said this 2 hours ago, Dave. Barry has done absolutely nothing wrong in that. I'll be the first to give it to Barry or tell him he's wrong, but absolutely Barry's done nothing wrong just because the guy misread his hand and mucked his hand. And that's ridiculous. To say that Barry should give money back to GT is ridiculous. And that's not even close. And I'm always one to defend too. Like I said, I always say things are nuanced, and the hand wasn't tabled. And now GT is talking to the floor man about it.
I don't even know what happened.
Well, we thought there were 10 minutes left in tonight's show, but looks like this one might be ending a little bit early, Bart.
What it is a stream game, right?
Let's hear him.
They would know the hand. You had a straight on the second board or whatever it was. It was chop pot when he had kings. Okay,
in a normal game,
you do not. This is just the truth, and I think this is what he said, but I wasn't here. If you don't table your hand, you don't win. That truly is the rule. Now, the reason he's saying that is because he's trying to whatever with him because of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. To talk about that. Okay.
But he's the flowman. He makes the decision.
Never, ever should have said
that. Ay, hey,
Nick.
Just this Mackie's hand.
Fanny pack. Fanny pack sighting. You guys see that?
He's the only one on the hand.
Nick, you're in the hand.
Ryan wants to.
You want full?
Finish the handoff.
He wants me to finish the
Here.
Yeah.
Check. I checked.
I know.
Yeah. He checked.
And certainly an interesting way to end our third show.
I mean, if you look at it from just even an independent perspective, Dave, if you're not playing on a live stream,
Well,
no one's ever going to see the hand.
No, that's what Nick. That's what Nick
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
There. And, you know, I do think there's a really there's a line that you don't want to cross as a production where suddenly we're getting involved with the decisions that are happening at the poker table.
It's not even. I don't even think it's even. It's not even that.
I don't think so either. And then again, I'm with you. By the way, I'm friends with Elder. I'm friends with Barry Woods. I like them both. I think Elder's crossed the line here. I think calling Barry a thief is really disrespectful. I don't think Barry Woods has done anything wrong here whatsoever.
Besides being a little bit grumpy, I guess.
He's grumpy and abrasive, fine, but don't call. I mean, that's calling somebody a thief at a poker
I don't
table
know.
is pretty. That's pretty strong.
Yeah,
words.
I don't know. Maybe better head, cooler head to prevail tomorrow, and he didn't necessarily mean it. But I will say, in this sense, that Barry hasn't really done anything wrong just because a guy mucks his hand and he can't read the board.
No. Well, it doesn't take away from what has been an amazing night, though. Bear Juice still our big winner. He's up $12,500. Patrick, our second place, $9,400. Ronnie up $6,300. Nick and GT, a tough night for both of them. You'll see Nick and GT tomorrow night, and of course, you will hear the sultry voice of Bart Hansen as well. He will be here tomorrow. Antonio Esfandiari will be here tomorrow, guys. Bart, man, this has been. Despite this last 6 minutes or so, this has been a really amazing night. We saw, that bluff from Jules earlier on with the 3-deuce. That was fantastic. I mean, I know it seems obvious when the front door spades get there, but it's not something we see all the time, right?
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of great hands that I'm going to be using for commentary.
And you guys can check all those out, by the way, on Bart's YouTube channel as well. Again, Bart will be here tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.